Hello everyone. In this tutorial, we are going to learn PHP Advanced CRUD, and in this project, we will see how to add users, how to delete users, how to update users. We are going to see pagination in this, and also we are going to see how to search particular user in this project. We are going to learn all the concepts, and if you are aware of Ajax and jQuery, we are going to use concept of Ajax and jQuery in this project, as well as we are going to use concept of PHP PDO. Okay, you can consider this project as a beginner level as well as a kind of intermediate level. Okay, if you know the concept of Ajax, jQuery, okay, little bit only basic knowledge, if you are aware of that one, then you can go with this project and you are going to learn many things in this project. Okay, so let's start with this one, and I'll be showing you the demo of this project, and then we are going to start writing the code for this one. Okay, I will not skip any of the part. I will be doing HTML, CSS, as well as I'm going to use bootstrap in this, so that we don't waste our time in styling part. So you can just get started with this one. I will not be skipping any of the part, so you can follow these steps and you can create this same kind of project. Okay, now here you can see I'm having this heading PHP Advanced CRUD, and here I'm having this search box, and here I'm having this table, and inside this I'm having some data which has been fetched from the database, and this data has been displayed here, and inside this I'm having this name, email, mobile, and here I'm having this profile view, here I'm having edit, and here I'm having delete. Now when I click on this add new user button, you can see this pop-up model will come, and here I can just insert some name. Let me just write here Seema, and here I'll be writing seema@gmail.com, and mobile number, let me just write here 222, and choose file. I'm just going to select one image. I'll just select this one, and from here I'll just select this image. Now once I click on this submit, you can see this image will be inserted, name will be inserted, all the data will be inserted inside the database, and this data will be displayed to me here, and also the message whatever you saw here. Let me just insert another data here. I'll be inserting Ria, and here I'm just going to write here ria@gmail.com. Here let me just write here 444, and I'll just select one image, and from here let me just select this one, open, submit. Now you can see here I'm having this new player has been added successfully. Okay, this image will be displayed, and that is going to fade out after particular time. Okay, now here I am having all this data which is been fetched from the database, and that is being displayed to me here. Okay, now here I am having these three buttons. I am having this profile, I am having this edit, and here I am having this delete. Now when I click on this delete button, it will ask me, are you sure you want to delete this? If I cancel this one, that will not get deleted. If I just click on OK, this particular data will be deleted. You can see here this data has been deleted, and here I am having player has been deleted successfully. Again here I am having this edit. When I click on this edit, all the data related to that particular field will be displayed to me, and I can just update that one. I'll just write here 1 2. I'll be writing 1 2, and here I can't write. Okay, I have just given the limit here. Only 10 digits I can type here. I'm just going to change it to 111. Let me just change it to 223333. I'll just choose another image from here. Let me just select this image. Open, submit. Now you can see all the image and data is been updated, and this will be displayed to me, and message the player has been updated successfully. This image will be displayed to me. Now when I click on this profile, you can see that particular data will be displayed to me, and here I'll be getting another pop-up with that fields. Okay, with the field data whatever I am having here, the name, image, okay, everything whatever I am having, that will be displayed to me. I'll just close this one, and also if I just search this one, let me just search for Seema, you can see only Seema will be displayed to me. If I just search for Khanam, you can see only Khanam data will be displayed to me. And also let's see about pagination here. I'll just remove. I'm just going to add one more user. I'll be adding here Ria, and here I'll be writing ria@gmail.com, and here let me just write here 455. I'll just select one image, and from here let me just select this Chrome, open, submit. Okay, now totally 4 data I am having. New player has been added successfully. Again when I click on this add new button, again I'll insert some other data. I'll be writing here Suresh, and here let me just write here Suresh@gmail.com, and here let me just write here 6677 something. Choose file, and from here I'm just going to select this one, submit. Now you can see only 4 data is been displayed, and the rest data, once I give 5 datas, you can see I will be getting this pagination, and here I am having this previous button disabled, I am having this second button. When I click on this, that data will be displayed to me. Now here you can see next button is been disabled, but previous button is enabled. When I click on previous, this data will be displayed to me. Okay, now we are going to make this complete project from the scratch. We are going to start from the HTML, from CSS, how to use Bootstrap, how to use Font Awesome, how to use PHP, PDO, everything we are going to see completely from the scratch. So let's get started, and this was the demo of our project. Okay, now let's get started with this project. First, let us start with creating folder and start writing the code completely from the scratch. Now first you have to install this XAMPP, and inside this we just have to start this Apache and MySQL. Okay, because we are using PHP, so we need Apache. Apache will be acting as a local server for PHP, and MySQL is the database itself. We are going to use MySQL database, and inside that database we are going to insert the entire data, and we are going to fetch the data from the database itself. Okay, so you just have to start this one, Apache and MySQL. Once you started this one, then we can easily use database, and we can start writing the PHP script, and we can run our PHP script in our browser itself. Okay, now you can see once it is green, we can start using this one. I'll just minimize this. Now wherever you have installed XAMPP, come to that particular directory, and inside that, here I will be having this XAMPP, and here inside this you will find htdocs folder. Inside that htdocs folder, I have just created one folder, PHP Advanced. Okay, now you can see this folder is completely empty. I don't have anything. We are going to write the code completely from the scratch, and here just right click on this and open with code. Okay, now my VS Code editor has been started. Now here inside this, first I'm just going to create this first file, index.php. Inside this file, we are going to do the basic setup, whatever is required for our project, and we are going to get started with that one. Okay, now here I'll be using Bootstrap. Here I have, you can see, I have opened this Bootstrap website. Okay, getbootstrap.com. Once you open this one, you will be having the CSS and JS links. Okay, I'm just going to copy this one, and here before that, let me just write this basic boilerplate. I'll just close this. Okay, this is my basic boilerplate of HTML, and here I'll be writing PHP Advanced CRUD. Okay, I have just changed the title. Now below this, I'll be writing one comment. I'll just write here Bootstrap CSS link. Below this, I'm just going to paste that one. Okay, this is Bootstrap CSS link. I'll just come here. Now from here, I'm just going to copy these two links. Okay, JavaScript. I just need this popper and Bootstrap. I'm just going to copy this one. And here at the end, I'm just going to write one comment, and here I'll be writing Bootstrap popper and JS link, and below this I'm just going to paste that two links. Now once it is done, I'll just come here. Now from here, I'll just search for jQuery CDN. I'll just open this one. Okay, because we are going to use jQuery, so we need jQuery CDN, and here you will be having this kind of page. Now here I'm just going to use this one, and from here we are having uncompressed, minified, slim, minified. I'm just going to click on this minified, and from here I'm just going to copy this link. I'll just come here, and here I'm just going to write one comment. Not here, I'll just write one comment here. I'll be writing here jQuery CDN, and below this I'm just going to paste that link. Okay, Bootstrap I have linked and jQuery I have linked. Now next, I'm just going to come to Font Awesome. I'm just going to use some of the icons. So here I'll be searching for Font Awesome CDN. I'll just click on this first link, https://cdnjs.com. I'll just click on this first link, and from here I'm just going to copy that link. Okay, this is the first link, minified version. I'm just going to copy this one, and here wherever we have pasted CSS, I'll just come here. I'll be writing one comment, and here I'm just going to write here Font Awesome CDN link. And below this, I'm just going to paste that one. Okay, this is Bootstrap, this is Font Awesome, this here I'm having jQuery, here I'm having Bootstrap JS and Bootstrap popper. Okay, all the links we have linked. Okay, now from here, I'm just going to close this one. I don't need, and also I'm just going to close, and you just have to write here Font Awesome icons. I'll be telling you how to use icons so that we don't waste our time in opening this one. I'll just click on this Font Awesome. And from here, I'm just going to search for some icons, and I'm just going to copy the code, and later on I'm just going to use that one. Okay, now here I'm just going to write this one. I'll just write here search. Search. I'll search for this one. Okay, now here you can see you will be finding all the icons. I'll just click on this first one, and from here you will be getting the code which you can use inside your project. Okay, I'm just showing you so that you can get to know from where you can get the code for the icons. Okay, you can use in your projects. Okay, you can use any icon website. Okay, you can also use bootstrap icons, which is provided by bootstrap, but here I'm using Font Awesome. Okay, here you can see, here you will be having the code. Just copy this one. Okay, let me just show you the output for that, and here I will be pasting that link. Okay, now from here I'm just going to copy this file path. I'll just come here. Now inside this new tab, I'm just going to paste that one, and from here I'm just going to remove. I'll just write here localhost. Once I give this one, you can see my title is been changed to PHP Advanced CRUD, and you can see here I'm getting this search bar. Okay, this is how we are going to get the icons. Okay, I have copied all the code of the icons and I have pasted already. Okay, if you want, you can just search for any icons like that. You can copy the code and you can use in your project. Here I'm just going to remove this one. Okay, now once we are done with this, now finally we are going to start with the project. Okay, now here inside this index.php, first we are going to design the basic boilerplate or basic structure of our project. First I'm just going to write here h1, and for inside this h1 I'm just going to write here PHP Advanced CRUD. PHP Advanced CRUD. I'll save this. I'll come here, I'll refresh this one. Now you can see here I'm having this PHP Advanced CRUD, but here if you see, here I'm having some background color. Okay, this I have not used any CSS part. Using bootstrap I have just given this stylings. Okay, now here I'm just going to add some classes. I'll just add your class, and here I'm just going to give BG dark. Once I give this BG dark, the entire background of this h1 will become black. I'll save this. I'll just come here, I'll refresh this one. You can see the background color is been black, but if you notice here, my text is not visible because my text is also dark color. So for that I'm just going to change the color. I'll just write here text light, and also I want my text in the middle, so I'm just going to write here text center. Okay, you literally don't have to by heart whatever I am writing. Okay, these are bootstrap classes. Once you visit bootstrap website or once you know the basics of bootstrap, then you can do this one. I'll just come here, I'll refresh this. Now you can see here I'm having PHP Advanced CRUD. Okay, and also I just want to give some padding. Padding is nothing but giving space from inside. In bootstrap we are having this one padding. Y means top and bottom, and I am just giving 2. I'll come here, I'll refresh this one. Now this is my heading, PHP Advanced CRUD. Okay, now we are done with this heading. Okay, now next I'm having this search box and this button. Okay, add new button. Now below this h1 I'm just going to create one div, and for this div I'll just give the class name as row. Okay, now once we are using row class inside bootstrap, then we have to use columns, and columns should be having sum of 12. Okay, now I am going to divide that columns. Inside this I'll just write here call, div call, and here for search box I'm just giving here 10. Okay, out of 12 I just want to give 10 for my search box. Inside this I'm just going to create one div, and for this div I'm just going to give the class name as input group. And inside this div container I'm going to create another div for my icon and for that input box. Okay, so for that we are having one class input group prepend. Okay, these are bootstrap classes. Input group prepend. Okay, prepend is nothing but we are just going to write the, okay, whatever icon you can see here. Okay, whatever search icon you can see here, that is prepended inside this div container. Okay, so here first I'm just creating one column of 10. Inside this input group I'm just creating another input group. I'll just write here input prepend, and inside this I'm just going to write this span tag, and from here inside this span tag I'm just going to paste that icon. I'll just come here, whatever I have copied from here I'm just going to paste that one. Okay, now for this span tag I'm just going to give some classes. Class, let me just give here input group text input. Okay, once you go to bootstrap website I'll be showing you how to use bootstrap website as well, and also I'm just going to give here BG dark. I'll save this. I'll come here, I'll refresh this one. Now you can see, now my background color you can see here, and text is not visible, that icon is not visible because that is also black. Now for this icon, for inside this I, I'm just going to give here text light or text white. Okay, whatever you want you can give. I'll save this. I'll refresh this one. Now you can see here I'm getting this output. Now here this entire thing I'm just going to wrap inside one container. I'll just write here div, and here I'm just going to write here container. Container is nothing but we are just going to wrap our entire thing inside one container, and it will take only that particular width. I'll just show you the output. I'll refresh this one. Okay, now you can see here I'm having this search box. Now after this I just want one input field. Okay, now my this div container is ending here, and this is wrapped inside this div container. Okay, now here I'm having this column of 12, and here it is ending. Now below this prepend, inside this input div container itself I just want one input field. So below this I'm just going to create one input Here I'm just going to create input, and inside this input type let it be text, and also I'm just going to give class. I'll be giving here form control. I'll save this one. I'll come here. I'll refresh this. Okay, now you can see input field is visible, but here I'm just going to give some placeholder, and here inside this itself I'm just going to give placeholder. Let me just write here search user. Okay, something whatever you want you can just give. I'll come here, I'll refresh this one. Okay, now you can see placeholder is visible. We are done with our search bar. Now next we are having this button. Okay, add new user button. Okay, now inside this row first I'm having this column 10. Now total remaining is 2. So here I'm just going to write here div, and inside this div I just want 2. And inside this div container I just want that button. So here I'm just going to write button, and for this button I'll just give the class as btn, and also I want btn dark. And inside this button I'm just going to write here add new user. I'll save this. I'll come here, I'll refresh this one. Now you can see here I'm having this button add new user. I'll just close this one. Okay, from here if I just show you inside bootstrap, if you just write here input group, I'll just click on this. Okay, from here you can see you will be getting all this code. If you just copy this one and if you use in your project then also fine. Okay, I'm just typing that one so that you don't get confused whatever we are doing. Okay, now we are done with this add new user button, and for this button whenever I click I want this model should be open. Okay, this model whatever I click, okay, this model should be open. So for that we just have to add some properties here, some attributes inside this one. So first I'm just going to make the type. Okay, type by default it is button only. If you don't write then also no problem. And next I'm just going to give here data toggle. Okay, this data toggle I just want model. So here inside this I'm just going to write here model. Okay, because whenever I click on this button I want that model should be popped up. So we just have to write here data toggle is equal to model and data target. Okay, which model I have to open. So inside this data target, let me just write here data target, and here I'll be writing one name, and you just have to write like this hash, and here I'll be writing user model. Okay, you can give any name based on your requirement. Okay, here I have just written data toggle and data target, and inside this I'm having this add new user. And if you see here I'm having this, whenever I click on this model should be opened. Okay, now here I have just written data target, and for whichever I give this ID that will be opened and that will be displayed for me. Okay, this is all about our container. Okay, inside this I'm having this row, inside this we are having this search, and then finally we are having this button. I'll just come down. Now here whenever I click on this button I want my model should be open. Below this container, let me just write here one comment. I'll be writing here form model. Now we are going to see how to create this pop-up model. Now here I'm just going to come here bootstrap website, and here I'll be searching for model. Okay, just write this one and you will be finding all the code from here. Okay, now here you will be having all these models. You can see whenever I close it will close. Okay, everything we are having here, and now this is the form I am going to use. Whenever I click on this model should be open for me. Okay, now here I am just going to take this reference and we are going to make our model. I'm just going to close this one. Okay, now this button we have already created. Inside this you can see we are having data toggle which we have already put inside our button, and also here we are having this data target, and inside this they have just written this one, and whenever we click, okay, it is getting opened. Now here this entire thing I'm just going to copy because this is the thing I just want to open. I'm just going to copy till here. Okay, you can just copy till here. Okay, button we have already created. Okay, if you have not created you can just copy this entire thing and you can paste in your project. Okay, I have just copied this one, and here I'm just going to paste that one. I'll save this. I'll come here. I'll refresh this one. Now when I click on this it is not going to work because my ID is different here. Now here inside my button you can see inside this button I'm just going to come here. Inside this button data target I have just given here user model. I'm just going to copy this one, but here inside this form I am having this ID. This ID I got from the bootstrap. I'm just going to give user model. I'll save this. I'll come here. I'll refresh this one. Now whenever I click on this you can see this model I am getting. Okay, this is how we are going to use model. You can give any ID, but whatever you are giving this one, the data target should be same. Only then it is going to work, or else you will not be getting any output. Okay, now here let me just write here input search and button section. okay, so that we don't get confused. Okay, now here I am having this model. Now inside this model, okay, you can just remove this one. We don't need this. I'm just going to remove this. Okay, I don't want to mess with this one, and also I don't want this one. I'm just going to remove this. Now inside this we are having this model dialog. Okay, let it be role document, model content, model header, and here from here I'm just going to remove this one, and instead of this I'm just going to write here adding or updating users. Okay, you can give anything, whatever you want. I'll just write here users. I'll save this. I'll refresh this one. Now when I click on this, you can see I'm having adding or updating users. Now when I click on this close, it is going to close. Now below this we are having this button for close and for this one. Okay, now here we are having all these things. If you want, you can just remove this one, or else you can keep. Okay, no issues. And also I'm just going to remove this one. I'll save this. Okay, if you want, you can keep. And inside this model body, we are just going to create form now. So this entire thing I'm just going to wrap inside the form. I'll be writing form, and inside this form action I'm just going to remove, okay, because we are using Ajax, and in that we are going to give actions. And inside this form I'll be using ID. I'll just write here ID. I'm just going to write here add form. Okay, this ID will be very useful whenever we are adding users, whenever we are doing all kind of stuff. This ID will be very useful. So you have to give this ID. You can give any name for the ID. And inside this, and also I'm just going to give method. I'll be using post. Okay, there are two kinds of methods, post and get. You can use any one of them. Get is not secure because all the data whatever we are sending, that will be displayed in the URL. Okay, but post is very secure, so we are just using here post method. And also we have used images. Okay, you can see here inside this form I'm having this images. Okay, to insert these images we have to use one property. I'm just going to write here enc type. Okay, this will allow us to insert images. Okay, whatever multiple forms we want to insert, we can use that one. I'm just going to write here enc type, and inside this here we just have to write here multipart / form data. Okay, if you give only, then you will be able to insert the images inside the database, or else you will not be able to insert. So you just have to write this enc type. This entire form, this closing form I'm just going to remove, and this form I'm just going to close here. Okay, this is my model. Okay, this is footer model. Now here I'm just going to close that one. Okay, even you have to close here footer model. Okay, model footer. Below this div container, closing this form, and this form is wrapping here. Okay, this entire model body will come inside this one. Now inside this model body, first I'm just going to create one label, and inside this let me just remove this one for as of now I don't need. And here first I'll be writing name. Below this I'm just going to create one div, and for this div I'll just give the class name as, okay, let me just come here. I'll just come here, and from here I'm just going to copy this entire input group. I'll just copy this one, and here I'm just going to paste that one. And from here I'm having this input group, and then I'm having this input group prepend. Then here I'm having input group text bg dark, and here I'm having some class. Okay, everything is there. And also here we are having this type text, class is equal to form control. And for this I'm just going to remove this placeholder. Instead of this I'll be writing here enter your username, and also I'm just going to give here autocomplete to be off, so that whenever I write, I don't want any suggestion should appear. So here I'm having autocomplete to be off, and also I'm adding some validation. Here I'll be writing here required is equal to required. Okay, because without filling the name I don't want to enter this data inside the database. Okay, all these things. And also I need one ID. Okay, this ID is very useful, and ID I'm just going to give here username. Okay, this is for name field I have added. I'm just going to change this icon. Okay, I have already copied all the icons. I'm just going to search for that files, icons. Here I'm having this one text document. I'm just going to open that, and from here I'll just copy this one. I have already shown you how to copy these icons from Font Awesome. I'll just come here. I'll just come to my project. I'll refresh this one. Now whenever I click on this, you can see this username is visible, but this is dark color. This icon is not visible. So for that, inside this, let me just give here text to be light. I'll save this. I'll refresh this one. Okay, don't get confused whatever we are doing. You can give any stylings based on your requirement. And also I'm just going to change this one. I'll just write here submit and close. Okay, now here I'm just going to come. Okay, now this is my model. This button I just want to bring up, and this will be down, and here I'm just going to write here submit, and here let it be close. And for this, instead of this one, let me just write here dark, bg dark, and for this one I'm just going to write here danger. I'll save this. Okay, stylings you can give based on your requirement. I'll refresh this one. I'll click on this. Okay, now here I'm having submit and close. Okay, now in the same way I'm just going to add email and mobile. I'll just come here. Okay, before that, this entire thing I'm just going to write one div, and for this div I'm just going to give the class name as form group. Inside this I'm just going to paste this label and this div container. Okay, this will be in the form of one group. I'll just come here. I'll paste that one here. I'll come here. I'll refresh this one. Now when I click on this, I'm having the output here. Now this entire thing, let me just close this left part. I'll just format this one. Now this entire form group div container, I'm just going to copy, and here I'll just write one comment, and here let me just write here email. Below this I'm just going to paste. Again here I'm just going to write one comment, and here I'll be writing mobile, and here I'm just going to paste that one. Again I'm going to write one comment, I'll be writing photo, and below this I'm just going to paste. Okay, three times I have pasted. First time is my username. Let me just write here username. Okay, username we have already done. Now here I'm just going to change this email, and from here I'm just going to copy this envelope. I'll copy this one, and here I'm just going to paste that one, and also I'm just going to give the class as text light, and next I'm giving here enter your email. I'll copy this. Okay, let me just write here email. Okay, everything is same. Now type also, let me just give here email. Now finally we are having mobile. Let me just write here mobile, and next I'll just come here. I'll copy this phone, and here I'm just going to paste that one. I'll just change the class. I'll just give one class text light, and enter your mobile. I'll just copy this ID mobile. Okay, everything is same. Type will be text, and finally we are having photo, and for photo we are just going to do some changes. Okay, for photo we are having type is equal to file, so we are just going to change that one. Now here I'm just going to change it to photo. Now next everything will be same, and here I'm having this one, and from here I'm just going to remove this. I don't need this one. This entire thing I'm just going to remove, and here I'm having this input type, and here I'm just going to write here file, and class I'm just going to give here. Let me just remove this one, and instead of this we are having one bootstrap class. I'm just going to write here custom file input. Okay, this is the bootstrap class, and this entire thing I'm just going to remove from here. And also for this photo I'm just going to give name is equal to photo, and also ID I'm just going to give ID is equal to user photo. Okay, you can give any ID. Before this I'm just going to give one label, and inside this label, inside this for, I'm just going to write here user photo. Whatever ID I have given here, I'm just passing that one here. If you don't give, then also it's fine. And inside this, let me just write here class is equal to custom file label. Okay, this is label, so we are just writing here label. Okay, this is bootstrap class label, custom file label, and inside this I'm just going to write here choose file. I'll save this. I'll come here. I'll refresh this one. Now when I click on this, you can see all the data is been displayed, and here I'm having name, email, okay, mobile, choose file, everything is been displayed. When I click on this choose file, a pop-up will be opened, and from here I can select any of the images. I'll just come up, and for this username I have given this ID. Inside this input field I have given this ID. Now here I'm just going to write here name, and inside this name also I'm just going to pass the same thing. I'll just write here name, and again inside this email input field I'm just going to write here name, and here I'll be writing, and inside this I'm just going to write here email. And finally for this one also I'm just going to do the same thing, name, and here I'm just going to write here phone or mobile. And also for this phone number I'm just going to add some validation. Let me just write here maximum length. Maximum length, I just want to enter only 10 digits. I don't want to enter more than that. So I'm just writing here maximum length, and also minimum length should be 10. Okay, I don't want 0 or 1 like that. So I'm just going to write here minimum length is equal to 10. Okay, this is kind of validation. If you want, you can add, or else you can give your own validation. Okay, we have just given type is equal to text. We have given the class, ID, name, required field, maximum, minimum, autocomplete, and finally we have given the placeholder. Okay, this all things we are done. I'll save this. I'll just close this one. I'll refresh once. Now when I click on this, you can see this model is opened. Here I am having all these things, and whenever I click on this, I can select any of the images and I can insert that image. Okay, now we are done with this model, we are done with this input. Now next we are having this table. Okay, now we are going to work on this table. Now below this one, okay, below this I am just going to write one comment, and here I will be writing table. Now inside this you can just come here, and from here you can copy this entire table. Let me just search for table. I'll just click on this, and from here I'm just going to copy the code for the table. Okay, here I'm having this table. I'll just copy this one, and here I'm just going to paste. Okay, we are just going to do some changes. Class is equal to table, and for this table I'm just going to give ID. ID is equal to user table. Okay, now next we are having this table head. Inside this table head, let me just give the class. Class is equal to bg dark or table dark. Table dark. I'll save this. I'll just come here. I'll refresh this one. Okay, now you can see here I am having this table, but below I am not having any space for this row. So here inside this row class, okay, inside this I am just going to give some margin bottom. Let me just give here 3. I'll save, I'll refresh. Okay, now here I am having some space. Okay, now my table is ready. Now we are just going to change the field. Now from here, let me just write here image. Here I'll be writing name. Then I just want email, and here I just want phone, and I want one more table header, and here I'm just going to write here operations. Now from here, let me just write here another data. Let me just write one picture one. Picture one name, let me just write here Khanam. Email khanam@demo.com. Mobile number, some random number, and finally we are having operations. So inside this totally we are having 3 operations. Let me just write here 3 paragraphs. Paragraph into 3, and inside this first paragraph I am having edit, then I am having profile, and finally I am having delete. Okay, this is demo. Later on we are just going to change that one. I'll come here, I'll refresh this. Now for this one you can see all the 3 things is been displayed. Okay, paragraph is been displayed like that. Okay, instead of that let me just write here span. Okay, because these are block level elements, so it is taking entire width. Let me just write here span, and here I'm just going to write here span. I'll save this. I'll refresh this one. Okay, now here I'm having edit, profile, and delete, and all these things. Okay, now from here I'm just going to remove this table row, and also this table row I'm just going to remove. Okay, I want only one table row. Later on we are just going to fetch the data from the database, and we are going to display that data. Okay, this is how our table should be displayed. We are having all these things. Now next we are having this pagination. Now this is my table body. I'm just going to come down. Now here I'm just going to write one comment. I'll be writing here pagination. Pagination, let me just write here pagination. I'll save this. I'll come here, I'll come to bootstrap, and from here I'm just going to search for pagination. Okay, you will be having many demos for the pagination. You can select whatever is required for you. I'm just using this one. I'll just copy this, and here I'm just going to paste that one. I'll just paste that one here, and from here we are having this area label for this nav, and inside this nav I'm just going to add one ID. ID is equal to pagination. Below this we are having this UL. Okay, we are having all these things. I'll just save this one. I'll just come here. I'll refresh this. Okay, now here I'm having this pagination. I want that in the middle. So for that, inside this I'm just going to give this one justify content to be center. Okay, these are bootstrap class. I'll save this. I'll refresh this one. Now you can see that has come in the middle. Okay, now we are just going to write, we are going to create tables, we are going to create database, and finally we are going to get started with our PHP code. Okay, now we are done with this pagination, but here if you see in my project, here I am having this active and disabled, and also in this pagination you can see here we are having this disabled class and we are having this active class. Okay, for 2 it is active, so we are having this active class. Okay, so here as of now for this one I'm just going to give that class, and this class has been given inside li. So here inside li for this one I'll just give here active, and for previous I'm just going to give here disabled. Okay, later on we are just going to remove, and dynamically we are going to add. I'll just come here, I'll refresh this one. Okay, now that class has been added. Here this is active and this is disabled. Now inside this, now when I come to 2, okay, that will be active and rest all will be disabled. Okay, this next will be disabled, and here when I click on 1, that will be active. When I click on next, okay, here this will be active. Okay, now we are going to see how to give this dynamically later on, but this is how we are going to add active and disabled class. Okay, now finally we are done with this our HTML structure. Now we are going to design our database. Okay, we are going to create database, we are going to create tables now. Now here I am just going to come here. Here I will be searching for localhost PHP my admin. Okay, once you write this one, it will be redirected to MySQL database. I'll just come here. Now if you are using this for the very first time, then you can notice here left side you will not be having any databases by default. Okay, by default maybe you are having 5 databases, okay, which are not created by yourself. If you have already used this one, then you will be aware of this one. Here I'll just click on new, left side I'll just click on new. I'm just going to create one database. I'll just write here user data. I'll just click on create. Okay, database user data has been created. Okay, now here you can see here I'm having this user data. Now inside this I'm just going to create table. I'll be writing here user table. Okay, totally I want 5 fields here. Okay, for ID I need image, name, email and phone. Okay, totally 5 fields. So here I'm just going to give here 5. I'll just click on go. Now inside this first column I'm just going to give ID. Next I'm just going to give here name. Then I'm just going to give here email. Next I'll be giving here mobile or phone. Oh, let me just give here mobile. And finally I'm just going to give here photo. Now inside this for ID I am just giving the data type as int. Length I am just giving here 11. For name I am just going to give here varchar. And size, okay, you can give any size here. Minimum is 0 and maximum is 255. Email also I am just going to give here varchar and length 100. Mobile also varchar and length let me just give here 20. And finally for photo also I'm just going to give here varchar. Varchar means we can include all kind of symbols, special characters, etc. And for this photo I'm just going to give the size as 100. Okay, now for this ID I'm just going to give this one auto increment, which means that automatically each time whenever I insert the data, this ID should be incremented by 1. Once I give this auto increment, it is going to give me primary. ID will be unique in this table. Okay, now here I have just created this table. I have just created the database called user data. Inside that I have just created the table called user table. Inside that totally I have created 5 fields: ID, name, email, mobile and phone. And for each field I have just given the data type and the length of that one. And for ID I have just given primary key and auto increment. Once we are done with this, just click on save and it is going to save this one. Okay, inside this MySQL we have created the database called user data, and inside that we are having this user table, and this is our structure of a table. Okay, you can see here auto increment for ID and we are having this primary key here. Okay, we are done with this one. Now we are just going to see how to connect to the database. Okay, as I told you, we are going to use PHP PDO. In this we are going to use OOPS concepts. So you should be having basic knowledge of what are classes, how to create objects. Okay, if you don't know, then also no problem. I am going to explain you in this tutorial. But if you are having basic knowledge, then it will be very easy for you to understand this one. Okay, now here I am just going to come. I'll just do Control B. Now here inside this I'm just going to create one folder. Let me just write here partials. Inside this partials folder I'm just going to create one file. I'll just write here connect.php. Okay, now inside this file we are just going to connect to the database first. Once we are connected to the database, only then we can work with the database. We can insert the data inside the database. So for that, here I'm just going to write this PHP syntax now. Here I'm just going to write here PHP syntax, and here I'm just going to close that one. Now inside this I'm just going to create the class, and class I'm just going to give, okay, you can give any name. Let me just write here database. Okay, I'm just going to connect to the database, so I'm just writing here database. Now inside this I just want to define the local host, my server name, my username, password, my database name. Okay, so for that I'm just going to use here private access modifier, so that this will be limited to this class itself. Okay, if you are not aware of this PHP OOPS concept, I have already uploaded one complete video on PHP OOPS. Okay, you can refer that one and then you can start with this project. Okay, here I'm just going to use here private, and here let me just write here DB server or DB localhost, whatever you want you can just give here. And here let me just write here localhost. Okay, our server is localhost, so I'm just going to write that one. Now if you see here, you can see 127.0.0.1, which means that we are working inside our local host. Here I'm just going to create one more variable, and this variable name, let me just write here database user. And inside this, if you have not changed any username, then by default it is going to be root. I'm just going to write here private, and here I'll be writing here database password. Okay, password by default, if you have not changed anything, then it will be empty, but I have changed my password, so I'm just writing my password here, my database password. And next I am having my database name, so I'm just going to create one more variable. I'm just going to write here db name, okay, database name. And inside this, whatever database I have created just now, we just have to write that one, user data. I'm just going to write that one here, user data. Now below this, I'm just going to create one more variable for connecting to the database. So I'm just going to write here protected access modifier, and here I'm just going to write here connection. Here I'm just going to write this protected because I'm going to extend all these properties inside another class. So I'm just making it as protected, so I can access this connection variable inside my another file. Now here I'm just going to create constructor. Let me just write here constructor. Okay, constructor we are just going to create like that. First let me just give here public. By default, if you don't give, then also it is going to be public. I'm just going to create function. You just have to write here hyphen construct, hyphen construct, and inside this constructor I'm just going to connect to the database now. Okay, so for that I'm just going to create one variable dsn, and inside this first we just have to pass like this. Okay, mysql host. Okay, this is the syntax for connecting to the database. Let us see what all it is going to accept. Now inside this, I just want to connect. Okay, inside this class itself, I'm just creating this function, and so from here I'm just going to access this one. Okay, this database server name. So we just have to write here this. Okay, from this class I am just taking that one, so here I'll be writing this variable. Okay, whatever variable you have given here, you just have to pass that one here. Okay, you can give any variable names for this one. I'm just going to close this like this, semicolon. Again I'm just going to write here database name, db name, and inside this I'm just going to pass the same thing like that. I'll just write here this, and inside this I'm just going to pass this database variable name. Okay, whatever I have created, database name. I'm just going to copy this, and here I'm just going to paste that one. I'll close this, semicolon, and here you just have to write here char set. Okay, char set, we are just going to encode this one. I'm just going to write here UTF-8. UTF-8. Okay, if I'm just passing this one, character set UTF-8. Okay, character set we are going to pass because we are going to use all kinds of entities, all kinds of symbols, whatever is present. So we are just going to use this one. Okay, you just have to write this syntax, and inside this first we are just passing this mysql host. First we just have to write this local host. We are just passing this local host, so we are just writing this. Then again we are just passing this database name. Okay, whatever we have created, we are just passing that one. Now below this, now we have to connect to the database, and before that we should always take care that okay, this should be always available and it should not be changed by anyone. Okay, so we are going to use persistent here. Okay, let me just tell you how to use that one. Here let me just create one variable options, and inside this I'm just going to create one array. Inside this array I'm just going to write this PDO : attribute persistent. Okay, this we are passing because longer time it should be available. Okay, it should occur over a long period of time. So we are just passing whatever data we are getting, we are just passing inside this array persistent. Now below this, now finally we are just going to connect to the database. So for that I'm just going to write here this, and from here I'm just going to write this one, this connection variable whatever I have created, this dot connection, and inside this I'm just going to create this one object, new PDO. And inside this first I'm just going to pass this variable. Okay, whatever variable I have created here, I'm just going to pass that one here. Okay, that is whatever we are having this local host and our database name. Inside this, the second parameter I'm just going to pass is our username. Okay, so for that again we just have to write this one. Okay, I just want to fetch from this particular class, so this variable I'm just going to pass. I'll copy, and here I'm just going to paste that one. Again next I'm just going to pass the password, so here I'm just going to write this, and again this variable whatever I have created here, I'll just copy this one, and here I'm just going to paste that one, and final parameter is our this one. Okay, this variable whatever we have created for persistent array, I'm just going to paste that one. Okay, this is how we are going to connect using PDO. You don't have to get confused with this syntax. Once you practice this one, then you will understand what all we should give. First we are just giving localhost and our database name, then finally in this, okay, in this when we are connecting to the database, in this we are just passing this one, okay, DSN, where we are having our database name and our localhost, and finally we are just giving our username, password and this array persistent variable. Now below this we will not get to know if we are having some error, so we are just going to wrap this entire thing in try catch block so that we can handle exceptions. Now here I'm just going to write here try. Inside this try block I'm just going to copy this, and here I'm just going to paste that one. If I am not having any error, then this will be displayed, or else whatever I am having inside catch, that will be displayed. Inside catch we just have to pass one exception. Here I'm just going to write here PDO. Here I'm just going to write here exception, PDO exception. You can give any variable name here. I'm just going to give here E, and whenever I'm having some error, this will come to catch block and this error will be displayed to me. And here I'm just going to write here connection error. Okay, you can give anything here, any message you can give. I'm just going to give here connection error, and also I'm just going to give this one. Now here I'm just going to concatenate with that message, and here I'll be writing this $E, and inside this I'm just going to pass one method that is nothing but get message. Okay, using this get message I'll be getting that message. Okay, whatever error I'm having, that will be displayed to me using this method. Okay, now let's see whether we are connected to the database or not. I'll just save this one. Now if I just copy this, copy path, and here if I just paste that one, okay, it is not going to work. Let me just tell you why. I'll just remove this localhost, enter. Okay, now okay, here I'm having one error, syntax error, expected E. Okay, let me just write here $E. I'll save this. I'll refresh this one. Okay, now here I am not having any error, but it is not showing me whether it is connected or not. Okay, to check whether it is connected or not, let me just come to index.php. Okay, we have created the class. Okay, now for class I am just going to create one object. Once I am done with creating the object, we will see whether we are connected to the database or not. Now inside index.php, now here I am just going to write this PHP syntax, and here first I just want to include or require this file. Okay, let me just require this file. I'll just write here required, and my file is present inside this one. Let me just require once. I don't want to require again and again. Require once, and my file is present inside this partials folder. Let me just write this partials, and inside that I'm having this connect.php file. Okay, I'm just requiring this file inside index.php file. Now here I'm just going to create object. Let me just write here db obj something. Okay, you can give any variable name, and here I'm just going to write this new database. Okay, my class name, new database. Okay, whatever class we have created here, okay, whatever class name you have given here, I'm just creating the object for that one. Now below this, let me just write here var dump, just to check whether it is working or not, and var dump will be giving all the data, and inside this I'm just going to pass this db obj. I'll save this. I'll just come to index.php to check whether it is working or not. I'll refresh this one. Okay, now here I am having some error, undefined variable db server. On line 14, 16 I am having some error. Let us just check for that one. Okay, now here I have just done the mistake. Here we just have to give like this, okay, db server, and also here I'm just going to remove this, and also from here I'm just going to remove this. Okay, here I have just created the variable. Okay, I'm just passing that one without dollar symbol. Let me just check for that one. I'll just refresh this one. Okay, now you can see here I am getting this output. DB server is database, private string, localhost. Okay, root I am getting, my password I am getting. Okay, everything is being displayed, which means that I am not having any error and I am successfully connected to the database. Now once I am successfully connected to the database, now I can do all kind of stuff like adding the data inside the database, deleting the data from the database, updating the data. I can do all the things now. Okay, once we are done, once we are successfully connected, only then we can work with database. Okay, you can just take the screenshot of this one if you want. Okay, we are just creating the class, and inside this I'm just passing all these variables, and we are just creating one constructor. Inside this constructor, first I'm just passing this one localhost and our database name. Then we are just passing this one attribute persistent, which means that it will exist for a longer period of time, and I'm just passing inside this array. and here finally I am just connecting to the database, and here I am just writing this new PDO, and inside this I am just passing this 4 parameters. That is our first, this is our data source name, then we are having database user, database password, and finally inside this options whatever I have created here, that is been displayed. And then finally I am having this catch. Now let me just comment this one and I will show you if I don't give this one what happens. I will save this, I will just come here, I will refresh this one. You can see again I am going to get the output. I will not be having any effect in that. Okay, but it is important to give that one because it is going to exist for a longer period of time. I will just do Ctrl Z, I will save this, I will just come here, I will refresh this, again I am having the same output. Okay, this is how we are going to work. If I am having some error, this error will be displayed with connection error. Okay, we have already seen that one. Now let me just show you that error again. I will save this, I will save this, I will refresh this one. Now you can see here I am having that error. Okay, connection, okay, whatever error I am having, that will be displayed to me. So I am just going to remove that one. I will save this, refresh. Okay, this is how we are going to connect to the database. Now from index.php I am just going to remove this one. I don't need that. I will just comment this one. Okay, just to check, I have just written that one. I don't need that one. I am just going to remove. Now this will be my output. Okay, now we are done with connecting to the database. Now finally we are going to work with Ajax, we are going to work with JavaScript, and we are going to make this project interactive. We have already seen how to create simple model, and also we have seen how to connect to the database, and here I have just changed my file name to database.php, okay, so that I will not be having any issues. Okay, now inside index.php I am having all these things. I am having form, I am having table, everything I am having inside index.php itself. Okay, so what I am going to do is, here I am having this form. Okay, you can see here my form starts. Okay, I am just going to close this. I will just copy this entire thing, and here I am just going to create one file, form.php, and inside this I am just going to paste that one. I will save this, and from here I am just going to remove this one. I will just save this one. And now if I just refresh this, you can see I will not be having any output here, because now here I have just checked for the database connection. Okay, now if I just remove this one, okay, because I have commented that one, so it is not getting displayed, but once I remove that, the output will be displayed for me. Now when I click on this add new user button, it is not going to work because I have just removed that entire form. I have created separate file and I have inserted that entire code inside that new file. Okay, now I need that one. So for that we just have to include that file. Okay, now here I am just going to write this PHP syntax. Now here inside this I just want to include that one, and I just want to include this form.php. Okay, even you can do like this, or you can just keep the form in the same index.php file. Okay, I don't want to make my index.php file very lengthy, so I am just removing that one and putting in separate file. I'll just refresh this. Now when I click on this, you can see it is going to work and I will be having the same output. Okay, without any change, without any effect, I will be having the same output. Okay, now in the same way, okay, this is my form. Now below this I am having this one. Okay, this let it be in the same index.php file. Now for table also I am just going to create separate file. Now here I am just going to write here table.php. Now inside this table.php, this entire table I am just going to copy. This entire table till here I am just going to copy. And here inside this I am just going to paste that one. I'll save this, and from here I am just going to remove that entire table. I'll save. I'll refresh this one. Now you can see table is not visible because I have not included that one. So here I am just going to write this PHP syntax, and here I'll be including that one, and I just have to include table.php file. I'll save this. Now if I refresh this one, you can, okay, I am having this one require once, fail to open, no such file directory. Okay, let me just check for the spelling. Here I am having table.php, and inside this I am just including this one, table.php. Let me just check for require once. Require once. I'll save. I'll refresh this one. Okay, again I am having this error. Okay, let me just change the file name. Let me just change it to tables, table data. And inside index.php, let me just write here table data. I'll save this. I'll refresh this one. Okay, now here I am having this table. Okay, table, okay, that name is not been accepted, so I was having this error. Once you change the name, you will be having this output. Okay, now here I am having this table. Now pagination, let it be. Later on we are going to remove this one, and we are going to put pagination inside script.js. Okay, using JavaScript we are going to access this one. Okay, now we are having this table here. Let me just remove this one. then we are having this add new user button, and we are having everything. Now in the same way I just need one profile. Okay, whenever I click on the profile, I'll just come here. Whenever I click on this, you can see again one model is been opened. Okay, so for that let me just come to table.php, and from here I'm just going to remove all these TDs. Okay, I'm just going to remove all that content. I'll come here, I'll refresh this one. Now instead of that I just need these 3 icons. Okay, so for that inside this TD I'm just going to create 3 anchor tags, and inside each anchor tag, let me just bring this down, and inside this first anchor tag let me just come here, and from here I'm just going to take this I. I'll copy, I'll paste here, and next I'm just going to take this edit, and here I'm just going to paste, and finally I'm just going to take this trash, and here I'm going to paste. I'll save this. Now here I'm just going to refresh this one. Now you can see here I'm having this 3 icons, view, this one and this one. Fine, totally 3 icons I'm having here. Now inside this anchor tag, let me just write here hash. Then for each anchor tag I'm just going to give one class. Let me just write here, okay, margin right of 3 because all are stuck. I'll save this. I'll refresh this one. Now you can see I'll be having some spacing. Now for this one, for this I'm just going to give profile, okay, because I'm just going to view profile, and for this I'll just give here edit user because here I'm just going to edit, and finally for this one I'm just going to give here delete user. Okay, you can give any class names. Okay, you are not restricted to giving any class names. And also inside this, okay, whenever I click on this one, whenever I click on this anchor tag, I'm just going to give here data target. Data target is equal to, let me just give one target here, let me just write here user view model, and also I'm just going to give data toggle. Okay, we have already seen while creating the model, data toggle is nothing but our model. I'll save this. Now here I'm just going to create one file. I'll just write here profile.php. And inside this, let me just come to form.php. I'm just going to copy this entire thing from here, and here inside this I'm just going to paste that one, and from here I'm just going to remove this. Now in place of this, whatever I have given here, whatever target I have given here, I'll just copy this one, and here I'm just going to paste. I'll save this, and let me just check here. I'll refresh. Now whenever I click on this profile, okay, it's not working. Let me just check for that. Okay, now inside index.php I have not included that one, so here I'm just going to include that file php include, and here I just want to include this profile.php. I'll just close this. Let me just come here. I'll refresh. Now when I click on this, you can see this model is getting opened, but I don't need this model. I need this kind of model here. Whenever I click, I want this simple model here. Okay, so for that, let me just come here, and from here I'm just going to remove this one, and instead of this, let me just write whatever I'm having here. I'll just come here. Okay, here I'm having user profile. Let me just write that one, user profile, and here, and also I'm having one icon that is nothing but user. I'll copy, and here I'm just going to paste that one. Okay, you can give any stylings and let it be same thing, and from here I'm just going to remove this form, and inside this model body I'm just going to remove all this input fields. Let me just close this left part, and also from here I'm just going to remove all these things. Okay, I don't need this one. I'm just going to remove this one, and instead of this I'm just going to create one div inside this one. Let me just give the class name as container, and also I'm just going to give one ID. Let me just give here profile. Okay, this will be very useful whenever we want to access this container using JavaScript. Now here inside this, let me just write here h4, and here I'll be writing all user data will be displayed here, and inside this footer let me just remove this one, and let me just keep only close. I'll save this, and also I'm just going to remove this one, closing form. I'll save this one. I'll come here. I'll refresh this. Now whenever I click on this, you can see this model is getting open, simple model, and here whatever data I'm having, whatever data I fetch from the database, that should be displayed here. I'll just close this one. Let us change these colors. I'll just come to table data.php, and from here for this eye color, let me just give here text info, and for this edit, let me just write here text success. Okay, you can give any colors, and for this I am just going to give here text danger. I'll save this. Let me just check for the colors. I'll refresh this one. Okay, now here I am having this colors. Let me just reverse the color here, and let me just text success I'll be writing here, and text info I'll be writing it here. I'll save this, and now you can see here I am having this proper colors, and whenever I click on this, this model is getting opened. Okay, now inside this anchor tag we are having this href, and for this we have just given the classes. Okay, now inside this let me just give here title. Title is equal to let me just write here view profile. Okay, you can give anything, and inside this anchor tag I'm just going to give one title. Title is equal to edit. Okay, I'll be telling you why we have to give this one. Title is equal to delete. I'll save this. I'll refresh this one. Whenever I hover on this, here I'll be getting this option. So for that I have just given that one. Let me just give here proper spelling, title. I'll save this. I'll refresh this one. Now whenever I hover on this, it is going to work, and here I'll be getting this title. Now for this edit profile, whenever I click on this, that same model should be opened. So for that, inside this one, inside this anchor tag, inside this second anchor tag, I'm just going to give data target. Let me just write here data target. Data target is equal to the same model. Okay, whatever I am having here, the same form, I'm just going to copy this, and here I'm just going to paste that one. Okay, data target, I'll just paste that one here. User model, and finally I'm having this data toggle, and inside this I'm just going to write here model. I'll save this. I'll refresh this one. Now whenever I click on this edit, you can see the same model is getting opened. Now using ID number, okay, whatever ID I click on that one, using that we are going to edit this one. Okay, now this is getting opened. Okay, this is all about our table. Okay, we are having all these headings, and we are having all this table data. Later on we are going to remove, you don't have to worry about this. Let me just change it to table data here, and also table data here. Using JavaScript, we are going to access all these values, and we are going to display the data. Okay, this is just the template so that you don't get confused what we are doing. Okay, let me just explain you again. Inside index.php, we have just created simple heading, and here I am having form.php and profile.php. Inside form and profile, we have just created the model, and here I am having this input search box, and here I am having this add new button, and for this add new button I have just given data target and data toggle. Below this I am having this table data, and inside this table data we are having all the table. Okay, entire table we are having, and inside this last one we are having 3 anchor tags. Inside first 2 anchor tags I have just given the model target, and finally for the last one I am just having this delete. Okay, now below this we are having this pagination. Pagination also we are just going to remove from here, and later on we are going to access this using JavaScript. Okay, this is how we are going to separate our code, and we are going to put in separate files so that we will be having much better idea what we are doing. Okay, now here I am just going to close all the files. I'll just close to the right. Now once we are done with this, now inside this partials folder I am just going to create one file. Let me just write here user.php. Okay, you can give any file name. Now inside this user.php, first I am just going to write this PHP syntax. Let me just remove this, and here I'll be closing this PHP syntax. Now inside this, first I just want to require this file, because inside this I have just created this database class. Now whatever properties I am having here, I just want to extend that one. Okay, so here first I'm just going to write here require once, and inside this I'm just going to write this database.php. Now below this I'm just going to create one class, and class name let me just write here user. Okay, whatever file name I have given here, I'm just writing the same class name, and I just want to extend all the properties from this database class. Okay, whatever I have created inside this file database.php, I just want to extend all these properties, so I'm just writing here class user extends database. Now inside this class, first, okay, here you can see here inside this I'm having only this database name. Okay, now inside this user.php I'm just going to create table name. I'll just write here protected, and inside this I'm just going to write here one variable table name, and inside this I'm just going to write the table whatever I have created. Now inside this I'm having this user table, I'm just going to write that one user table. Now inside this user.php we are just going to create some function so that it will be useful for us. Okay, now below this let me just write here function to add users. Okay, we are just going to create some of the functions here. Then next we are just going to create function to get rows, then function to get single row. Okay, so for updation, for deletion we need single row, so to get that one we are writing, then function to count number of rows, and also we are going to write the function to upload photo, and function to update, function to delete, and finally function for search. Okay, we are going to create all these functions inside this user.php file. Okay, first let's start with this function to add user. Okay, here I have missed the C here. It's okay, no problem. Now inside this I'm just going to write here public access modifier so that I can access outside this class as well. Now here I'm just going to write this function name, let me just write here add. Inside this function I'll be using insert query to insert the data inside the database. So here I'm just going to write this SQL. Inside this, let me just write this one insert into table name. Okay, we are using oops concept, so here I'm just going to write like this. You just have to write this one. Okay, table name whatever you have given here. Okay, variable name. Okay, insert into table name, you just have to write like this. This means from this particular class I'm just accessing this table name whatever I have given here, table name. Then inside this we just used to pass the column names, like we are having email, phone. Okay, everything we are having here. I'm just going to write that one. Then we are having this values. Okay, this is the syntax for insert query, insert into table name, column name, values, and inside this value we are just going to pass the values. Okay, we will be passing like this whenever we are using this oops concept and PDO, we will be passing like this. Then we are having email. Okay, then we are having phone. Okay, like this we are just going to pass. Let me just write here colon. Okay, this is the static data. Okay, this is the static data whatever I enter, this is the static data whatever I am writing here. Okay, but I don't need this one, we need dynamic data. Whenever I enter the data, that should be directly inserted inside the database. Okay, so for that, inside this function we are just going to check one condition. We are going to create placeholders, and using that placeholders we are just going to change this query here. Okay, now here I am just going to write this condition. Okay, to get the dynamic data I'm just writing this one. I'm just checking whether it is empty or not. Before that we just have to pass one parameter here. Let me just write here data. Okay, this parameter is nothing but whatever data we are inserting, that we are just passing as a parameter. Now here I'm just going to copy this one. I'm just checking whether it is empty or not. If it is not empty, then I'm just coming inside this, I'm checking all this condition whatever I have given here. Now here I'm just going to create one variable. Okay, you can give any variable name, and inside this I'm just going to create another variable that is nothing but placeholder, and also for this I'm just assigning as empty array, because whatever data we are getting, that will be getting in the form of array. So this both the variables I'm just assigning to empty array. Okay, fields and placeholders. Now below this I'm just going to create for each loop, and inside this I'm just going to write this syntax. I'm just writing this data, I'm just defining this data as fields. Data as fields, data as field. Okay, individual field I am just defining, which will be nothing but my value. Okay, whatever value I am getting, I am just writing that one here. Okay, suppose if I just enter my name Khanam, that Khanam will be the value. So I am just telling that for each individual values I am just writing this one. Okay, and this should be run each time. So I am just writing this value, and inside this let me just copy this variable. Now I have already assigned this as empty array, so now this will be array, and for this I'm just assigning this value. Okay, whatever I'm getting here, I'm just assigning that one here. You don't have to get confused here whatever we are doing. Once you practice this one, then you will understand. And also I'm just going to take this placeholder, I'll just copy this one, and here I'm going to paste, and for this placeholder I'm just going to assign the value. Okay, now value we are just going to write like this. Inside this the same thing, I'll just copy, and here I'm just going to paste that one. Okay, you just have to write like this. Okay, this is the fields. Okay, whatever we are getting, like ID, name, email, and these are the values whatever we are having inside that one, we are just assigning to the placeholder, and this one we are just assigning to the fields. Okay, this is how we are just checking the condition. If it is not empty, we are just checking all these conditions. We are assigning this one because we are going to give dynamic data. We don't need any static data. To get dynamic data, we are doing this one. Okay, so you don't have to get confused. If you want to do like this, then also you can do. Okay, based on your requirement, whatever you want, you can do. Okay, now in place of this, I'm just going to change this entire query. Let me just comment this one. Now below this, I'll be writing this SQL query, and inside this, I'm just going to write this one, insert into. Okay, the same thing I'm just going to copy. I just have to insert in the same table name. So I'm just going to paste that one. Now here, using this implode, let me just write that one first, and later on I'm just going to explain you. Using this implode method, whatever values I am getting, I have to separate using comma. Okay, so here inside this, I'm just going to write this comma. Okay, suppose if I just get khanam@gmail.com, so I'm just separating using comma. And whatever from where I'm getting from the fields. Okay, whatever data I'm having in this fields, I'm just going to copy this, and here I'm just going to paste that one. Okay, I'm just separating all the values using comma, and inside this fields, from this fields I'm just getting, and here I'm just going to concatenate with this one, and here I'm just going to close this. Okay, this implode I'm just closing, and till here it is ending here. Okay, inside this I'm having separated with comma, and here I'm having all these fields. Now next, I just have to write this values, and inside this values I just have to pass the same thing. Let me just copy the same thing, and here I'm just going to paste. Let me just remove this, and inside this implode I'm having all these things, and instead of this I want values now. So here I'm just going to write here placeholder. Okay, whatever variable I have passed here, I'm just going to write that one. Okay, from here let me just remove one dollar symbol. Okay, you just have to check this query again. Okay, we should not be having any error, any syntax error in this one. Let me just close this, and I'll just check for that one. Insert into table name, and inside this I'm having this one, double colon. I am just concatenating with this implode. I am just separating using comma, and here I am having this fields, comma, fields, again I am having this dot, closed, and values, again I have just opened this one, implode, then I am having this placeholder dot. Okay, everything is correct. Okay, now we are having this query with us. Okay, now once we are done with this assigning the query, okay, we are having this insert query to insert the data inside the database. Inside this add function, we are just writing that one. Okay, now if we are using MySQL, we have already seen that whenever we want, we just used to execute the query, okay, using MySQL query. But here we are just going to prepare the statement so that we can avoid SQL injections in our project. Okay, now here I am just going to create one variable. Let me just write here statement. Okay, here I am just going to write here this we have already seen. From this particular class we need all the data. So here I am just going to make the connection now. Okay, now this connection variable we have already created inside this database.php. You can see here. Okay, here I am just connecting that one and preparing my statement. Okay, so for that we are having this prepare, and inside this I am just passing this SQL query. Okay, you can give any variable name. Okay, now we have just prepared the statement so that we can avoid SQL injections. Now here I am just going to write here try catch block. Let me just write here catch, and inside this I just have to pass one exception. Let me just write this PDO exception, and inside this I'll be writing here $E. Now inside this, if I have some error, I just want to print that error, so I'm just writing here error. Then I'm just going to concatenate with this one and be writing this one using get message. I just want to display all the error, whatever I am having, I just want to display that one, get message. Let me just remove one S from here. Okay, I am just concatenating whatever error I will be getting. I am just concatenating with that one, and I will be displaying that one. Now inside this, whenever I insert the data inside the database, I have to perform some operation. If I am having some wrong data, I should not insert inside the database, or else it will be open for SQL injection and everybody can hack our project or hack our website. Okay, so for that one, we are just going to check for the transaction here. Now inside this try, let me just write here this, and here I am just going to connect to the database, and here I will be writing here begin transaction. Begin transaction. Okay, this is the method. Okay, whenever you are sending money, okay, if transaction is successful, only then it will be received by the receiver, or else you will be getting your money back if it is failed. In the same way we are doing here. Okay, whenever our transaction is successful, only then we are going to insert the data, or else we are just going to roll back that one. So roll back we are just going to do here. Let me just write here this, and here again we are just have to write here connection, and here I am just going to write here rollback. Okay, whatever changes, okay, without affecting to my database, I should get rollback and I should be getting whatever previously I was having, that I should be getting here. Okay, whenever transaction is successful, only then I will be inside this try block, and whatever data I will be writing now, that will be executed here. Okay, now I just have to execute the statement. I will be writing here statement. Whenever my transaction is successful, only then I have to execute. Let me just write that one, execute, and inside this we just have to pass this data. Okay, this data is nothing but whatever data we are inserting inside the database. Okay, inside the database whatever we are inserting, we are just passing and we are executing that one here once a transaction is successful. Okay, so for that you just have to write begin transaction method. Once we are done with that, we just have to execute that one. Now once we are inserting the data, we need one last inserted ID. So here I am just going to create one variable. Let me just write here last inserted ID. And to get that one, we just have to write like this. Let me just write here this dot connection, and inside this we are having this one last insert. Okay, basically we will be getting suggestions. Here I am not getting suggestions, so I am not aware of the spellings here. Last insert ID. Okay, now using this method we will be getting the last inserted ID. If suppose if I enter Khanam Seema, then I can just access Seema ID because that is the last inserted ID. Now below this, whatever changes I have done here, I have to commit that one. Okay, yes, these changes are done by me. So here I am just going to write this one, this, and here I will be writing this connection, and I just have to commit these changes. So for that we are having this one. Let me just remove this, and here I will be writing this commit. Okay, whatever changes, whatever transactions we have done, we are just committing that one, and whatever value we are getting from here, we just have to return that one here. I am just going to write here return, and here I will be pasting that one. Okay, this is all about our add function. Inside this add function, we are just checking whether the data is empty or not. If the data is not empty, we are just assigning the fields and placeholders to empty array. Then using this for each loop, we are just accessing each and every value again and again, and whatever fields we are having, we are just storing inside this one, and whatever values we are having, we are just storing inside the placeholder. Now while writing SQL query, we want all the dynamic data, we don't need any static data. So we are writing like this, insert into this table name, and this implode method we are using because we just want to separate the values whatever we are getting using comma. And inside values we are just writing this one. In place of values we are having placeholders. In place of all the fields we are having these fields. Now here once we are done with this, we have to prepare for the statement. Only then we will be avoiding SQL injections. Now inside this try catch block, I am just telling that whenever I have the successful transaction, only then I have to execute the statement, and I should be accessing the last inserted ID, and whatever changes I have done, I have to commit inside the database, and I should be getting the last inserted ID. Okay, whatever ID I will be getting here, I just want to return that one. If I don't have successful transaction, inside this catch block, I will be rollbacking that one. Okay, whatever changes I was having previously, it will be rolled back to that one. And if I am having some error, using this one, using this exception, all the error will be displayed using this get message method. Okay, this is all about add function. Okay, you can just take the screenshot of this if you want, or okay, or else you can just refer that one, or you can do along with me. Okay, you can just take the screenshot. Okay, this is our function, add function. We are done with this function. Now next function is our get rows function. Okay, this is our function, add function. We are done with this function. Now next function is our get rows function. Okay, now in this function we are going to fetch all the data. We have already seen in the demo project, whenever we are fetching the data, we need only 4 data should be displayed. Okay, so for that we need one start limit, and also we need one end limit. Okay, now here I am just going to create the function for this one, public function. And for this function name, I am just going to write here get rows. Okay, because I just want to fetch all the rows, so I am just writing here get rows. Okay, you can give any function name. I need start and end limit. So for that, here I am passing 2 parameters. I am just writing here start is equal to 0, and my limit value, let me just write here 4. Okay, you can give any limit value. I am giving here 4. You can give 10, you can give 20. Based on your project requirement, you can give any value here. Now inside this, I will be writing SQL query now. Let me just write here SQL, and inside this I will be writing this one select. Okay, I want to fetch all the data, so I am writing here star from the same table name. Okay, I am just going to copy from here, and here I am just going to paste that one. Okay, select star from table name, and I just have to order, I'll be writing this one, order by, I just want to display in descending order, so I'll be writing that one. Okay, if you don't give this one descending order, then also it's fine, the data will be displayed in ascending order. I'm just giving this one. Okay, and here I'm just telling the limit. My limit is nothing but whatever start and end value I'm having. Okay, whatever parameters I have passed here, I'm just passing here. I'll close, and inside this, okay, now I am just passing the start limits, that is nothing but 0 to 4. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, it will be taken like that, only 4 datas will be displayed. Now below this, once we are done with this, we have to prepare for the statement. So here whatever we have written here, I am just going to copy, and here I am going to paste that one. Okay, once we are done with writing the query, we have to prepare for that one. Now here we are not going to check any condition, directly we just have to execute this one. I am just going to copy, paste, and from here I am just going to remove this one. Okay, now this is all about getting rows. Now from here, let me just close this one because all the colors has been changed now. Now once we are done with this, once we have seen how we are selecting all the data, now I have to fetch all the data from the database. Okay, so for that here we are just checking the condition. I am just writing this one, if my statement, okay, that is nothing but if my row count, okay, we are having this method, if my row count, if it is greater than 0, only then I have to fetch all the data. Okay, so to fetch all the data, I am just going to create one variable, results, and inside this, okay, whenever my row count is greater than 0, if I am having any record inside the database, only then I have to come inside this, if execute this one, and I should fetch all the data. Now here I am just writing this one, statement, and we are having this fetch method. Let me just write that one, fetch all. We are using get rows, so I have to fetch all the data, and here I am writing fetch fetch all, and inside this I'll be writing this one pdo : and I am writing this one fetch assoc. Okay, fetch assoc, I'll be telling you why we are writing this one. Okay, now by default when we are fetching all the data, it will be providing in the index and the associative value. Okay, whatever index number like 0, 1, 2, 3, and from that 0 whatever data I am having, that will be displayed to me, like it will be like this. For 0th index I'll be having some data here, some data, then for 1 index I'll be having some data here, like this it is going to provide, but I need only this one. Okay, only this values I need, so I'm just writing here fetch assoc, only associative values I'm just going to fetch. Okay, so we just have to write this one, fetch assoc. If my row count is greater than 0, only then I have to fetch all the data, else, here I'm just going to write here else block. If I am not having any data, I'm just going to copy this, and for this I'm just going to assign empty array. Okay, because whatever values we are getting, we will be getting in the form of array. If I don't have any data inside my database, and if I am trying to fetch, it is going to return me empty array, and whatever data I am getting here, I just have to return that one. Okay, if successfully I'll be getting this result, then I just have to return that one so that I can fetch all the data here. I'll save this. Okay, now we have created function for adding users. We have created function for getting rows. Now we will see how to get single rows, because whenever we want to update the user, we are not going to update all the data. We are just going to update that particular user, and also if we want to delete, we are going to delete that particular user. If we want to view the profile, we are going to view that particular user. So for that we should need the function to fetch the single row from the database. Okay, now we are going to see how to do that one. Okay, now inside this function we will be passing 2 parameters, from which field what value should be taken. Okay, now here let me just write here public, and here I'll be writing function, and inside this I'll be writing here get row. Okay, only one row I just have to fetch, and inside this I'll be passing 2 parameters, field, okay, from which field, like ID, name, from which field, and what value I have to fetch. Okay, 2 parameters I'm just passing, and inside this let me just copy the same thing from here. I'll just copy this one, and here I'm just going to paste, and instead of this select star from, I'm just going to remove this one. Instead of this I'll be writing here where my this field, this particular field whatever I have passed, this field will be equal to that value. Okay, whatever value I am getting, that will be equal to that one. I'm just going to copy this one, and here I'm just going to paste that one. I'll just close this. Okay, like ID, name, whatever field I am having, it should be equal to this particular field whatever I am accessing. Okay, now once we are done with this, let me just check for this one. Select star from table name where field is equal to field. Now once we are done with this, we just have to execute this. Let me just copy the same thing, and here I am just going to paste that one. Okay, now we have to prepare. Once we are done with writing query, we have to prepare, then we have to execute. Then if my row count is greater than 0, if I am fetching only single record, which means that my record is present inside the database, and from here I don't have to fetch all the things, I just have to fetch single record. So here I will be writing fetch, and for this also we are just writing here fetch as soak. If I am not having any data, I am just returning empty result. Let me just change the variable here. Let me just write here result, and here also I am just returning the result. Okay, from rows we are just fetching all the data, and we are just converting, and we are just passing here fetch as soak, and from here we are just fetching single record, so we just have to write here fetch. Next we are just going to write the function to count the number of rows present inside the database. Now here I am just writing this public function, and here inside this I will be writing here get count. Now inside this I am just going to copy this entire thing from here, okay, from get row function, and here I am just going to paste that one. And from here let me just change this one. I will just remove this, and here instead of this I will be writing this one select count star, which means that I just want to count how many number of rows are present inside my database. Okay, I will just write this one, and here let me just write here p count. Okay, this is nothing but alias. Instead of printing like this, I am just writing this name. Okay, from table name I just want to print that one. Okay, let me just write this one from, and from here I am just going to copy this. I'll just paste that one. Okay, select count star, which means that I am counting all the rows present inside the database. After writing this query, I am just preparing for that, and here I am just executing that one. Okay, now if I get the count, I just don't want this one, I don't want to check this one, and also I don't need this one. Okay, instead of that I am just going to fetch all the records. I am just converting that one, okay, so that I will be getting the count, and inside this I am just going to pass this one, okay, because I will be getting this array, so I want this count. I am just going to paste that one here, and also I am just going to close this one. Okay, don't forget to close or else you will be getting this error. Okay, I am just writing the query to count the number of rows present inside the database. Once I write this query, I am just preparing my statement. Once I prepare, I am just going to execute that one. Once I execute, I have to fetch all the records. I am fetching all the records, but I am just returning the count, how many data is present. So we have to pass like this. If we just pass this one, it is going to return all the data, but if we just pass like this, okay, whatever name you have given here, if you just pass here, okay, that is going to return you the count, number of records present inside the database. And now totally we have created 4 functions. First for adding users, then we have just created the function for getting rows, then get row, single row, and we have created get count. Okay, now totally we have created 4 functions. First for adding users, then we have just created the function for getting rows, then get row, single row, and we have created get count. Okay, now we are just going to see whenever we are inserting the data, we are also inserting image. Okay, to insert image we are having a separate long procedure. Now we are going to see that one. Okay, before that let me just come here. Okay, I have already uploaded this video in my YouTube channel. If you want, you can refer that one. Only for explanation purpose I am just taking this example, and I will be telling you when we upload image what are the things we have to take care. Okay, now here let me just write one name, Ria, and here mobile number. Let me just write something. I'll just select one image, and from here let me just select this one. Let me just click on submit. It's loading here. Okay, now you can see here I will be getting this output. Okay, the image name whatever I was having, okay, suppose whatever image you are having, like image 1, image 2, that name plus this extension. Okay, for this I have already written the code and I have already uploaded that one. For better understanding you can refer, or else you can just see this one. Okay, now here I am having this 0. Now inside this XAMPP, okay, inside this temp folder, this temporary image will be created, and inside this image will be stored inside this temporary folder. And inside this array we will be having 2 index, 0 index and 1 index. Inside 0th index I will be having the name of the image, and inside first index I will be having the extension. And here this is nothing but I am just checking. I will be giving one array, and inside that I will be passing all the extensions like PNG, JPG, JPEG, all the extensions I will be passing. I will be writing the code for that so that you will understand. Okay, here I am just checking whether that extension whatever I am having here, whatever I am having inside my image, if that is present inside the array, if that extension is present, only then I have to insert the data. Okay, only then I have to insert the image, or else I should not insert that one. Okay, now let's see how to code this one. Okay, only for understanding I have written. Okay, you don't have to worry about this. Now we are just going to write the code for that. Now here I am just going to write here public function, and inside this I am just going to write this one, upload photo or upload image, anything you can write. Inside this I am just going to pass one parameter, that is nothing but file, because we are just passing the image, so I am just writing here file. Okay, if you want you can give any name, there is no restrictions on that. Now inside this, first I am just going to check the condition, if not empty. Okay, which means that if my image, whatever I am inserting, if it is not empty, only then I have to come inside this one. Let me just paste that one. If it is not empty, now first I have to separate the temporary name. So for that I am just going to create this file temp path. Okay, you can give any variable names. I am just going to write here file temp path is equal to, and this file, okay, whatever we are having, from here I am just going to separate this temp name. Okay, this whenever you are inserting, you will be getting one temporary name of the image. We are just separating that one, and we are just storing inside this file temp path. Now below this we will be having name of the image. So for that I am just writing this one, file name. File name is equal to, here let me just write here file, and inside this I am just going to separate the name of the image, and I am storing inside this variable file name. Below this, whatever size we are having, okay, if you want you can just give the size, or else no need. And also I am just going to write this file type. File type is equal to, let me just write here file, and inside this I will be writing the type. Okay, what type my image is. I am just creating separate variables for that one, and I am storing inside that. Now below this, whatever file name we are having here, let me just come here. Okay, now this is my file name, and this is nothing but the extension. Okay, now in between I am having this dot. Now I just have to separate the dot from this one. Okay, this and this I just have to separate. For including, we have already seen we are going to use implode method. Okay, for this one we have already used implode method. Now we are just going to separate that one, so we have to use explode method. Now here I am just going to write here file name, okay, CMPS, okay, comparing, and here I am just going to write this one explode. And using this explode, whenever I am getting this dot, okay, in my file name, I am just separating that one, and here I just have to separate my file name. I'll copy this, and here I am just going to paste that one. Okay, this is how we are going to separate. Now whatever file name or whatever extension I will be getting as my output, okay, now here inside this I will be getting the extension. Now whatever extension I am getting, I am just converting into lowercase, okay, so that I will not be having any issues. Now here I am just going to write here extension. File extension is equal to, now I am just going to convert into lowercase. Here I am just going string to lower, and inside this end value, okay, now first value is nothing but this one. Let me just come here. First value is nothing but this one, and second value is nothing but this one. So for end I am just converting into lowercase, that is nothing but extension, and inside this, okay, my extension will be stored inside this variable. So I am just going to copy this one, and here I am just going to convert into lowercase. Okay, I am just separating temporary name of the file, type of the file, and here I am just separating, whenever I get comma, I am just separating that value, and here I am just storing that values. Now once I get these values, I am just converting into lower cases, and I am just printing that one, and that lower case will be stored inside this file extension. Now here whenever I insert the data inside the database, I don't want whatever my image name I am having, I don't want the same name should be displayed, or same name should be entered inside the database. So for that I am just going to change the name now. Now here I am just going to write here new file name. New file name is equal to, okay, you can use hashing, or we can just, okay, normal we are just going to use this one. Okay, you literally don't have to use MD5. If you know better hashing, you can do that one, but as of now we are just using here MD5, and inside this I am just going to pass this time. Okay, whatever time we are having, I am just going to concatenate this one with my file name. Okay, whatever name we are getting, I am just going to concatenate. I am just doing MD5 so that I will not be having the same name of my file. Now here I am just going to concatenate with this dot file name dot my extension. My extension is stored inside this, copy, and here I am just going to paste that one. Okay, this will be giving me the new file name. Here I am just going to concatenate with this dot extension. Okay, file name dot extension. Here I will be getting this one. Okay, now here I am just going to create one array. Let me just write here allowed extension. Now inside this allowed extension, whatever extensions I want to pass. Now here let me just write for PNG, I want to pass JPG, and also I want to pass only JPEG. Only these three extensions I want to pass whenever I insert the data. Now here I am just going to check the condition. Now here I will be writing if in array, okay, if these extensions are present, only then I have to insert the data. So now here I am just going to write this file extension. In this I will be getting this extension. Here I have already converted that one, whatever I will be getting. Okay, this extension, if it is present inside this one, I will just paste that one here. If it is present inside this, only then I have to insert the data. Okay, now here I am just going to write, create one variable, upload file directory, and inside this I am just going to get the current directory. Okay, get, you just have to write here get current directory, and inside this I am just going to write concatenate with this one. Now here I am just going to concatenate with this uploads folder. Okay, this uploads folder we are just going to create now. I am just going to close this one. Okay, now here I am just telling that if I just get this whatever extension, if it is present inside this one, I am just creating one folder. I am just getting the current directory of my folder, and inside that I am just creating this uploads folder. Now here I am just going to create uploads, okay, folder. Now inside this folder itself all the images will be stored. Okay, I am just getting the current directory, I am creating uploads folder, I am just keeping that one. Now I am just going to create one more variable, destination file path. Let me just write here dest file path. Okay, what will be the destination file path of my image? So for that, let me just give. Now inside this, now this will be having my file. Okay, this will be having my image. I am just going to paste that one. Now dot this new file name. Okay, whatever file name I am having after concatenating or after doing hashing, whatever file name I am having, I am just storing that file name inside this directory. Okay, now I am having all these things. Now I just have to move this one. So for that we are just having this method. Let me just write here move uploaded file. Okay, now whatever I have done, I have to move this one. Okay, this. Okay, now whatever image I am having, I have to move that one. So here inside this, now this one, okay, this temporary path I will be getting whenever I insert the image. Now here, from here I just have to move to this path. Okay, whatever I am getting, this one, I am just pasting that one here. Okay, you don't have to get confused. Literally it's very confusing, I know, but you can still learn this one. Okay, now inside this I just want to return this new file name whatever I am getting here. Okay, I am just going to copy this, and here I am just going to paste. Okay, you don't have to worry, I am just going to explain you again. I'll save this. Okay, this is the function for uploading the photo inside the database. Whenever we insert the image inside the database, we will be having some things. Okay, like we are having temporary name, we will be having temporary folder where the data, where the images will be stored. We will be having name of the image, we will be having type of the image, size of the image. We will be having many properties for one image. Okay, now here I am just separating those properties and I am storing inside separate variables here. Okay, now here using this one, I am just taking the temporary name. Okay, wherever my temporary image will be stored, I am just taking that one, I am storing inside this variable. Name of the image I am storing here, type of the image I am storing here. If you want, you can just take the size. Okay, whatever you want, you can just take that one. Now I will be having like image1.jpeg, like that I will be having my image name. So I am just separating from comma. Once I get comma, I am just separating the last part. Now only jpj will be left, and that will be stored inside this variable. Now here whatever value I am getting here, I am just converting into lower case, and that is nothing but the end part. Okay, here I will be having two parts, array index 0 and array index 1. Inside array index 0 I will be having image name, and inside array index 1 I will be having the extension. So the end part I am just converting into lower case. Now here whatever new file, okay, whatever image I have inserted, I am just changing the name of the image using MD5, and whatever time I am having, I am just concatenating with this file name dot this extension. Now here I am just creating one simple array, and inside this array I am passing all the possible extensions. If you want, you can pass any extensions. Now here I have just passed these three extensions, PNG, JPG and JPEG, and inside this I am just checking if inside this array, okay, whatever extension I am getting from here, the end part, if this extension is present inside this one, only then I have to upload the file. Okay, so here I am just creating this upload file type, and here I am from here I am just getting the current directory, that is nothing but PHP advanced, and inside this I am just creating this uploads folder. Once I created this one, I am just creating the destination file path, and whatever folder or whatever path I am having here, I am just concatenating with this file name. Okay, whatever file name I am getting here, new file name, after inserting inside the database, I am just concatenating with that one. Okay, once it is done, I'm just moving this file temp path to my destination folder. Okay, destination path whatever I have created here. Once it is done, I'm just returning the new file name whatever I am getting here after changing that one. Okay, this is how we are going to write function for uploading images. Okay, if you want, you can just take the screenshot. Once you practice this one, then you will understand. Once you understand, then you don't have to by heart anything. Okay, this is how we are going to write the function for that one. Okay, now totally we have written adding users, getting rows, get count, and finally upload photo. Okay, now we are left with this update, delete and search. Update, delete and search we are going to see later. Once we are done inserting the data inside the database, only then we are going to see about update, delete and search. Okay, now totally we have written adding users, getting rows, get count, and finally upload photo. Okay, now we are left with this update, delete and search. Update, delete and search we are going to see later. Once we are done inserting the data inside the database, only then we are going to see about update, delete and search. Okay, now inside this user.php we have done all these things. Okay, now let's see how to insert the data inside the database. Now if I just come here, I'll refresh this one. I'll just close this. Now if I click on this and if I click on submit, okay, it will not be inserted inside the database. Okay, because we have still not written any Ajax for this one. So we are just writing the Ajax code now. So before that, just come to form.php, and inside this I am having this submit and close buttons. Let me just close this one. Now here I am having this submit and close. Now below this I am just going to create two input fields. Let me just write the comment. Two input fields. First for adding and next for updating or deleting or viewing profile. Updating, deleting or viewing profile. Okay, so I'm just going to create two input fields here, input into 2, and inside this input field let me just give the type. Let me just give here hidden, because I don't want this should be visible to anyone. So I'm just giving here type is equal to hidden, and for this first one I'm just going to give the name is equal to action. Okay, because using this action we are going to fetch all the data and we are going to perform actions like adding users, deleting users, everything we are going to do. And for this I'm just going to give the value. Let me just write here add user. Okay, now for this second one I'm just going to give here name, and for this I'm just going to give here user ID. Okay, now which means that using this user ID we can get the particular record and we can see the record, we can update the record, and also we can delete the record. And for this ID also I'm just going to give the same thing. I'll copy this one and here I'm just going to paste. And for this value I don't want to give anything because we don't need any value for this one. Okay, I have just created two input fields inside form.php. Inside model footer I have just created this one, two hidden input fields, and for this first one I am just giving adding users, and for second one I am just giving here user ID. Using this user ID we can access any particular record, like user number 1, user number 2, I can access that one. So I am just creating this two input fields. Okay, now whatever data I am inserting here, now I am just going to open this one. Now here I am inserting some data. Suppose here I have just inserted some data. Whatever values I am having inside this one, inside this form, inside this fields, whatever values I am having here, that I have to fetch. Okay, now that this we are going to fetch using Ajax. Ajax stands for asynchronous JavaScript and XML. Once we are using Ajax, it will not reload the page again and again. Okay, once it is done, it is going to stop. Okay, Ajax, if you want to learn, I have already uploaded one complete video on Ajax. Okay, only for better understanding you can just refer that one. It's not necessary that you have to know Ajax to do this one. If you only know the basics of Ajax, then you can go with this one. Now here inside this I'm just going to create one folder. Let me just write here JS, and inside this I'm just writing here script.js. Now inside index.php we are having all these things. Now below this script tag, last script tag, I'm just going to write here JS file. Below this I'm just going to link that one, script src, and inside JS folder I'm having this script.js. Let us check whether it is linked or not. So for that here I am just going to write here alert. Let me just write here 1. I'll save this. I'll refresh this one. Okay, now here I am getting this alert, which means that it is successfully linked. Now we can just write the code here. Now inside this, if you are aware of jQuery, we will be writing whenever our document is ready, only then we have to load our entire content. So for that here I am just going to write this document document dot. Now here I am just writing document ready. Whenever my document is ready, that is after all the HTML, JavaScript on CSS is loaded, only then I have to load this one. Whenever my document is ready, I just want to execute this function. And inside this function, first let me just write here let me just write alert only, alert JS. I'll save this. I'll refresh this one. You can see only once my document is ready, I'll be getting this alert. Okay, so this is how it is very useful. Whenever our document is ready, only then we are going to load this one and we are going to display the output. Now inside this, first let us write for adding users. Okay, now using Ajax, we are going to add the data inside the database. So for that, we have to write the code here. Now here inside this, whenever I click on the submit button, only then I have to insert the data. Now that submit button, let me just come here. Okay, now here I am having this submit button. Now for this type, let me just write here submit. Inside this, I am having this form, and for this form I have given the ID as add form. Now I am just going to come here. Now here I will be writing the code. Now inside my document, I am writing this on event. Whenever I click on submit, I just want to access this one. Okay, I just want to access this ID. I'll just copy this ID from here, and here I am just going to paste that one. Okay, whenever I click on the submit button, I am just accessing the form ID, and once I get this one, I am just going to write this function. And inside this function, I am just going to pass this event. Okay, event object, which means that whenever I submit the form, I don't want my entire data should be refreshed and I don't want my entire data should be deleted. So here first we have to prevent that one. So here I am just writing prevent default. Okay, I am just preventing that one so that whatever data I am entering, that will be there. Okay, whenever I click on submit button, I am just accessing the form, and inside this I am just writing this function. Inside this I have just passed this event object, and here I am just preventing that one. Okay, now finally we are using Ajax here. Let me just write here Ajax. Now here you have to write like this $.ajax, and inside this we will be having some parameters to be passed. Now first I am just going to write here URL, and inside this URL, now let me just create one file here, ajax.php. Okay, now this file name whatever we are having here, now suppose here I am having this one. Okay, php advanced index.php. I am just going to copy this, and inside this URL I am just going to paste that one, and I just have to write this ajax.php. Okay, the same thing you have to write here, ajax.php. We just have to separate by comma, not semicolon. Now next we are going to pass the type. Type is nothing but post. Okay, because we are using post method and we have already passed inside the form. You can see here we have passed the method as post. So here I am just passing the post. Okay, let me just write in capital. If you write in smaller letters, then also no problem. Then next we are passing the data type. Data type we are passing in JSON format. So here I am just writing JSON. Next we are having the data. What data we are just processing? We are just processing the new form data. Okay, whatever data we are getting, we are just processing that one. And from which form we are processing? From this form. Okay, the same form we are processing. Whatever we have written here, from same form we are processing. So we just have to write here this. Then I am just writing here process data. Process data to be false. Okay, you don't have to worry about this. And also we are just writing here content type. Content type is very important. We have to write this one because we are inserting image inside our database. So we have to write this one content type to be false. Not only image, if you are inserting files or if you are inserting some documents, then you have to write this content type to be false. Now inside this, let me just write here before sending. Okay, before sending the data inside the database. Now here I am just going to write one function. Okay, if it is loading, let me just write here console.log. Console.log. Inside this, let me just write here waiting, wait data is loading. Okay, you can give anything here. Separate by comma. Then I am just writing here success. And inside this I am just going to pass this function, and inside this function if I am getting some response, I am just writing that response here. And inside this success, let me just print in console, and later on we are just going to insert that one, and I just want to print this response. then separate by comma. If I am having some error inside this, I am just writing this error, and here I am just passing this function, and inside this function, okay, if you want, it will be having two parameters. First is request and second is error. And inside this, if you just want to print any error, if you get console.log, you can just write here arguments, or you can just write here console.log, and here I am getting this error, and my error is nothing but I am just going to concatenate with this one, and here I am just passing this parameter error. Okay, this error I am just passing. If I am having any error, that will be printed. Okay, now here I am getting this error. I just have to separate by comma. You should not use semicolons here. You can just see this one. Okay, whenever I click on submit button, I am just accessing the form, and here I am just preventing the default submission of the form. Now here I am having this Ajax syntax, and inside this I am having all these parameters: URL type, data type, data. I am just fetching the data from the form data, process data, content type, before send I am having, and we are having this success. We are having before send, we are having success, and finally we are having this error. Inside error I am just passing this request and error. If I am having any error inside my document, that will be printed. I am just closing this one. I'll save this. Okay, this is all about Ajax. We are just passing for adding users. Now here inside this URL, I have just given this path. Okay, I have just given this path. So whenever I click on this submit button, I will be redirected to ajax.php. Inside this, we are just going to check the condition, and using that condition, we are going to insert the data inside the database. Now inside index.php, let us check whether we are getting the output or not. Let me just write here PHP. Here I will be closing this one. Now inside this, let me just print this one, print R, and here I will be printing this one. Okay, request. Okay, now request I am giving because data can be coming using post or get. So I am just writing this request, and here I will be writing this die. I will save this. I will refresh this one. Now here I am just going to insert some data. Before that, let me just inspect this. I will just come to network tab, and here I am just going to insert some data. Khanam@gmail.com. I'll be writing one number, and here I'm just going to select one image. Select this one, submit. Now you can see here I'm getting one request. Okay, ajax.php. Okay, let me just increase the size. Okay, now you can see here inside this network tab, I'm just getting one request, ajax.php, whenever I click on submit button. Now when I open this, okay, whatever data I have passed here, that is Khanam, you can see email I am getting, this mobile number, whatever I have passed. User ID is empty because we are not getting any ID now. Okay, we will be getting this ID only when we update or delete users. Okay, but you can see action I am getting here, add user, which means that I am getting this result now. But here if you see, image is not visible. So here instead of this, if you just write here files, now image will also be visible here. I'll save this. I'll refresh this one. Now again I'm just going to insert some data here. Seema@gmail.com, mobile number, image. Let me just select this book. I'll submit. Now inside this Ajax, now you can see here I am getting this image. Okay, now if you notice here, the image name, okay, whatever I told you, you can see it is been changed. From book name, I am having this image.jpg inside this temporary. Inside this destination folder, my image will be saved. And here I am having this error. I don't have any error, so I am getting this 0. And for image, I am getting this size as well. As I already told you, we have already separated this one, and we have already stored in separate variables. Okay, now this image is been displayed. Okay, this is how we are going to send a request using Ajax, and we are going to get the output. Let me just minimize this. Okay, now here I am having this one. Now whenever I click on submit, again I am getting this response. Okay, again I will be getting this ajax.php. Okay, the same response I am getting here. But if you see here, the form is not getting closed. Okay, the form is not getting closed. Again, if I just close this one, if I open this, you can see the values are still present. Okay, two things we have to do that we are going to do later. Now let's come to ajax.php file. Now inside this, I'm just going to comment this one. Okay, we don't need this one. Now below this, now here I'm just going to create one variable action, and inside this I'm just going to get that action. Okay, whatever action I am just going to perform using this request, super global variable, I'm just going to get this action. Okay, this input field we have already created inside this form.php. If you see here, below these buttons we have already created this one. Okay, this action we have already performed. So this one I'm just accessing, I'm storing inside this action variable. Now here I'm just taking the condition if not empty. If my action is not empty, whatever I am performing, if it is not empty, I am just coming inside this one. If it is not empty, only then I have to require this user.php file. Now here I am just going to require once, and inside this I am just going to require that file. So that file is present inside this partials folder, inside partials, inside user.php. Okay, I have just returned this one. Now below this I am just going to create one variable obj, and inside this I am just going to create one new object for this user. Okay, this user class we have already created inside user.php. Let me just show you here. Inside this we have already created this user. So for that I am just creating one object. I am storing inside this variable obj. Okay, now once we are done with this, now here I am just going to write one comment, adding action, adding user action. Now below this I am just going to check this condition now. If my action, if it is equal to add user, okay, we are adding inside this input field, we have already given this one, and if it is not empty, okay, only then I have to insert this one. If it is not empty, and my empty is nothing but this post. If it is not empty, only then I have to insert all the data. Here I am just going to create one variable p name, and inside this, using this $post, I am just going to access the values here. Okay, now inside this, whatever values, okay, whatever name field we have given here, let me just come here. For username we have just given here. Okay, for username we have given username. I am just going to copy this, and here I am just going to paste. Then we are having email field, and for email field also we have just given email. Let me just write here email. Next we are having mobile photo. Let me just change here and here. I'll just change it to mobile. Okay, variable names you can give anything, but whatever name you have passed inside your input fields, you have to give the same thing here. Now here I'm just going to write photo, and inside this I'm just going to write here photo. Okay, let me just check whatever I have given here. For username, username. For email I have given email. For mobile I have given mobile here, and here I have given mobile. And for finally for photo name I have given photo, and here also I have given photo. Now inside this I'm just going to write one condition. Now here for this user ID I'm just going to write this condition now. Now here let me just write this one. I will be writing here player ID or user ID, anything, player ID. Here I am just going to write this condition. If it is not empty, then I have to give the ID. If it is empty, then I am just giving as blank. Now here I am just writing this one, empty. Empty $post, and inside this I am just going to pass this user ID whatever I have created inside this form.php. Here I am having this user ID. I'll copy this one, and here I am just going to paste. If it is not empty, which means that if it is true, then I am just passing the same thing. I'll just copy this one, and here I am just going to paste. If it is not empty, then this will be executed. If it is empty, then inside this, let me just remove this, then I am just keeping it as blank. If it is not empty, which means that I am updating or deleting the data. If it is empty, that means that I am inserting the data. Now here I have just created one variable player ID. Inside this I am just checking this one. If it is not empty, then this will be executed. Let me just close this one here, or else this will be executed here. Now along with data, as I told you, for photo we are having separate procedure. Now here I am just going to create one variable. Let me just write here image name, and here I am just giving as empty. Now below this I am just going to check the condition. If it is not empty, okay, if my photo is not empty, let me just write here $. If my photo is not empty, and inside that whatever name I am having inside that photo, if it is not empty, only then I am inserting the data. So before that let me just write here image name, and for this image name I am just writing this one obj, and I am just accessing this, okay, whatever function we have already created inside user.php for uploading photo. Let me just come down. I am just going to copy this function, and here I am just going to paste that one. Here I will be writing $. If my photo is not empty, then I am just accessing that function. I am just calling this function here. Inside this I just have to pass this one. Okay, let me just write here photo. I'll copy this, and here I am just going to paste that one. I'll be writing here $. Okay, if my photo is not empty, I'm just calling this function and I will be inserting the data inside the database. Now below this, let me just write here player data, and inside this I'm just writing here p name. Okay, this p name is nothing but whatever column name I have given inside the database, it will be equal to the value. Okay, the values will be stored inside this. I'm just going to copy this one. Let me just copy this, and here I'm going to paste. I'll just separate using comma. Then we are having email, then we are having mobile, then finally we are having photo. And inside this I'm just going to pass this variables. I'll paste here, separate using comma. Again I'm just going to copy this one, and here I'm going to paste, and finally again I'm just going to copy. Okay, now this name, okay, this image will be stored here, so I'm just going to paste that one here. Okay, else if my image is empty, if I'm not having any image inside that one, then here I'm just going to write here else condition, and inside this else I'm just going to copy the same thing. I'm going to paste here, and here, from here I'm just going to remove this photo. Okay, I don't want to insert the photo, only the data will be inserted. Okay, once it is done, okay, we have to call the add function now. Whatever we have written inside this user.php for adding the users, okay, now we have to call this function, add function. So here below this, okay, now this also in else part I have to access this entire thing, and inside this players data I have to store. Okay, now from here I'm just going to remove this one. Okay, I'm sorry for that, I just forgot this one. Now below this I have to call this add function. So here I'm just going to write that one. Let me just write here. I'm just going to copy this one, player ID, and here I'm just going to paste. And now I'm just going to call this add function, and inside this I'm just going to pass this player data. Okay, in whatever values I'm having here, I'm just passing that one as a parameter. Okay, I'm just calling the add function, and also here I have just called this upload photo function. Now below this I'm just going to write one if condition. Now in this if condition I am checking that if my ID is empty or not. I'm just going to write this empty, if my ID is empty or not, and inside this I'm just going to pass this variable. I'm just going to copy this, and here I'm just going to paste. I'm just checking that one, if my ID is empty or not. If it is empty, if it is not empty, I'm just going to create one variable player, and inside this I'm just writing this obj. Now here, from here I'm just going to call this get row function, okay, to get the rows from this particular data, and from which data I just want to access from the ID field, and what data I want to access. I just want to access this user ID. I just want to access this one, and here I'm just going to paste that one. Okay, this is for getting the rows. Once we insert the data, we have to get the rows. So here I'm just checking the condition. If it is not empty, then I'm just accessing, I'm just calling this get row function, which I have already created here, get row function. Okay, inside this I'm having this field and value. So here I'm just passing, my field is nothing but ID from the database, and my value is whatever value I'm getting from here. Okay, I'm just passing that one here. Okay, now this entire thing will be in array format, so we have to convert into JSON. So here I'm just going to write here echo JSON. We just have this encode, and inside this I'm just going to pass this player. I'll copy this one, and here I'm just going to paste that one. Once we are done with this, we just have to exit from here. Now finally we have done writing all the code for inserting the data inside the database. Like we have created the function for adding users, and also we have performed this action. Whenever I click on this add new user button, what happens? Okay, what data will be inserted inside the database? Okay, everything we have done. And here before that I just wrote here p name. Okay, it actually a name because in my database I have given my column name as name. Okay, so whatever you give here, that you have to pass here. Okay, same thing you have to pass here, and these variables are nothing but whatever data we are inserting inside the form. I'm just storing inside these variables. I'm just passing that variables here. So once I pass this one here, that data will be stored inside the columns. Okay, inside the database columns, this data will be stored. Okay, here whatever you have passed here on left side, that should be matching with this one. Okay, whatever you have given here inside the database, and here whatever variables you have created here, okay, where our data will be stored, that variables you have to pass here. Okay, now we are almost done with this inserting the data inside the database. Let's check whether the data is getting inserted or not. Okay, now here I am just going to come I'll refresh this one. Before that, let me just inspect this and check whether the data is getting inserted or not. If the data will be inserted, then I'll be getting the response. Let us check here. I'll just come to console. I'll just click on this add new user button. I'll just write here Khanam at gmail.com. Let me just write one number. I'll just select one file, and from here let me just select this one, open. I'll just click on submit. Okay, now here I am having this error, parse error, and here I am having what error I am having inside my code. And also here you can see, here I am getting this wait, data is loading, because here I have written that inside script.js. Let me just come here, inside JS, inside script.js, I am having this one. Okay, before my data is getting sent inside the database, it is loading for some time, and then it is, okay, it is not successful, so it is not coming here directly, it is coming here and it is printing me the error. Okay, whatever error I am getting here. Okay, let us check for the error here. Okay, you will be getting all the options. Okay, and also you will see here I am having the syntax unexpected. Okay, some error I am having here. Now here let me just check here inside script.js. Okay, inside script.js I don't have any error. Let me just come to user.php. And here inside this, okay, now here I just have to write here dollar fields. Okay, because we are inserting the values. Now here these are nothing but our values where all the names will be stored. Like if I just write Seema at gmail.com, that values will be stored here. So here I just have to pass here dollar. I'll save this one. Let me just come to ajax.php. And here I am having all this p name, email, mobile. Okay, these are the name fields which are present inside the input field. Okay, now here everything is same. Okay, now here else part I have not closed. Let me just close this one. You can see else part I have to close. This is the else part ending here. I'll just save this. Okay, now everything is fine. Let us check for that one. I'll refresh this again. I'll just click on add new user button. Let me just add Seema here. And here I'll be writing Seema at gmail.com. And mobile number, photo. Let me just select this butterfly, open. I'll just click on submit. Okay, now you can see here I am getting this response. Once I successfully get this response, I will be getting the data inside the database. Okay, let me just come to database. I'll just refresh this one. Okay, now you can see the data is successfully inserted inside the database. Okay, Seema at gmail.com, whatever number I have given here, it is successfully inserted. Okay, don't worry, I am going to explain you everything. Okay, whatever we have done till now, we are going to revise so that we don't get confused whatever we have done. Okay, this is how we are going to insert. But the problem, if you see here, once I click on submit button, the form is not getting closed. Okay, now if I just close this form, again if I open this one, you can see the values are still present inside the form. So two things we have to do. Previously I told you we have to do these two things, and later on we are going to do. Now we are going to perform these two things. First, whenever I click on submit button, I have to close this form, and once it is closed, all the values should be reset. Okay, I should not be having any values here. So when it is happening, whenever I click on submit button, only then this action should be performed. So which means that inside script.js, whenever I am getting this response, okay, if my response is successful, here I am just checking the condition. If I am getting the response, then I just have to close the form. So here using this jQuery, I am just going to come here and my form, okay, this user model I just have to close. So here inside script.js, I am just going to paste that ID. Okay, entire model I have to close. And here I am just going to write model, and I just want to hide that one. Okay, I don't want to show that one once I click on submit button. And also I just want to clear all the form fields. Next time whenever I click on add new user button, it should be empty. Okay, so for that I have to clean my form, and inside form.php, and for form I have given this add form. Here I am just going to paste that one, and here I just have to write this one 0th index, and I just want to reset all the values. So you have to write like this. I'll save this. I'll refresh this one. Again I am going to insert one more data. Let me just write here Khanam, and here I'll be writing Khanam at gmail.com. Let me just write one mobile number, photo. Let me select this book, submit. Once I click on submit, the form got closed, and now when I click on this add new user button, you can see no fields are there. Okay, all are empty. So you have to do, whenever we get this response successfully, when we get this one, only then we have to perform this action. We have to close the form, and also we have to reset the form. Okay, sorry, we have to close the model and we have to reset the form. Okay, this we have to perform, or else the form will stay and also the values will be present. Now let's check inside the database. I'll enter. Okay, let it refresh. Okay, now you can see two values are inserted inside the database. Okay, now we are successfully done with inserting the database. Now let's revise all the things, all the concepts, whatever we have done till now. Okay, because this is advanced level project. If you are a beginner and if you have started with this one, then you should know, and each and every step you have to keep on revising. You have to keep on practicing so that you will get to know the concepts in clear way and better way. Okay, let me just come here. Okay, if you want, you can just skip this revision part and you can go to the next part of this one. Okay, but I have to revise this so that you will be having much better idea whatever we have done till now. Okay, if you are having any errors, you can still see this one and you can solve your issues. Okay, now here inside index.php, we have just written this basic boilerplate of our project. Okay, using bootstrap, I have just linked bootstrap CSS link, font awesome link, bootstrap JS, popper, and also bootstrap min.css link. Okay, we have linked all the basic links. Inside this, first I am having this heading. Below this, I have just created one separate files, form.php and profile.php. Now below this search box and add new user button I am having. Then below this, I am just having this pagination, and inside this table data, I have just created one table and I have just pasted that one. Now inside this form, I have just given this ID as user model. Okay, role, okay, if you want you can give, or else you can just remove this one as I told you before. And class, I have just given model and fade. Okay, these are bootstrap classes. You don't have to worry and you don't have to by heart. Once you go to bootstrap website, you will be having this entire form code. You just have to copy and paste in your project if you are using bootstrap. If you are writing completely from the scratch, then you have to write JavaScript for that, and you have to do a lot of things. If you are using bootstrap, then you can just reduce that one. Okay, you don't have to write the form code. Okay, entire thing you don't have to write. Okay, so here we have done all these things. Now below this, I'm having this pagination, and inside this I'm having, okay, this entire thing I have just copied from bootstrap, and only for this nav I have just given this ID as pagination, and for this UL I have just given justified content to be center. Okay, now everything we are done. Now once we are done with this basic setup, you just have to come to database.php, and inside the database you have to create the database. Okay, here I have already created this database called user data. Inside this I have this user table. I'll just come to structure, and here I have created this table. Okay, we have already seen all the steps, how to create the database, how to create the tables inside that, and how to give auto increment primary key. Everything we have seen, and here everything we have done here. Okay, now once we are done, we have to connect to the database, and we are just using PHP oops concept. So here I'm just using the class, and inside this I'm just creating some variables, and inside this variables I'm just assigning the values. Okay, this is my server localhost. Here I'm having root, okay, that is username, and here I have just given the password and this database name. Okay, if you have not changed your password and if you have not messed with the database, then you will be having the empty password. Okay, if you want to change, then also you can do that one. I have changed my password, so I'm just giving my database password. Okay, you can give your database password and your username. Okay, now here I'm just creating this constructor, and inside this constructor I'm just using this try catch block. If I am having error, this will be redirected here. If I am not having any error, I will be successfully connected to the database. And inside this I'm just creating this data source name variable, and here I'm having this mysql host, and inside this first we have to pass this one. Okay, whatever variable you have created, and from where we are taking this one, we are taking from the same class. Okay, inside the same class we are creating this function, so we are taking this variables from the same class. So here we have to write this. From this I'm just taking this database server name, then I'm having this database username, and then finally you have to write this char set utf. Okay, this is nothing but encoding. You have to pass these things, three things inside this DSN. Now once we are done with this, I'm just creating this array. I'm just creating this one because I want this to exist for a longer period of time. So I'm just creating this attribute persistent, and inside array I'm just passing this one using PDO. Now once we are done with this, we just have to create the new PDO, and inside this whatever I have created this one, I'm just passing this variable. Okay, inside this variable we have just passed our local host. Okay, that is our server name and the database name. So now here we have to pass the rest things, that is nothing but our username and password. Okay, here I'm just passing that one, username and password, and this is nothing but, okay, inside this the third parameter will be the options. Okay, this whatever we have passed, and this is nothing but for a longer period of time we just want to access this, so we are just passing that one. If I'm having some error here, it will come to here inside the catch block, and this error will be printed using this get message method. Okay, I hope everything is clear till here. Okay, now once we are done with this database.php, once we are done connecting to the database, now here I have just created user.php. Inside user.php, I have just created some functions, okay, like function to add users, function to get rows, function to get single row, function to get count, function to upload photo, and here function to update, delete, and search is still pending because till now we have seen only how to add the users inside the database, and how we are going to see how to fetch and how to get all the rows, how to get counts, we are going to see later. But this is how we are going to create, and we have already created all these functions, and inside this I'm just going to create one class user, and this user is going to extend all the properties, that is nothing but all these properties, okay, all these properties, all these functions from this class, okay, from this database class. So I'm just writing here this user is extending, okay, this class is extending the properties from the database class. Now here once I use this database, I have to require this file, okay, only then I will be able to access. Now inside this database.php, I'm having this server name, I'm having username, password, and database name. My table name is not present inside this one. My table name will be present inside user.php, and this is my table name. Okay, inside that I have just created function for adding users. Okay, for better understanding you can refer the previous part, in that I have already done this one. Okay, now here first I'll be writing this SQL query. Before writing SQL query, I'll just check the condition if whatever values I'm entering. Okay, now here this values, if I enter some values here, now this values if it is empty or not. If it is not empty, I'm just creating one variable fields and placeholders, and for this I'm just passing this empty array as my initial data. Now I just have to access all the values, okay, all the values I have to access whatever I enter. So I am just passing here for each loop, and inside this I'm just passing this parameter, and this parameter I'm just changing it to fields as fields, and this will be equal to the values, okay, whatever I have entered. Now once I get this one, now here I'm just assigning this one, this fields is equal to whatever field I'm getting here, I'm just assigning to that one. And again for values, okay, like values like whatever name I enter, that values I'm assigning inside this placeholder. Okay, this field is nothing but ID field, column field, name field, everything, and this is nothing but the values, okay, whatever I'm having here, that values. Then finally I'm having here SQL query for inserting the data inside the database. Insert into this table name, which means that from this class, from this particular class, I am just accessing this table name variable. So here I am just writing this table name, and whatever values I am getting, I just have to separate by comma. So using this implode method, I am just separating with comma, and first we have to pass the fields, okay, whatever fields are present inside the database, ID, name, email, mobile, photo, that fields I am passing, then values, and whatever placeholder, okay, whatever values I am having inside the placeholder, in place of values I am just passing this one. Okay, we are doing this because we want dynamic data. We don't want any static data to be inserted inside the database. Each time we are inserting new data, so each time we are entering dynamic data, and dynamic data will be fetched from the database. So we are doing this one. So we are performing this all these actions. Then finally we are having this SQL query. Once we are done with this SQL query, we have to prepare for this one. Only then we will be able to avoid SQL injections. Okay, once we are done with preparing the statement, we have to write this try and catch block. Inside this try catch block, we are going to check for the begin transaction, which means that if my data is successfully inserted, okay, if it is successfully transferred inside the database, only then I have to execute this one, and whatever last ID I am inserting, I am just accessing that one, and whatever changes I have done inside the database, I am just telling that yes, these changes are done by me, and here I am just committing that one. And finally this last inserted ID I am just returning here. Okay, then if I am having some error while inserting or while writing the code here, I am just writing in catch block, and here I am just doing the rollback, because whatever transaction if it is failed, okay, this should be rollback, okay, this should not change anything inside the database. Whatever previously I was having, that should be the same, okay, I should not change anything inside the database. This is all about add function. Then next we have seen about getting rows, and we have already seen, we are going to see about pagination. So inside get rows function, I am just passing the start limit and end limit. Now I just want to access all the data from the database, so we are just writing select star from table name, and I am just going to do order by, and I just want to order by ID, and in descending order I am just ordering, and here I am just writing the limit 0, 4. Once we have passed the query, then we have to prepare for the statement, and inside this I am just preparing that one, and inside this prepare we just have to pass this variable. Okay, once we are done with this preparing, we have to execute this one, and here I am just taking the condition if my row count is greater than 0, only then I have to fetch all the records from the database. Now here if I just show you the database, I'll just come to browse, And here you can see, here I am having 2 data, which means that my row count is greater than 0, 1, 2. Okay, it is great. Okay, my row count is 2, which is greater than 0. So it is going to fetch all the records. Now if I have 0 data inside the database, then it is going to return me empty array and no data will be displayed in my website. Okay, if this condition is true, and here I am just fetching all the record, so this records will be stored inside this variable. So here I just have to return that variable. Okay, this is all about getting rows function. Then we are going to see about get row function, and get row is very useful for updating, for deleting and for searching the data. Okay, we are searching for that particular record or that particular data we are just going to update. So for that we just want to fetch the single row. Now if I just want to update this schema, I just have to fetch this ID number 1. Okay, so for that we have to write this get row function, and inside this we are just passing these 2 parameters, fields and value. These fields are nothing but from this ID field I just want to access this 1 value. From this name field I just want to access this schema value. Okay, so we are just passing these 2 parameters, and inside this I am just writing this query, and this query states that I just want to select all the data from this table name where my field, okay, this field, okay, whatever I am giving here, this field is equal to whatever value I am entering. If it is matching, only then that data should be displayed. Okay, once we are done with writing the query, I am just preparing for the statement, and whatever data we are getting, we are just going to get in the form of array. So here while executing this one, I am just passing this field, okay, this field whatever I am getting here, and inside this I am just assigning to the value, okay, this parameter value. Okay, from which field what value I am getting, I am just assigning that value here. Then again in the same way I am just taking the condition, if my row count is greater than 0, now I just want to fetch only single record. So I am just giving here fetch. Here I just have to fetch all the records, so I am just giving that one. And this fetch also I am just giving here because now this fetch and fetch all is going to return me the values in the form of indexing and associative arrays. Like it is going to return me like this 0, then I will be having some value, then again 1, I will be having some value in this index. So I just want these values, okay, these values I want, so I am just writing here fetch assoc. Okay, using fetch assoc I can just get the values without indexing. If I am not having any data, any matching record, then I am just assigning to the empty array, then finally I am just returning the array. Then we are writing the function for getting count, how many data are present inside the database. Now totally 2 records are present. So to get that count, we are just writing this one, and this query select count star. Now this count star I am just writing this alias p count from this table name. Okay, from which table name? From this table name I just want to get the count, okay, from this table name. So I am just writing that one. Then after writing we have to prepare, we have to execute, then we have to fetch that one, okay, how many records are there. Then after fetching that one I don't have to return this result. Okay, here I am returning this result because I am fetching all the data, name, email, mobile, everything I am fetching here. So I am just returning that one. But here I just want the count of that one. So here whatever variable I am passing here, I am just passing that one here. Okay, that is nothing but alias. Then finally we are seeing, then we have seen for how to upload photo. Okay, this function we have passed, and inside this I am just passing one parameter, that is nothing but our for photo. And here I am just taking the condition, if my photo, okay, whenever I am entering, if it is not empty, then I am just separating these values, like temp name of the photo, size of the photo, type of the photo, everything I am just separating. I am storing inside separate variables. Then my name of the photo will be like image1.jpeg, like that it is going to be. Now from here I am just going to separate this one. Okay, whenever I am getting this dot, using this explode method, whenever I am getting this dot, I am just separating this name and this extension. Okay, I am just separating that one, and once I get this one, I am just converting this one, okay, this end part, okay, this is the first part and this is the second part. So this end part I am just converting into lowercase, and whatever extension I am getting here, I am just passing that one here. Then finally I am just creating the new file name and using this MD5 hashing. Okay, you can do any kind of hashing if you don't want to store the same name as your file name. I am just doing here MD5, and whatever time I am having, current time, I am just giving this file name. Okay, this file name whatever I am getting from the image, I am just passing that one, and then again I am just concatenating with this one, and whatever extension I am having here, I am just writing that one, like image name.jpg, image name.png, like that I am just concatenating with this. Then finally I am just creating one array, and inside this array I am just passing some extensions like jpg, png. Okay, if you want you can pass this gif, or else you can just remove that one, no problem. And here I am having all these things. Here I am just taking the condition, if inside this array, okay, this whatever extensions I am passing here, these extensions, inside this extension, if whatever extension I have passed inside this image, if this is present inside this array or not. If it is present, I am just getting the current directory, and inside this I am just creating this uploads folder, and inside this uploads folder all the images will be stored. Then here I am just creating this destination part, and whatever upload folder directory I am having, inside that I am just storing this new file name. Once we are done with this, I am just moving that file name, okay, this destination file path, okay, whatever I am getting here, this temp path, I am just moving this destination file path here. Then finally I am just returning the new file name, okay, whatever file name I will be getting, I am just returning that one. Okay, this all later on we are going to see. Once we are done creating these functions, then finally we are going to JavaScript. And here inside this JavaScript, I am just telling that whenever my document is ready, I just want to load this entire code, okay, whatever I have written here, I just want to load that one. And inside this I am telling that whenever I click on the submit button, and inside index.php, not here, inside form.php, I have just created this one. And for this form, inside this button, let me just come down, and for this button I have given the type as submit, and for this button I am just giving here, whenever I click on submit, I just have to access the form, so I am just giving this ID field, and here I am just passing this function, and inside this function I am just passing this event object, because I am just preventing the default refreshing of the form. Okay, then finally I am just using this Ajax. Inside this I am just passing some properties like URL. Whenever I click on this particular submit button, in which file I have to redirect. So I am just giving this file path PHP advanced, and inside this I am just having this ajax.php file. Okay, I should be redirected to that file, and in this file I will be performing all the actions. And type I have just given here post, and data type JSON, and from which form I have to collect the data. Okay, from this particular form, okay, from this form, same form I have to collect the data. Okay, from this same form I have to collect the data. So here I am just writing this, and process data and content type we are just writing is false, because we are inserting image inside the database, so we have to write this one. And then finally I am just sending this before send, then we are having success, and then we are having error. Before send, okay, if you want you can give like loading effect, you can just give alert message, okay, you can give anything if you want. I am just doing here console. Once I am done with this, I am having this success. If I am successfully inserted inside the database, then I will be getting this response. Okay, after getting this response, I just want to close the model, and also I just want to reset the form. Okay, if I am having some error, inside this error I am just passing this two parameters, request and error. Okay, to get to know how many arguments I am having, and what arguments, and where the data, and in which field I am having this error, I am just passing these arguments. And if I am having some error, and using this error parameter, I am just checking for that one. Okay, once we are done with this, and once I click on the submit button, I should be redirected to php.ajax. So here I am just going to come ajax.php, and in this file I have just returned for that one. First I am just accessing this action variable, and inside this form.php, below this one I have just created two input fields. Okay, below this close and submit button, and for this first input field I have given value as add user and name as action, and then name as user ID, ID as user ID, and value as empty, and for both I have given the type as hidden. Now here I am just requiring that file, okay, required user.php file, and here I am just creating the object for the user class. Now here I am just checking that if my action is equal to add user, and if it is not empty, then I am just accessing all the values, okay, these values, okay, these values I am just accessing, and I am storing inside this variables, okay, these variables I am storing. And here I am just checking that if my player ID or user ID, if it is not empty, then I am just assigning this one. Okay, if it is not empty, I am just assigning this value, whatever I am having here. Inside this, whatever value I am getting here, that will be assigned here, or else it will be empty. And now once it is done, here I am just checking for image upload. Okay, if my image is empty, first I am just assigning the value as empty, and here I am just checking that if my photo name, if I am not inserting any data, if I am not inserting any image, then here I am just calling this function upload photo, and this photo we have already created inside user.php. we have already created this one, and here I am just passing that one. If my photo is not empty, only then I am just coming this one, I am just calling this function. And here I am just creating one array, and inside this I am just passing all the name, okay, all the column fields, whatever I am having inside the database, and inside that database, whatever value I have stored here, I am just passing that one here. Okay, else if I have not inserted, or if my image is empty, then instead of inserting the photo, I am just inserting name, email and mobile. Then finally I am just calling this add function. Okay, this add function is also created inside user.php. Okay, this entire thing we have already done, and also we have written this insert query. Okay, now this, okay, this if you want you can just refer this one. Okay, later on we are just going to use this one. Okay, this is nothing for getting the rows. Okay, for getting one particular row we are just calling this get row function, and from this id field whatever data I am getting from this one I'm just accessing that one. If this is matching only, then I'm just getting this one and I will be getting the count and getting the row of that database. Okay, this is all about the revision of how to insert the data inside the database. Next we are going to see how to get rows, how to get count. Okay, for everything we have written the functions. Now finally we are going to see how to fetch from the database and how to display in our website. Okay, this is all about adding data inside the database. We are done with our first step now. Then now finally we are going to the next step. Now we have already seen how to insert the data inside the database. Now whatever data I am having inside the database, like this name, email, mobile, photo, how many data I am having here, I just want to get the count of this one, so that whenever I fetch this data from the database, okay, only that data should be displayed in my website. Okay, now here if you see here in this demo, 4 data is been displayed, and next I am having this pagination, and this 5th data is displayed here. Okay, so for that we should get the count, how many data are present inside the database, and this image whatever you can see here, that will be uploaded inside this uploads folder. Okay, totally I am having 3 images, and these 3 images will be stored here, okay, inside this uploads folder. And we have already seen how to create function for this one. Okay, and inside this, inside user.php, we have already created the function for that one. Let me just come here. Okay, for upload photo, okay, when you write this function and when you call this function, the photo is going to upload, and use inside this upload folder the photo will be uploaded. Okay, now let me just come to script.js. Okay, now here I am just going to write the function to get the users. I'll just write one comment, get users function. Below this I'm just going to create that one. Let me just write here function, and inside this I'm just going to give my function name as get users. Okay, get users count basically, and using this function I'll be fetching the data as well. Now inside this function, first I'm just going to write this Ajax. Let me just write this Ajax. Okay, this you have to write because we are using Ajax, and inside this Ajax I'm just going to pass this basic thing. I'll just copy this one, and here I'm just going to paste. First I'm just passing this URL. Whenever this function is called, I should be redirected to php advanced ajax.php file. Type let it be get here, okay, because we are going to get the information from the URL, so I'm just writing here get. Okay, instead of post I'm just writing here get, and data type will be JSON. Next, in the same way, here I'm just going to come, I'll copy this before send, and here I'll be pasting that one. Again in the same way I'm just going to copy this success, and here I'm going to paste, and from success I'm just going to remove this entire thing, and instead of this let me just write here row, and inside console.log, and inside this I'll just pass here row. Okay, whenever I get the response I just want to display the row. Then below this success, okay, in the same way I just have to copy this. I'll just copy this one, and here I'm just going to paste. Okay, you can just refer this one whatever we have done previously. We are doing the same thing again. You don't have to type the entire thing, you just have to copy and paste. Okay, here I have just created one function get users, and inside this Ajax I have just passed this URL. Type is get, data type is JSON. Before sending or before getting the data from the database, I just want to wait for some time, so here I'm just writing this one. Then here I'm having this success, and inside this error, if I get some error, this will be displayed. Okay, this error will be displayed here. I'll just close this one. Now I should be getting the data. Okay, I should be getting the page number. Like here for pagination, this is the first page. Okay, this is the second page, and this is the first page. So for that I should be getting the page number. So here inside this index.php, below this nav I'm just going to create one input field. Let me just write here input field. Okay, it's not working. Let me just type that one. I'll be writing here input, and type I am just going to give here hidden, because I don't want this should be visible. So here I'll be giving hidden. Value I'm just going to give here 1. By default the first page should be displayed, so here I'm just giving value. And name, let me just give here current page. Okay, you can give any name. And also I'm just going to give the ID. I'm just going to pass the same thing. I'll copy, I'll paste, I'll just close this input field. Okay, this is how I'm just going to create input field. Below this pagination, okay, below this nav, I'm just creating this input field. Okay, for this I have just given the name and ID as current page, and value I have given as 1, because by default I just want to display the first page. Whenever I fetch the data, if I'm having only one data, this data should be displayed in the first page. So I'm just giving the default value as 1. Let me just come to script.js. Now here inside this Ajax, okay, here if you see here, we have just formed the data, and inside this we are just collecting the new form data. Okay, whatever form we are entering, whatever values we are entering inside the form, that form data we are just getting from here. Okay, now inside this we want the page number. So below this, in this data, we are just going to pass the page number. Here let me just write here page, and page number I am just going to create. Okay, this value I will be creating now. And action, let me just give the action as get all users. Okay, you can give any action here, and you have to close in single quotes or double quotes. I'll just separate this with comma. Okay, this is how we are going to create. Now this page number, whatever I have passed, I'm just going to create here. I'm just going to write here page number, and inside this I just have to access the ID number whatever I have created just now. Inside index.php I have just created this one. Okay, this ID I have to access, and here inside this I'm just going to write that ID current page dot value. Okay, whatever value I'm having inside that, I'm just accessing that one. Now if I am in second page, the second value will be accessed here, and that will be passed inside this page. Okay, inside this page the second will be passed. If I am having 3, then 3 will be passed here. Okay, now here I have passed the action here. Action is equal to get all users. Okay, this is how we are going to pass the action. Now action we have given here, but for this inserting the data inside the database, we have not passed any action, because inside form.php we have created this input fields, and inside this input field we have given this action. Okay, so from here we have just taken this one, and we have performed the input, and we have performed the inserting the data inside the database. But for this one we are just giving the action here. Okay, get all users. Now once I get this action, I just have to come to ajax.php. I'll just come to ajax.php. Now below this, wherever our function is ending, okay, add user function, wherever it is ending here. Okay, so here I'm just going to minimize this. Now here below this, let me just write here get count of function, and here I'll just copy this one from script.js. I'm just going to copy this action, and here inside ajax.php I'm just going to paste that one, get count of function and getting all users, and get all users action. Let me just close all the files. Now here I'm just going to write the same thing. If my action is equal to this one, okay, get all users, then I'll be coming inside this if loop, and I'm going to perform all the things now. First I'm just going to check whether my page number is empty or not, or whether I'm having separate page number. So here I'm just going to write here one variable. I'm just going to create page, and inside this first I'm just going to check the condition if empty, and using get method we have to access, because inside the type we have passed the get. Now inside this I just have to get the page number. Okay, let me just show you again. Inside the script.js I have passed the type as get, and this page number I have to access. Okay, whatever page number I'll be getting from here, that will be stored inside this one, and using this get method I'm just accessing that one. Okay, that page number. Okay, if it is not empty, then I just want this page number. Let me just copy the same thing, and here I'm just going to paste. Okay, whatever current page I'm having, I'm just getting that one if it is not empty. Else, okay, if it is empty, then by default I just want to display the first page. Okay, you have to write like this. I'm just creating one variable page, and inside this I'm just checking the condition. If my page number is not empty, then I should be getting the current, okay, whatever page number I'm having, like third, second, fourth, like that. If it is empty, then by default I should be getting the first page. Now we have to find the total number of records. Okay, so for that we have already seen, for pagination we have already given the limit and start. Let me just show you. Inside this user.php, here I have already given, inside this get rows I have already given this start and limit. Now we are going to use this function, and using this we are going to get the count, and also we will be fetching only 4 records in the first page, then 4 records in the second page. Okay, so for that we should be knowing the limit and the start. Let me just copy the same thing from here, and here inside ajax.php I'm just going to paste my start value. I'm just going to remove. Limit is nothing but 4. Okay, you can give any limit based on your requirement, like 10, 20, okay, whatever requirement you need in your project, you can give the limit. Okay, now I'm just going to give the start value. I'll be telling you how you have to give the start value. Inside this I'm just going to give here page -1 into limit. Let me just explain you this one. Okay, now suppose I got the page number as 3. Okay, now my page number is 3. Let me just write here. Now my page number is 3 and limit is 4. Okay, so my start value will be, start value is page number -1. Okay, so 3 minus 1 will be 2. 2 into 4, 2 into 4 is nothing but 8. Okay, so inside this, okay, my start value will not, sorry, 2 into 4 will be 8. Now my start value I got as 8, which means that from 8, 9, 10 and 11. Okay, these records will be displayed in the third page. Inside this third page, these many records will be displayed. Let me just comment this one. Now again I'll just tell you. Now if I just, now my page number is 2 and my limit value is 4. Now here 2 minus 1 I'll be getting 1, and 1 into 4 I'll be getting 4, which means that I'll be getting the records from 4, 5, 6 and 7. Okay, totally this records I'll be getting. Okay, inside this page number 2 I'll be getting this record, so which means that inside page number 1, 0, 1, 2 and 3 will be displayed. Inside page number 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 will be displayed. Inside page number 3, 8, 9, 10, 11 will be displayed. Okay, this is how we have to get the start value. So for that we are just writing this one. Okay, even you have to write like that. Now once we are done with this, okay, creating starting and ending limit, now I have to call this get rows function, okay, which we have already created inside this users.php. Now I have to call this function. I'll just copy this function, and below this I'm just going to create one variable users, and inside this I'm just going to pass that function. Let me just write here function. This function I'm just going to paste, and inside this I just have to pass this two parameters. First is my start limit. I'll copy this one, I'll paste it here, and next is my end limit. I'll just copy this, and here I'm just going to paste. Okay, this is how we are going to call get rows function, and this get rows function we have already seen how to do. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to check whether the user entered is empty or not. Now here I'm just going to write the condition if empty, and inside this I'm just going to pass this one. Okay, after getting this, whatever data I'm having, I'm just going to paste that one. Okay, why I am checking this? Because inside user.php, here you can see it is returning me empty array if my row count is not greater than 0. Okay, it is going to return me empty array. So here I am just taking that if it is not empty, if I am having some data inside the database, only then I have to come inside this if loop, and here I am just going to create one variable user list, and inside this I am just going to pass this one. I'll just copy this one. Okay, because inside this variables, okay, using this function I'll be getting all the data, and that data will be stored inside this one. So here I'm just taking that if it is not empty, I'm just storing all the variables inside this one. Okay, all the values inside this variables. Else, okay, else if it is empty, then I just have to return the empty array. Okay, how we have returned the empty result, so here in the same way I just have to return the empty array. Okay, now suppose inside this user.php, if this condition fails, okay, if this condition fails, I'll be returning here, because I don't have any data, I will be returning here. So inside ajax.php, now here the data is empty, I don't have any data inside the database, so it is not going to fetch any data, so it will be returning me this empty array. Okay, so we have to write like this. Then next, finally, okay, this whatever result if you are getting, suppose this result I am getting, now this result will be in the array format, but we have to convert into JSON format because we have given the data type as JSON. Now below this else condition, I'm just going to write this echo. Using this JSON encode, I'm just going to convert that data whatever I'm getting from here. Okay, if I'm getting the result from here, I'm just going to convert that data into JSON format. Then I have to exit this. Okay, only then we will be getting the output. Okay, now I have to get the count. Once I fetch the rows, whatever data I am having inside the database, now finally I have to get the count. So for that we have already created count function inside this script.js. Let me just come here. Okay, not here, inside this user.php we have already created this get count, and using this we are getting the count. Okay, how many datas are present inside the database, we are getting that count. Okay, so for that, okay, below this else condition I'm just going to create one variable total, and inside this I'm just going to call that function. Okay, to call this function I'm just going to write here obj, and inside this I'm just going to call this get count function. I'll copy this one, and here I'm going to paste that one. Okay, now if I just want to display the data whatever I am getting, so here I'm just going to create one user array. Okay, and inside this first I'm just going to pass this count. Okay, whatever count I am having, okay, this is the name, and for value I'm just going to pass this total. Okay, whatever total I am getting from here, I'm just going to pass that one. Next I'm just going to separate, and whatever data I am getting, let me just write here users. Okay, this data whatever I am getting from here, I'm just passing this as name, and inside this value, okay, all the values will be stored inside this variable. Okay, here I have stored that variable. I'll copy this one, and here I'm just going to paste that one. I'll save this. Okay, this is how we are going to get the count. Let me just come here. I'll refresh this one. Before that, let me just inspect this. Now inside console you can see I don't have any output. Okay, I am not getting any count. Okay, whatever I am having, I don't have any count inside this one, because here I have just created the function inside script.js. I have just created this get users function. I have not called this function. Unless and until I don't call this function, I will not be getting any result. So I have to call this function. I'm just going to copy this, and here below this function ends. Okay, now this function is ending here. So below this I'm just going to write one comment, calling function, calling get user function. Below this I'm just going to call that one. I'll save this. Okay, as soon as my document is getting loaded, I'm just calling that function. I'll come here, I'll refresh this one. Now you can see as soon as I refreshed, first I'm getting wait, data is loading. Okay, because I have given inside this before, I have just passed this one. Okay, once I'm getting this response, whatever I have printed here, that will be printed to me, and count is nothing but 3. You can see whatever data I'm having inside the database, that is being displayed to me, and the count is nothing but 3. Now if I just enter another data here, let me just enter Sita. Here I'll be writing sita@gmail.com. Let me add one mobile number. I'll just select one photo. Now from here, let me just select this one, open. I'll click on submit. Okay, now you can see I'm getting this fourth data, but here the count is still 3 because my document is still not loaded, and this response I'm getting from here. Okay, inside insert.php we have already given this response, so I'm just getting that fourth response here, but this I'm still getting 3 here. But inside my database, if I just refresh this one, let me just refresh this. Okay, it's loading. Now you can see inside my database I'm having 4 records, but here I'm getting the count as 3, but here I'm getting this response whatever data I have inserted. Now once I load this one, you can see now here I'll be getting this 4th. Okay, 4, totally 4 count I'm having. Okay, whatever data I'm having inside the database, that is been fetched here and that is been displayed to me. Okay, this is how even you are going to perform all these actions. If you follow this one without skipping any part, then you will be getting this response without any error. Okay, now we are done with this. Now next we are going to see how to display the data and how to perform pagination. Everything we are going to see one by one. Now we are successfully inserted the data inside the database, and also we have get the count how many data are present inside the database. Okay, now in this, now we are going to continue how to get the data whatever we are having inside the database, how to fetch that data and how to display that data in our website. Okay, now here I have already created that function. Okay, get users function. Now whatever I have done this, I have done inside this document. Okay, whenever my document is ready, I am doing all these things, and here I have created the function. Now here I am having this function. I'm just going to copy this entire function. I'll just cut from here, and before this document I'm just going to paste that one. Okay, because whenever my document is getting loaded, I want these actions to be performed, and before that I'm just creating this function and I'm just pasting that one. Okay, now here let me just write here loading document. Okay, now once we are done with this, okay, now everything is fine. Okay, it's working completely fine. If I just come here, if I just click on this, it is working. Now here, now what I am going to do is I'm just going to create another function here. Let me just write here function. Okay, inside script.js I am working function to get users from database. Okay, now this is the function to get the users from the database, so I'm just going to create now all the users. Below this I'm just going to create one function, and here I'm just going to give my function name as get user row. Okay, entire row I just want to fetch, so I'm just writing here, and inside this I'm just going to pass one parameter. Okay, that is nothing but user. And inside this function, first let me just create one variable. You can give any variable name. I'm just going to create this one, and initially I'm just going to assign empty value for this variable, because after assigning this empty value I can concatenate with the table data. Now below this I'm just going to check if my user is present. Okay, whatever, if my data is present inside the database, then I'm just going to take this user row, and inside this, using this template literals, I'm just going to come to table.php, and from here this entire table data, okay, this entire table row I'm just going to copy, because this is the row where all the data will be displayed. I'm just going to copy this one, and here inside this I'm just going to paste that one. Okay, even you have to do. And from table data, let me just comment this one. Okay, I don't need this one, so I'm just commenting this. Now if I just show you the output, you can see here I will not be having anything inside the data. Okay, you can see I don't have anything inside the table row. Everything is been deleted. Now instead of this demo data, I want the data from the database. Whatever I am having here, that data should be displayed for me. So here I'll just come to script.js. Now here I have just pasted that one. Okay, now this entire thing I am having here. Now here I'll just close this using semicolon. Okay, now once I'm getting this, I have to return this one. Okay, whenever I call this function, I have to return some value, some data I have to return. Only then I will be getting the output. So here below this I'm just going to return that one. I'll return user row. I'll save this. Okay, now still it is not going to work. If I just refresh this one, it will not work because I have not called this function yet. Okay, now you just have to do like this. You just have to check whether the user is present or not. If it is there, then we are just accessing the entire table row, and here I'm just displaying that one. I'm storing that inside this variable. Okay, now once we are done with this, I'm just returning that one. Okay, now when I need this one, when this data should be displayed. Now here if I just click on this and if I enter some data here, if I enter some data, now whenever I click on submit button, whatever data I'm having inside the database, that should be displayed, which means that whenever I click on submit button, only then this action should be performed. So here we have created this get user row. Now below this I'm having this get users function. Inside this I'm having this success. Okay, whenever I'm having success, which means that my data is successfully inserted and it is stored inside the database, I will be getting this response, and also I will be getting the count, how many data is present inside the database. So here inside this success, okay, not inside the document success. Okay, in this success we are just closing our model, we are just resetting the form. Okay, this is completely different. Okay, this we have written whenever we click on submit button, we are doing all these actions. Okay, when we want to get the data, only when we insert all the data, when all get users actions are performed, when counting is done, how many data is present inside the database, only then we have to get the data from the database and display in the website. Now here what I am going to do is, if I just show you the output, let me just come to inspect. Now here inside console, whenever my document is getting loaded, let me just come here. Okay, you can see I'm getting array of 4, and inside this I'm having this one, and here you can see inside this I'm having all this data. Only 4 data is displayed because we have already given the starting and the ending limit. Okay, now here let me just come. Now below this I'm just going to check here if my rows, okay, whatever rows I'm having here, if my row dot players, okay, inside that I have just passed the players. Inside this, each and every row I have to print, okay, how many datas I am having. In the first page I just want to display the 4 data, so for that I'm just going to write here for each loop. So here inside Ajax I'll be writing like this $.each, and inside this I'm just going to pass this row dot players. Okay, this players whatever I have passed here, I'm just passing that one row dot players, just going to separate by comma, and here I'm just going to create one function, and inside this function I'm just going to pass 2 parameters. First is index and second is user. Okay, whatever user we have passed here inside this one, if the user is present, okay, we are just passing that one. So here I'm just passing this parameter. You can give any name here. Now here let me just open this curly braces, and inside this function I have to call this one. Okay, I have to call this functions. Inside this if loop I'm just going to create one variable. Let me just write here users list, and initially I'm just going to assign as empty value. Now inside this function I'm just going to write this users list plus or equal to, I'm just going to concatenate that one, and here I'm just going to call. I'll copy this one and here I'm going to paste that one. Now here I'll be closing this, and whatever parameter I have passed here I'm just going to copy, and here I'm just going to paste that one. Okay, now again the data will, okay, now I have called the function. Now if I just come here, if I refresh this one, you can see again the data is not getting fetched. Let me just minimize this. You can see again the data is not getting fetched because I have just written the table row. I have not inserted anything inside HTML still, so I will not be getting any output. Okay, only this. Okay, I have just called the function, and here I have just placed all the documents. Now here below this what I am going to do is, I just have to place entire thing inside the table body. Now here I'm just going to access the table body ID. Inside this I'm having this ID. I'm just going to copy this one, and here I'm just going to access that ID. Okay, table ID I'm just going to access, and inside table ID here I'm having this table body. Inside table body I'm having all this data. So for that you just have to write here table body. Inside table body, I just have to display the entire data. So here I'm just going to write HTML, and inside this entire data I have to display. Okay, when I'm calling this function, and inside this function we are having all these things. Here I'm calling this function, and whatever data I'm having inside this function, that will be stored inside this variable, and here inside HTML document I'm just placing that one. For more better understanding, let me just write here rows. You don't get confused. I'm fetching single row. I'm fetching all the rows from the database. So here I'm just writing here rows. Now again I'm just going to explain you whatever I have written. I have just created function get user row, and inside this I have just passed one parameter, and here inside this I have just created another variable. Inside this variable initially I have just passed the empty value, and here I'm just checking that if user is present, okay, then whatever variable I have created, I'm just passing all the table row, okay, all the entire table row I am just passing inside that one, and here inside this I'm just returning this variable inside this function. Now here inside this get users, okay, whenever I will be getting this one count successfully, when I get this count, then here I am just checking that if rows dot players, this players I have given here because inside this you can see I am having this players, and inside this players all the data is being displayed. Okay, so for that I am just writing here rows dot players, and whatever variable you are having in your project you have to give that one. Here I am just creating another variable users list, and inside this I have just passed the empty value. Now here using for each loop I am just accessing all the players, and here I have just created the function. Inside this function I have just passed here two parameters, index and user. And inside this function, this users list I am just going to concatenate with this one, okay, get user row I am just calling, and again I am calling this one, okay, because I just want to display all the rows inside first page. First four data should be displayed. Okay, so for that again I am just going to concatenate with this one. Okay, first I will be getting the first four rows, then again I am just going to concatenate, then again I'll be getting 4 rows, then again I'll be getting 4 rows. Okay, inside this I'm just passing this user parameter. Okay, here I'm just passing this one, and here inside this whatever variable you have passed here I'm just passing that one. And here inside table body, inside this one I'm just passing this users list. Okay, now whenever I refresh this, entire data should be displayed. And here once my form is closed, okay, once my model is closed and once my form is erased, once I click on submit button, all these actions will be performed. So this function, this get rows function I have to call, okay, because if I call this one, only then this whatever I have performed here, that will be displayed to me. Now below this I'm just going to call that function. Don't get confused what we are doing. Once you practice this one, then you will understand what we have done till now. Now here inside this, if you see, I'm having players, and inside players I'm having this ID, name, email, okay, everything. Okay, this column fields you can see email, mobile, name, photo. Now here in place of this, inside this tr, instead of this one, let me just remove this, and here I'm just going to create image, here src, and inside src I'm just going to write this dollar symbol. Inside this user dot photo, okay, whatever photo column name I'm having inside the database, I just want to display that photo, so I'm just writing that one here. Again I'm just going to copy this, I'll just copy this one, and here in place of this I'm just going to paste, and here I'll be writing name. Again from here I'm just going to remove this, I'll just paste that one, and here I'll be writing email, and from here I'm just going to remove, and here I'll be writing mobile. Okay, now here inside this anchor tag I'm just going to create one data ID. Now here okay, this is my anchor tag, and inside this I'm just going to create data ID inside each anchor tag, okay, so that whenever I click on update button or delete button, that particular anchor tag should be, okay, that particular anchor tag I have to access and I have to update that one. So here, and finally here I'm just going to create data hyphen ID, and inside this I'm just going to paste that one, and in place of photo let me just write here ID, and here also I'll be writing ID, and here also I'll be writing ID. Whenever I click on update button, delete button or profile button, this particular ID should be accessed and that particular data should be displayed for me. Okay, this is how we are going to get the rows. We have just created the function. Inside this we are checking if the user is present, then we are just accessing the entire table row, and inside table row we are just fetching the data from the database. Okay, this user is nothing but this one, user dot photo. Okay, whatever we are having here, mobile, name, mobile, Okay, photo, name, mobile, everything I'm just accessing. Photo, name, email, mobile, and for ID also I'm just accessing the ID. Okay, you can see inside this I'm having one ID. Okay, I'm just accessing that one, I'm storing here. Then I'm just returning that one, and here I'm having this get users function. Inside this, whenever I'm getting the result, I'm just calling that function. Okay, whenever I'm getting the result, I'm just calling that function, and inside this for each loop, okay, this is going to run unless and until I have the data. So in the first page, first 4 data will be displayed, then next 4 data will be displayed. So here I'm just going to concatenate this one. Okay, whatever data I'm getting, that should be displayed for me. Okay, this is how we are going to write, and finally at the end I'm just going to call this get users function, and also here I'm just going to call this get users function. Okay, this users function, because whenever I click on submit button, this function should be called and all the data should be displayed, and whenever my document is getting loaded, all the data should be displayed. Okay, this is how we are going to perform. First, when my document is loaded, then I have to display the entire data. Second, when I click on submit button, I have to display the entire data. So 2 times I am calling this function. Inside this document I am calling this function. Inside this success, when I am resetting the form and closing the model, I am calling this get users function. And inside this get users function, I am having this get user row function, which is going to execute again and again unless and until I have the data inside my database. Okay, this is how we are going to perform all these actions. If you want, you can just take the screenshot of this get user function, and from here and then again here, okay, this particular section you can take, and here we are calling this function, okay, get users function. Next we are going to see about pagination, how the data will be displayed, everything we are going to see one by one. Okay, now we have written the function for fetching the rows from the database, how to display the data inside the website. We have done all the things. We have created the function, we have called the function. Whenever our document is getting loaded, or whenever I click on the submit button, whatever data I have inserted inside the database, that should be displayed here. Now here we have written the entire code. You can see I have called the function, I have just created the function. Now here, once I refresh this one, you can see the data is been displayed to me. Okay, whatever data I'm having inside the database, that is being displayed to me. But here the problem is this image is not displayed. Okay, these images are not displayed, and here I'm getting this error because most probably these images are not present inside my uploads folder. Okay, whatever uploads folder we have created, inside that we have to store the image. So here we have written this one. Okay, from the database we are just fetching all this document. Okay, we have done previously this entire thing. Now once you refresh this, all the data will be fetched from the database and that will be displayed to you, and only the first 4 data will be displayed to you. You can see only first 4 data is been displayed, and here I am getting the count as 9, but only first 4 data is displayed because we have already created the pagination. We have given the starting and the ending limit for this one. Okay, so only 4 data has been displayed for me. Now if you don't get, okay, whenever you are trying to refresh and if your data is not getting displayed, you just have to change the file name. You just change your file name, and inside this change it here. Okay, wherever you are having this file name, you just change that one, you will be getting the output. Okay, now here I have just passed the user.photo, but my photos are stored inside this uploads folder. So here I just have to write here uploads slash this one. I'll save this, I'll refresh this one. Now you can see the images is being displayed. Okay, but the images are very large. We have to give some stylings for the images. Okay, let us check for this one. Okay, this image is not displayed because maybe that image is not present inside the database, or maybe I have just removed that one. Okay, so that is the reason it is not getting displayed. So let me just come here. Now here I'll be creating CSS folder. Inside this I'm just going to create style.css. Now let me just come to index.php. Now here we are having this font awesome link and bootstrap CSS link. Below this I'm just going to link CSS file. Now here I'm just going to write this style sheet. Let me just write here link, and inside CSS folder I am having the style sheet, so I am just creating that one. Now inside style.css I'll be selecting image, all the images, and for this I'm just going to give here width to be 100 pixel. I'll save this, I'll refresh this one. Now you can see the width has been reduced, and also I'm just going to give height so that you can see here I'm not having, okay, it's not looking good. So for that I'm just going to give height 100 pixel, and also I'm just going to give here object fit to be contain, so that my image will not be squeezed. I'll refresh this one. Now you can see I'm having this proper table, okay, with width and height I'm having, but here if you see this image is not present. So let me just come here, Now here I'll just open this local host. From this I'm just going to remove this. I'll refresh this one. Now you can see the 4 data is being displayed. Now here I'm just going to add new user. Let me add here Rima I'm already having. Suresh at gmail.com. Mobile number I'm just going to add, and photo I'm just going to select some random photo. Let me just select this butterfly, open, submit. Now you can see here I am having this butterfly, Suresh. Okay, once my document is loaded, this data is been fetched and only 4 data is been displayed. Now that cartoon image is not displayed because the data is displayed in descending order. Whatever I enter, that data will be displayed. Okay, so once we add this pagination, once I click on this second button, the second data, whatever it is having in the second page, that will be displayed. Again, the third data will be displayed. Okay, if you are having any issues while fetching the data, okay, while if you are not able to fetch the data from the database, the only solution is you just have to come here, whatever folder you have created, change the name of the folder, come to script.js, and inside this, okay, wherever you have passed this inside URL, just change that one. Okay, whatever folder name you have given, just give the folder name. Okay, that is the only solution I found. When I was doing this demo project, I got the same error. I was not having any error inside my code, but I was not able to fetch the data from the database. So I just changed the folder name, and here I just gave the folder name, and I was able to fetch the data. You can just take the screenshot of this one and you can do the same thing. Okay, you just have to change the folder name and your data will be fetched. Okay, and here we are just calling that function, and here also we are calling get users function. Okay, this is all about getting the count of the function. Okay, we are just fetching the rows, we are fetching all the data from the database, and we are displaying the data inside the website. Now once we create the pagination, we will be able to move from one page to another, whatever we are having inside the database. We have seen how to display the data from the database. Now let's see about pagination. Now in this demo project, okay, I have smaller images. Okay, if you want, you can reduce the images. Okay, based on your requirement, whatever size you want to give, you can give that one. Okay, now here I am having this pagination. Okay, this is the dynamic pagination. Now here let me just come to second page. Now here inside this I am having this data. Now if I just come to first page, and if I delete one data from here, let me just delete. Okay, this is the demo project, and here you can see now pagination has gone. Only 4 data is been displayed. If I am inserting another data, that is 5th data, only then this pagination will be coming. Okay, so which means that this is dynamic pagination. We are not adding pagination in entire page. Only once we reach the limit of 4 data, only then we will be getting the pagination. Now if I just add one new user here, let me just add here Suresh. Here I will be writing Suresh at gmail.com. I'll just write one number. I'll select one image. Let me select this one, submit. Now you can see the 5th data is been added. Once the 5th data is been added, I'll be getting this pagination. Now when I come to second, you can see the data is been displayed. Okay, this is how we are going to perform pagination, dynamic pagination. Now we are just going to see how to create this pagination. Inside script.js, we have already created the function for get users, and we have already displayed the data. Now here, before this, I'm just going to create that function. Let me just write here one comment, function for pagination. Below this, I'm just going to create that function, and inside this, I'm just going to give the function name as pagination. You can give any function name, and inside this pagination function, I'm just going to pass 2 parameters. That is, first, how many pages, okay, total number of pages I want to display, and the current page in whichever I am residing. Okay, now here if you see here, total number of pages I am having 2, and in first page I am residing. Okay, so 2 parameters I have to pass, first page and this total number of pages. So here inside this, I am just going to write here total number of pages or something. I'll just write here total pages, comma current pages. Okay, these 2 parameters I am just passing inside this pagination function. Now here I'm just going to check the condition. Okay, whenever I'm calling this function, I will be passing these numbers. You don't have to worry. Now inside this, I'm just going to check this condition. If my total number of pages, if it is greater than 1, only then I have to perform all that functions. Only then my pagination should be displayed, or else it should not be displayed. If it is equal to 1, then pagination should not be displayed. Only when it is greater than 1, then only pagination should be displayed. This current page I'm just going to copy from here, and here I'm just going to paste, and for this I'm just going to parse that one. Okay, basically we will be getting error because it will be, sometimes it is going to give the value in floating points. So here I'm just going to parse in int, and inside this I'm just going to pass this current pages. Now if I just have floating numbers, okay, whenever we do calculation, whenever I'm calling this function, maybe I'll be getting floating point numbers, that is decimal numbers. Okay, so to convert that decimal number into integer number, I'm just passing that one. Now below this, before that, here inside this function I'm just going to create one variable. Let me just write here page list, and initially I'm just going to assign the value as empty. Now here below this current page, I'm just going to copy this I'll just copy this variable, and here I'm just going to paste, and inside this I'm just going to I'll just come to index.php, and from here I want the pagination code. So this entire thing, okay, let me just copy line by line. I'm just going to copy this first line. I'll just come here, and here inside this I'm just going to paste. Okay, this is the first UL I have just copied. Again I have to concatenate with this one. I'm just going to come down. I have to concatenate with this one, this empty value plus this equal to. Again I'll just come down. I'm just going to copy this again. Okay, I'm doing step by step, and here inside this I'll just come to index.php, and from here I'm just going to copy this previous. I'll copy this one, and here I'm just going to paste that one. I'll just close this. Again in the same way I'm just going to write here page list plus or equal to, and inside this I'm just going to pass this one. Okay, I'm just going to take only one value from here because I want this dynamic data. I don't want 2, 3 should be displayed. Whenever based on my data, whatever I'm having inside the database, this number should be displayed. Okay, so we will be wrapping this inside for each loop. You don't have to worry. This is for the one, and finally I'm just going to copy this one, and here I'll be pasting that one, and inside this the next I'm just going to copy. I'll just copy this entire thing from here, and here I'll be writing this template literals, and inside this I'm just going to paste that one. I'll just copy this, and here I'm going to paste, and here I just have to close my UL. Okay, this is how we are going to write. I'll just close this. Okay, now here I am having this one, that error has gone. Now here I have just created one variable page list. First I'm just creating this UL, and here I'm just ending that one. Inside this I'm just going to concatenate again and again because this is the dynamic data, and each and every time whenever I'm inserting new data, I want these values. Okay, I want this value should be updated, or I want this value should be active or disabled. So that I'm just creating variables. I'm just concatenating with each list item. Now here I should be adding the disable button. Now you can see now next button is disabled, second is active because I am inside the second page. Now if I just come to first page, you can see the previous button is disabled but the next is active. Okay, so for that now we are just going to create some variables here. Below this UL list, let me just write here semicolon. Now here below this I'm just going to create one variable. Let me just write here pref class, okay, which means that for previous class, inside this previous class I'll just copy this one, and here I'm going to paste current page. If it is equal to 1, okay, I'm just doing here. If it is equal to 1, then I just have to disable that one. I'll just copy this class, whatever I'm having, and here I'm just going to paste. Okay, if it is not equal to 1, then by default I should just leave it as empty. Okay, I don't want to disable, I just want to print as it is. Now instead of this one, instead of disabled class, whatever I have given for the previous one, I'm just going to remove from here. I'll just remove here, and inside this dollar I'm just going to copy this previous class, and here I'm just going to paste. Whenever my page is equal to 1, this class will be applied and this previous button will be disabled. Okay, if it is second, okay, now suppose if I'm in second page, now you can see now this is not disabled. So here I'm just writing this empty, so this class will not be applied, and whenever I'm in second page, this class will be removed from here. Okay, in the same way I'm just going to copy, and here I'm just going to paste that one, and instead of this I'll be writing here next class. I'll just write here next class. I'll just copy this next class. Now here inside this class I'm just going to add that one. I'll just paste that one, and here I'm just going to change the condition. If my current page, if it is equal to total number of pages, I'll copy this one. Now suppose I'm inside the third page. Now once I come to the final page, now here I'm in second page. Now once I come to the total number of page, only then I have to disable this next button. So here I'm just writing that one. Once I reach to the current page, only then I have to disable, or else I should just keep it as empty. Okay, I don't want any class should be displayed here. Okay, this is how we are going to perform. Now here each and every time, okay, only one data is been displayed. Now if I add some more data, then third button will come by itself. Okay, I'm not going to add that one. So for this entire thing, I'm just going to wrap inside for each loop because I want it to run again and again. So here I'm just going to wrap inside for each loop, and here I'll just pass one variable. Let p is equal to 1. P is less than or equal to total number of pages. I'll just copy this one. And here I'm just going to paste. If my total number of pages is equal to 2, then it should run for 2 times. Only 2 numbers should be displayed, 1, 2. If my total number of pages is 5, then 5 should be displayed and it will run for 5 times. And each time I'm just going to increment this one. Now inside this, I'm just going to copy this, and here inside this, I'm just going to paste that one. Okay, this is how you are going to perform. Don't get confused whatever we are doing. Just follow the steps and you will be getting the output. Now inside this page list, I'm just having this one. Now here inside this, I'm having this active class. Okay, I don't want only active class should be displayed for each and every page. Whichever page is active, only that class should be active. Okay, only that number should be active here like this. Now 1 is active, so here I should be getting. Now 2 is active, now for 2 I should be getting active. I don't want for entire class. If I just give this active and it is running in for loop, then for each numbers I will be getting the active class. So I don't want that one. I want it to display dynamically. So here I'm just going to create one variable. Let me just write here active class. And inside this, I'm just going to check the condition. If my current page number, okay, whatever I have created, if it is equal to p, okay, my current page, if it is equal to p, only then I have to add this active class. Now here inside this, I'm just going to copy, and here I'll be pasting that one. If it is not, then I'm just going to display it as empty. Now here I'm just going to remove here, and instead of this, inside this one, I'll be pasting this one. Okay, now dynamically I'll be getting this output. Okay, now let me just give here question mark. Okay, this is how we are going to perform. Dynamic data we are just going to display. Now in place of 1, I don't want to display 1. In place of this, I want dynamic data. So my dynamic data will be stored here. Whatever page number I am having, that will be displayed here. So here inside this, I'll be writing this $p. Okay, even you are going to write like that. Inside this list item, I'm having this anchor tag, and inside anchor tag, after href, I'm just going to create one attribute. I'll just write here data page, and inside this, I'm just going to pass this one is equal to my page number. Okay, whatever I have created just now, I'm just going to pass that page number. I'll just write this one page. Okay, whenever I hover on this, that number will be displayed to me. This is the current page number. Now here inside this list items, inside this anchor tag, I'm just going to copy this one. I'll just copy this. And here I'm just going to paste, and instead of this, I'll just remove this one. Instead of this, now whatever current page I'm having, I'll copy this one, and here I'll be pasting that one plus 1. Okay, suppose I'm having 2, then it should be incremented by 1, then 3, then 3 plus 1, 4. Okay, it keeps on going like that. Again, I'm just going to copy this one for next. Okay, for next we are just writing current pages plus 1, and for previous, yes, we are going to just write the reverse, current page minus 1. Okay, now we are done with this. Now once we are done with this, now inside this, okay, whatever we have written here, I'll just come to index.php, and from here I'm just going to comment this out. Okay, later on I'll be removing that one. I'll just come here. Now if I just come to my project, now you can see here below this I'm having this pagination. Now if I refresh this, you can see now I don't have any pagination here because I have just commented this one. Now inside script.js, this entire thing whatever I have done now, I have to place inside this one. Okay, inside this nav, I have given the ID as pagination. Inside that I have to place this entire thing. So I'm just going to copy this ID, and inside script.js, below this curly braces, I'm just going to access that one. Here I'm just going to write that pagination ID. For ID we have to write here hash, and inside that, inside HTML, I have to place that one. Okay, now this data, entire data I have to copy. Okay, this data will be stored. Whatever paginations I'm having, that will be stored inside this variables. So I'm just copying that one, and here I have just pasted that one. Again, I'll just explain you whatever we have done. Don't get confused. Okay, now here inside this, I have just created one function pagination, and inside pagination, I have just passed total pages and current pages. Okay, total pages we need so that we can get to know how many pages can be displayed, and current page to display the current page of the data. Okay, now you can see the current page is 2 and the second page data is been displayed. So here inside this function, I have just created one variable page list, and I have just initialized the value as empty. Now this total pages and this current pages, I'll be passing these values whenever I call this function. Okay, now here I am just taking the condition, if my total number of pages, if it is greater than 1, only then I want this pagination, or else I don't need this pagination. If my total number of pages is equal to 1, then also it will not enter here and this will not be executed. Okay, now here I am just coming inside this one. Now here whatever parameter I have passed, I am just converting that value. Okay, now whenever I call this function, maybe I will be getting this value in decimal format. So I am just converting into integer format, because whenever we display the data, that should be in integer format. Now here below this, whatever variable I have created here, initially I have just assigned the value as empty. Now here I am just concatenating with this UL list. Okay, entire UL list I have just copied exactly from the index.php and here I have just pasted. Now below this I have just created one previous class variable. Inside this I am just checking the condition. If my current page, if it is equal to 1, then I have to disable the previous button, or else I should just leave it as empty. Okay, now here again I am just going to show. Now you can see, I'll just come to current page. Okay, now if my current page is equal to 1, my previous button is disabled here. Okay, so here I have just returned that one. Now inside this page list I'm just passing this li, and here inside this class list items I'm just passing this class. Inside this class I have just checked this condition. If it is equal to 1, my previous button will be displayed, or else this class will not be applied and this class will be removed from here. I'm just having this anchor tag, I have this page link, and inside this I'm just having this href, and inside this data page I'm just passing this current pages whatever I'm having, that -1. Okay, whenever I click on that -1. Okay, now suppose if I just come to second, now whenever I click on this previous, okay, 2 minus 1, that is 1, I'll be redirected to first page. So we just have to write like that, and inside this I have just passed the data as previous. Okay, you can give any data based on your requirement. Okay, now I have just closed this one. Okay, this is the first li list. Now second li list, I want dynamic data. Okay, I want 1 2 3 dynamically. I don't want it static data. So here I'm just wrapping inside for loop again and again. Okay, unless and until my condition satisfies, it is going to run. Okay, now first I'm just having inside current page is equal to 1. If here it is going to check the condition. If 1 is equal to, suppose my total number of pages is 3. So 1 is less than or equal to 3. Yes, it is. It will come inside this one, and here I have just created one variable active class, because whichever page is active, I just have to give some activeness. Okay, you can see here inside this demo. Now first page is active, so this will be active. Okay, so to give that one, I'm just doing that. Now here I'm just taking the condition. If my current page, whatever I'm having, suppose my current page is 1. Now if it is equal to p, okay, now my p is also 1. So if both the matches, if both these values matches, then only I have to do this active. Active means by bootstrap it will be adding this default styling, okay, dark blue color. Then here if it is not empty, now suppose my current page is 3 and my p is 2. Okay, 3 is not equal to 2, so it will not add any active class, it will just leave it as empty. Now here inside this page list I'm just passing this li, because inside this for each loop I'm passing, because each and every time it has to run. Suppose I'm having 3 pages, okay, totally 12 data I'm having, so 3 pages should be displayed. So 1 2 and 3, okay, 3 pages should be displayed. So for that I'm just creating that one. Inside this anchor tag I'm just writing this page link, href, and data page, again the same thing, data page. Okay, whatever data I'm having here I'm just passing that one. And now here, not here, I'm just going to copy this one. Instead of that, you just have to place here. Okay, inside this anchor tag we are just going to place that one. Okay, like how we have placed for previous, and in the same way we just have to place this dynamic data. Okay, now once we are done with this, now we are just going to create the list item for next. Now if my current page, if it is equal to total number of pages, now suppose my current page is 3 and my total number of pages are 3, so only then I have to disable this one. Now here you can see my total number of pages is 2. Once I come to second, you can see the next page is disabled. So here I am just taking the condition, if both are equal then I have to disable, or else I should just leave it as empty. Now again in the same way I am just concatenating with this list item. Here I am having this page item, and whatever variable I have created, I have just passed whether this class should be applied here or not. Now inside this anchor tag I have just done the same thing, and inside this data page, here I am just writing here current pages plus 1, because now if I just come to 1, now 1 plus 1, okay, that is 2, so I should be redirected to 2. So here I am just writing here current pages plus 1. Then inside this I am having this next, I have just closed this list item. Now here I am just closing my UL list. Here I have started my UL list, and here I am just ending UL list. Now below this entire thing I have to display here. Okay, this entire thing I have to display here. So for this nav I have just given the ID as pagination. and here I'm just accessing that ID, and inside HTML this entire value whatever I'll be getting after adding the data, after adding the pagination, I'm just storing that one. Okay, I have to display that inside HTML, and inside this ID I have to display. Okay, now we have created the function. Now when we have to call this function? Okay, that is the main question. When should we call this function? Okay, now once we insert the data inside the database, okay, now here this data will be displayed in tables. Okay, only once the data is being displayed, if my total number of record, if it is greater than 4, only then I should be getting the pagination. Okay, so here inside this get users function, we have already seen, we have already created the table, we have displayed the data. Now here I will be calling the function. Now below this users table body, firstly I have to get the count of the numbers. Let me just come here, let me inspect this one. Not here, let me come to my project, I'll be inspecting this one. Now here inside console you can see I am having this count. Okay, count is equal to 9. I just want to get the count here. How to get? Let me just create one variable here. Let total users rows dot count. Okay, how we access the players? Let me just write here proper spelling, rows dot count. Okay, now here you can see inside this I'm having this rows, and from rows I'm just accessing this count. Okay, rows dot count. Let me just come here, and here I'll be writing console dot log, and inside this let me just pass here total user. I'll save this, I'll just come here, I'll refresh this one. Now you can see here the total count I got as 9. Okay, now using this one, let me just comment this one. Now below this I'm just going to create my total pages. Okay, whatever parameter I have passed here inside the script.js, okay, I have to pass this values whenever I call this one. So for that I'm just going to create separate variables here. Now here I will be writing here total pages. Total pages is equal to, okay, how many users I am having here? Total users divided by 4. Okay, only 4 data should be displayed, but here I will be getting the value in decimal format. I don't want that one, so here I am just going to write here math.ceil. Okay, only the top value I should be getting, and also I am just going to parse this value. Okay, so that in future I will not be having any issues. Parse int, and here I am just going to close this one. I'll just close this. Okay, like this we just have to close. Inside this parcel, once we give this parcel, now suppose here I am having 2.5, it is going to give me 3. Okay, whenever we are giving like this ceil, it will be giving like this. If you give floor, then you will be getting 2. Okay, I am just giving here ceil. Inside this total pages, okay, to pass here parameters, to pass this first parameter, I have just created one variable here, and inside this whatever value I am having, 9 divided by 4. Okay, in first page, first 4 data will be displayed. In second page, second 4 data should be displayed, and for 9th user, that data should be displayed in the third page. Okay, so I should be getting ceil, so I have just passed here ceil. So now what happens here? 9 divided by 4, I'll be getting 2 point something. Now instead of this value will be given to 3, and 3 pages will be displayed. Okay, so my total number of pages will be 3 now. Now below this, I'm just going to create one variable. Let me just create one variable, current page. Current pages, and inside this, now inside index.php, I have already created one input field. Okay, this we have already seen when we created pagination function, we have already created. I'll just copy this ID, and here inside this I'm just going to access that ID. I'll just paste that ID, and from this I just want to get the value. Okay, whatever value I'm having at the current page, whenever I click on the button, okay, whatever current value, and inside this we have already passed that one. Okay, inside this we are just passing this one. Whenever I click on buttons, that current page value I have to get. Okay, and that value will be stored inside this one. Now if I just click on 2, I'll just come here. Now if I just click on 2, okay, now this current page value will be accessed, and that will be stored inside that variable. Okay, inside this variable. Now here I'm just going to call this function. I'll just copy this function, and here I'm just going to paste that function. I'll just come here, I'll be pasting that function, and here inside this I have to pass this 2 parameters, whatever values I'll be getting. I'll copy this, I'll paste that one. Again I'm just going to copy this, and here I'm just going to paste. Let me paste that one. Let me just copy again. I'll copy this one, and here I'll be pasting that one. Okay, here I have just called the function whenever my data will be displayed. Let me just come, I'll refresh this. Now you can see here, once I refresh, I am getting this pagination. My pagination is being displayed and totally 3 pagination. Okay, you can see I have just given only one. Inside this I have just passed only one data here. Let me just come here. Only one I have passed, but it has run for 3 times because let us just come here inside this database. Inside this database, let me just open that one. Inside databases, inside user data, user table. Totally you can see totally I am having here 9 data. Okay, 8 data I have already deleted. Totally I am having 9. So in the first page 4 data, second page 4 data, and third page this 10th data will be displayed, which means that you can see dynamically I am getting this 3 buttons, 1, 2 and 3. Now if I just add some more data, then again I will be getting 4, 5, 6. Okay, dynamically I will be getting these buttons. Okay, now we have seen how to add this dynamic data. Now next we are just going to see how to, whenever I click on this, that data should be displayed, whatever I am having inside the second page. Again when I click on this, that data should be displayed like this. Okay, whenever I click on this first button, this data should be displayed, and again when I click on this second button, this data should be displayed. Okay, now we are just going to perform that one. We will be seeing that one as well. Okay, this is how we are just going to create dynamic pagination. Okay, you can see inside index.html I have commented this entire pagination, and using this current page and pagination I have just displayed the entire data. Okay, we have just created the function, and here inside this get users function, inside this get users function I have just called that one. Okay, only using this 4 lines, you just have to write this 4 lines and that function will be called here. Okay, here I am just calling this function. Once I call this function, it is going to execute all these things. It is going to execute all this function. Inside pagination, wherever I have given this ID, there inside that all the data will be displayed. This is how we are just going to create dynamic pagination. Now we have completed our pagination logic. Now whenever I click on this, I should be getting the details. Okay, whatever I am having the data inside the database, I should be getting that data. Now if I just come to second page, whatever data I am having inside the database, that is being displayed in the second page. So here in the same way, whenever I click on first page data should be displayed. Then again when I click on second page data should be displayed, and when I click on third page data should be displayed, and also this should be active. In whichever page I am having, that page should be active. Okay, now we are just going to write the on click event. Whenever I click on this, only then I have to change this data. Before that, let me just decrease the image width. I'll just come here inside style.css. Let me just give here 70, and also height I'll be giving 70. Okay, because my images are very large. I'll refresh this one. Okay, now here I am having these images. Now inside script.js, okay, we have already written this pagination function. Okay, we have done all these things. Now inside this document, wherever we have written this document ready function, now inside this we have written this on click for submit button. Okay, whenever I click on submit button, the data should be added inside the database. Now here where it is ending, now here I'm just going to create one function, on click event. Let me just write here on click event for pagination. Now below this I'm just going to write the same thing. Now here I'm just going to create the document. Now inside my document, whenever I click on this, okay, I'm just writing here click. Let me just write here proper spelling. Whenever I click on this, I just want the pagination should be increased. Okay, whenever I come to first page, first data should be displayed. Again when I click on second button, second data should be displayed. Okay, so here inside this UL list, we have given the class as pagination. Inside this UL, we are having this li. Inside this li, whenever I click on these buttons, okay, anchor tag, inside anchor tag we are having this previous button, we are having this 1 2 3 4 numbers, and finally we are having this next. So inside UL I have just given the class as pagination. Inside UL I am having li. Inside li I am having this anchor tag. So I have to access this anchor tag. So let me just copy this pagination class, and here after this I'm just going to write here UL. Inside this UL I am just accessing that pagination class. Inside this I'm having li. Inside li I have to access anchor tag. So we are just writing that one. Then third parameter will be our function, and inside this I'm just going to pass here event. Okay, to prevent the default setting of the form. Now here I'll be writing this event dot prevent default. Okay, so that I will not be having any resetting of the form. Now once I am done with this, Now here let me just create one variable, and here I'll be giving the variable name as page num. Okay, you can give any variable name. Now inside this I just want to access whichever number I click, that particular data I have to access. So which data? This particular number data. Let me just come here. Now whenever I click on first button data I am accessing. So here I am just writing here this dot data, and inside this I am just passing one parameter, that is nothing but page. Okay, now inside anchor tag we have already given this one. Let me just come here. Now here inside this we have already given the data page. Whenever I click on that particular number, that data, that number should be displayed for me. So here I am just telling that inside this page number I am just storing whatever button I click, I am just storing that page number. Now below this, now this value I have to access. Okay, whenever I click on the current page, now suppose this is the current page, first is the current page, now I have to access this one. So using this index.php, using this current page ID, I'll just copy this one, and inside script.js I'm just going to access that one. Now here I'll be writing this. Now I have to access the value whatever I am having. So here I'll be writing value, and this particular value, okay, whichever page I click, I have to access that value. Now here I'll be having three datas, okay, 1, 2 and 3. Now whenever I click on third button, okay, that third number will be stored here inside this page number, whichever button I click, and that page number will be passed as the value to this current page. Okay, whenever I click on these buttons, I have to access the data of that particular page. So we have to call this function again. Whenever I click on this, I have to call this function, and the data related to that page will be displayed. I'll save this. Let me just come here. I'll refresh this one. Now whenever I click on this first page, I'm having this first data. Whenever I click on second page, you can see it's not working. Still we have to work on that. Now here below this, let me just write one alert. I'll just write here 1. I'll save this. I'll refresh this one. Now whenever I click on this first, okay, it's not working. Alert is also not working. Now as you can see, I have just written this alert, and here I have just called this get users function. Now which means that whenever I click on button, this user should be displayed, and also I should be getting the alert. But here in my project, whenever I click on this, it's not working, and even when I click on the second button, it's not working. I have just refreshed this one, again it's not working. Okay, even you will be facing this issue. Even if your code is correct, maybe sometimes it is not going to work. So the only solution what I found, as I already told you before, you just change the folder name, and wherever you are having this one, okay, wherever you are having this URL, you just change that one. Okay, I'm just going to change this one now. I'm just going to change the folder name. Let me just check after changing the folder name, and also inside style.css, okay, everything is fine. Let me just change this one. Now I have just changed the folder name, and also here inside this URL, let me just come on top, and here I have just given here 1. Okay, I have not done anything. I have just changed the folder name, and here wherever I am having URL, I have just given the folder name. Okay, I have just done only 2 things here. I'll just close the left panel. Now here, let me just open that one. I'll just come to index.php. I'll just copy this file path. And here I'm just going to paste, and from here I'll be removing this one. Okay, now you can see here I am having this table, and also my images size is reduced here. In my previous file it was not applied. Now whenever I click on this first page, you can see it is working. Okay, sometimes it happens, you just change the folder name and it will work. Again when I click on this, you can see it is working, and second data whatever I am having inside the database, that is being displayed here. And these images are not displayed because I have deleted these images from my uploads folder, so this is not been displayed for me. Now again inside this third page, you can see the third data is been displayed here. Now totally, let me just come here, first page. Now here I am having only 5 images is been displayed. So from my database, I will be deleting all the data which is not having the images. So let me just come to user data, user table. Now from here, the first data, let me just come to first page, and Suresh, Seema, Reema, Riya. Let me just keep that one, Suresh, Seema, Reema, Riya and Rita, and I'll be deleting these images. Okay, I'll just delete this data. Okay, which is not having the images, I'm just going to delete that one, so that later on whenever we will be inserting, we will be having the image as well. Now here, I'll just refresh this one. Now you can see dynamically I'll be getting only 2 buttons here, the first button and the next button. You can see the next button. Let me just remove this alert from here inside script.js. I'll just remove this alert. Now instead of this, whenever I click on this first button, in whichever page I am residing, that page should be active. Okay, so for that, here we are just going to add some of the code. Now here I'll be writing this dot parent. First I'll be writing and then I'm just going to explain you this one. Okay, where I have to add and from where I have to remove that one. And here I'll be writing siblings. Inside this I just have to remove the class. Remove class and I just have to remove the active class. I'm just removing active class. I'll just copy the same line and from here I just want to add the class. So I'll just remove this one and here I'll be adding. Now what this is telling is, now inside this one, okay, now whenever I click on this first button, this should be active. Now first is residing inside my anchor tag. Okay, inside this anchor tag I'm having this first. So the second number will be, now here I'll be having first page number, then I'm having second page number. So 1 and 2 are siblings. Okay, 1 and 2 are siblings and these are residing inside anchor tag. So their parent is this li. Okay, their parent is li and this anchor tags are their siblings. So their parent is li. Let me just comment this one. Now here inside this I'm just telling that wherever I'm having this siblings, now if I'm having only 2 pages and I am inside second page, from the sibling I have to remove, which means that from first page I have to remove this active class. Okay, now if I am inside that particular class, inside that parent itself, in whichever button I have clicked, and for that I just have to add this active class. Let me just come here. I'll refresh this one. Okay, now it's not working. So let me just come here. Now wherever we have added this one, okay, now inside this anchor tag we are having this li's. Okay, here I have just not given the space. Let me just give one space and also here I'll be giving one space. I'll save this. I'll refresh this one. Now you can see the first page is active, so I am having this one. Now as soon as I come to the second page, now you can see whatever data I am having inside the second page, that is being displayed to me and the second page is active, and that from rest of the siblings it is been removed. Again when I click on this previous, you can see I am redirected to first page. Now let me just add one new user here. Let me add here Ria. Ria I am already having. Let me add my name, Khanam at gmail.com. I'll add one mobile number. I'll select one image. Let me select this butterfly, open, submit. Now you can see this image has been added and the data is been displayed, and here I am having this second. Inside this second page 2 data is been displayed. Again let me just come here. Let me add another data here. Let me add some random data now. Submit. Now you can see this cart I am having. Again only 2 data I will be adding, so that we will see the third button will be appearing here. Let me add here BBB. Submit. Now you can see this has been there. Now here when I insert the 9th data, the third button will come by itself. Okay, we are not going to add any buttons. Dynamically the buttons will be appearing. Now here let me just write here CCC. Submit. Now you can see the third button has come by itself. Okay, I have not added. Now my previous button is disabled and we have already seen the logic how to disable this button. Now next when I click on this second button, you can see the second data is been displayed. When I click on third button, the third data is been displayed and the next button is disabled. Now when I click on previous button, here I am having this data. Okay, this is how we are going to add the logic of the pagination, and also we have seen everything, how to create functions, how to click, how to display the data, everything we have seen. We are going to work on this edit button, update button, delete button. Now we are going to see one by one how to update the data, how to view the data, how to delete the data, and also how to search the data. Okay, we are left with 4 things: editing, updating, deleting and searching. Okay, now we are done all these things. We have just created this model, we have done all this table, pagination logic, we have written entire thing now. Now one by one we are going to see the steps: editing profile, deleting the data and viewing the data. Okay, now we are done with this pagination. Now let's start with update. I'll just open this one. Now inside this partials folder I am having this user.php. Now inside this we have already created some of the functions for adding users, for getting the rows of the users, for getting the count, how many rows are present inside the database. We have just created some of the functions like uploading photo. Okay, everything we have done. Okay, now we are left with updating function, deleting function and search function. Okay, now inside this same class, okay, now we have already created this users class. Inside this same class itself I am just going to create the functions now. Now here let me just copy this comment. I'll just cut from here, and here I'm just going to paste that one. Okay, inside the class itself I'm just going to create update function now. Okay, like we have created for uploading photo, getting the count. In the same way I'm just going to create the function for updating the data. Now here I'm just going to write here public access modifier. I'll be writing function name, let me just write here update. Inside this I'm just going to pass two parameters, what data I have to update and from which field I have to update. So here I'm just going to write here data, and I'm just going to pass here field. Okay, that is nothing but ID. Okay, you can pass any parameter name. I'm just passing here data so that we can understand from which particular row I am just accessing the data. Okay, now we are just going to check the condition. If my ID matches, only then I will be taking the data from the database, and that data I will be updating. So I'm just writing here ID field. From ID field, which data I have to access, I'm just writing that one. Now inside this I'm just going to write SQL query. Update SQL query, I'm just going to write that one. Now inside this I'm just going to write the query update, and from this table name, let me just come here. I'll copy this one, update table name, and I have to set the values. Now inside this I'm just going to pass one variable, that is nothing but fields. Okay, from which fields I'm just going to access the data, and where. Okay, where I'm just going to give the condition where my ID, okay, whatever column name I'm having inside the database, I have to pass the same column name where my ID is equal to this particular ID. Okay, we are using PDO, so I'm just passing that one. Okay, now this ID we are just going to give here. Now once we are done with this, we have to prepare for the statement. Now inside insert query, we have already done this one. Okay, we have just inserted the data, then we have executed, then we have prepared the data here. If we use this prepare statement, we will be preventing lot of SQL injection. So this entire thing I'm just going to copy from here so that we can avoid our time. I'm just going to paste that one. Okay, I have just written the query, SQL query to update the database. Now here I'm just preparing the statement. Okay, entire thing I have just written that one. Inside try and catch block, if I am having any updation, I have to begin the transaction. Okay, if I am having any update to do, only then I have to do this transaction, or else I have to roll back this one. I don't have to change anything inside the database. If I don't update any data inside this one, okay, whenever I click on this update button, now whenever I click on this edit button, I have to update this one. If I don't update anything, then I don't have to change anything inside the database. Okay, that should be same. Okay, this data should not be changed. Okay, so for that, here I'm just doing the rollback. It should not change anything. Then I have to execute this one, execute the statement. Before that, I just have to get the ID. Now here inside this data, I'm just going to pass this ID, and which will be equal to this ID. Okay, whatever parameter I'll be passing here, which that will be equal to this ID, and this is nothing but my column name. Okay, from my column name, whatever ID I'm having, suppose if I'm just accessing third ID, so third ID data I'm just going to access, I'm just comparing that one. Okay, I'm just assigning this parameter value to this one. Then I'm just executing the statement. Then I don't need this last inserted ID. I'm just going to remove this, and also I just don't need this one. Okay, directly I'm just going to commit this changes. Okay, you have to understand this one. I'm just creating one function update. Inside that I'm just passing two parameters, data and ID. Okay, from which particular ID I have to access the data. Now inside this function I have just written this update query, update table name, set fields, where my ID is equal to that particular ID whatever I click. Okay, now here if I just come here, now for Khanam, okay, now here I have not displayed any IDs. Now when I click on this, whatever data I am having inside the database, that data should be displayed, and whatever ID I am having for this one, that ID should be matching with inside my database, and that data should be displayed for me. So here I am just writing that one. Okay, where if it is matches, if this ID whatever I am having inside the website, if that ID matches with my database, only that particular data I have to update. Then here I am just preparing for the statement. Inside the try catch block, I am just accessing this parameter, I am storing inside this variable. Then I am just executing that one, and whatever changes I have done, I am just committing that one, so that once I commit this one, only then it will be affected in the database, and inside the database also the data will be changed. And here I am just doing begin transaction. If I am having any change, only then I have to do this one, or else I just have to do rollback. Okay, so that it will not change anything inside the database. Okay, now this everything whatever we have done, that is static, completely static. We are not going to add any dynamic data. So we need dynamic data. Whenever I click on that particular ID, that particular model should open, and I have to display that data. So dynamically we have to add the data. Here I'm just going to check the condition, if not empty, and inside this I'm just going to pass this data. If my data is not empty, only then I have to come inside this one, and here I have to do some process. Now inside this I'm just going to create one variable fields. Initially I'm just going to assign empty value. I don't want any data inside the field, so I'm just assigning it as empty value. I'm just going to create one variable x is equal to 1. Okay, initially for this variable I have assigned the value as 1. Now here I'm just going to create one more variable, that is nothing but fields count. Okay, I have to count how many fields are there inside my database, like ID field, name field, email field. I'm just counting that one. So here I'm just creating one variable for that one, fields count, and inside that I'll just write here, okay, how many datas I'm just updating. So I have to update that one. Okay, I just have to count that one. Now here if I just show you, whenever I click on this, this is first field, second field, third field, and fourth field. Totally I'm having 4 fields here. So I'm just counting that fields. Okay, how many fields I'm having, I'm just counting that one. Okay, this data is nothing but whatever data I'm entering, I'm just counting that one. Now once I get this one, I'll be writing here for each loop, and inside this I'm just going to pass this parameter data, and here I'll just write here data as, and inside this I'm just going to pass this field. Okay, and this field will be equal to the value. Okay, whatever value I'm entering, I'm just assigning that one. Okay, you just have to pass this one. Okay, you don't have to worry what we have written. This is the syntax of for each loop. I'm just passing this parameter as my field is equal to value. Okay, whatever value I'm just going to enter here. Whenever I click on this update button, now here if I enter some value, that is nothing but we are just accessing the value, and each time whenever I enter some other data, like if I just enter email I'm updating, name I'm updating, mobile number I'm updating, which means that I'm accessing all the values, and each and every time I have to run this one. So here I have just written this for each loop. Now inside this I'm just going to write this fields dot. Now I just have to concatenate this one with my field value. Okay, whatever I'm having here, I just have to concatenate with this one. Okay, each time I'm entering first value, second value, then third value, then fourth value. So totally I have to concatenate that one. So here I'm just going to copy this, and this value I'm just going to concatenate with this value. Let me just write in curly braces. I'll just remove this one, and before that let me just add this curly braces, and inside this I'm just going to paste that field value. I'll just copy this one, and here I'll be pasting that field value. Now this will be equal to this particular value. Okay, whatever value I'm having inside that one, I'm just going to access, and here I'm just going to store that one. Okay, this is how even you are going to perform this field. First initially I have just assigned it as empty value. So this value plus this value, okay, whatever value I'm just entering, this value, then again this value, then again this value, I'm just concatenating with this one, and then I'm storing inside this fields. Then below this I'm just going to check the condition. If my x, if it is less than this field count, I'll copy this one, and here I'm just going to paste. Okay, which means that I'm not, okay, if it is less than my field count, which means I'm not updating any data inside the database. Then I just have to leave it as empty. Okay, whatever I'm having here without updating any data, I just have to leave it as empty, and here I have to concatenate with this one, and here I just have to separate with comma. Okay, because inside insert, you can see here whenever we are doing inserting, we are just imploding that one. Okay, using this implode method, we are just separating each value by comma. So while updating, if we don't have any change, then we are just going to concatenate with this field, and we are just separating with comma. Okay, this is how even you are going to perform. Then next, finally I'm just going to update this value. Okay, each and every time whenever I'm updating the data, I just have to increase the value of x. Okay, now you can see this is the first data, then second data I'm increasing the value of x, again I'll be increasing the value of x. If I'm having some change, again here also I'll be increasing the value of x. Okay, this is how we are going to perform update function. Now let me just explain you whatever we have done. I have just created one function update. Inside that I have just passed 2 parameters, data and ID. Now here I have just written this SQL query update table name, and here I'm just going to set the values fields where my ID is equal to field. Now inside this, once I have written this query, I have to prepare for the statement, and inside this try catch block, if I am having any transaction or if I am having any updation, then I have to do this one. If I am not having any transaction, then I have to roll back that one. I don't have to change anything inside the database. Now once I am done with this transaction, I have to get the ID whatever I am having inside the database and which particular data I am updating. I have to get that ID, and only that data I have to update. Then once I am done with this, I have to execute the statement. Then I have to commit the changes whatever I have done while updating. Okay, now this everything whatever I have done, that is static. Okay, I have not done any dynamic here, only static data I have done. To get it dynamic, here I am just taking the condition, if my data is not empty, whenever I am updating, I am not inserting any empty data. If it is not empty, then here I am just creating one variable fields, and just initially I am just assigning it as empty value. Then here I am just creating one variable x is equal to 1, and here I am just creating one variable fields count. Inside that I am just counting the number of data whatever I am updating. Now I am just creating here for each loop. Inside this for each loop I am just creating this parameter data as field, which will be equal to the values whatever I enter. Now inside this for each loop, each and every time I have to run, so here I am just creating this fields, and here I am just going to concatenate with this values. Okay, whatever values I am just going to get, I am just going to concatenate with this one. Then once I get this one, I am just checking the condition, if my $x, okay, if it is less than this field count. Okay, now suppose if I am having 3, now here I am having this 1 is less than 3, okay, which means that I am not having any change, so I just have to write like that. Okay, I just have to concatenate with comma I am writing here because inside insert query we have already done this implode method, and each and every field we have just separated with comma. So here I just have to write, okay, I just don't have to update anything, so I just have to separate with comma, and again I am just increasing the value of x. Again it will come here. If I just do second data update, let me just close this one, I'll just open this. Now this is the first data update. Now my x value will be increased. Now here again I'll be coming, now again it will be increased. Okay, like that it is going to perform, and once it reaches the condition, which means that I am done with the updation, I don't have any column fields now, I don't have any fields to update. Once I am done with this, I can click on the submit button or update button, the data will be updated. Okay, now we have just created this function, still we have not called this function, we have not performed any action on this function. Now this is the common function we have created inside user.php. Now using Ajax and JavaScript, we are going to perform all the actions, how we have done for inserting the data, how we have done for getting the rows from the database. In the same way we are doing for the update function. Then we will be moving on to the delete and viewing profile. Now once we are done with creating the function, we have created the complete logic of this update function. We have just written the SQL query so that we can update the data in the database. Okay, now once we are done with this, now inside script.js, whenever I click on this update button, okay, this edit button, now when I click on this, you can see this model is getting opened, but I want all the values should be filled by itself, and whenever I click on this submit button, the values should be updated in the database as well as inside my website. Now here I'll just close this one. Now whenever I click on this, you can see this update, whatever data I'm having inside this, that is been displayed. And whenever I change this one, now suppose if I just write here Suresh 1 2, I'll just click on submit, you can see the data is been updated, and here I'm getting this message. Okay, I want this kind of thing to happen. So for that, inside script.js, whenever I click on that edit button, only then it is going to perform all this action. Inside this document, whenever my document is ready, we have already created for adding. Okay, whenever I click on submit button, I have already done this adding. Then we have done for the pagination. Whenever I click on pagination, I should be redirected from one page to another pages. Okay, now here below this, I'm just going to create on-click function. On-click event for editing. Okay, you can give any comment here for your understanding. Now inside this, I'm just going to create the document again, document dot, and here inside this, whenever I click on that edit button, okay, for edit button, let me just come up. Now you can see for editing, for this editing, I have just given the class as edit user. I'm just going to copy this, and here inside this, I'm just going to paste that one. Okay, inside anchor tag, I'm just having that class, I'm just accessing that anchor tag, and from that I'm just accessing the edit class. Now next we just have to write the function. Now here I'm not resetting any form, so I'm not passing any event object inside this one. Now inside this form, let me just create one variable UID, and inside this I just want to get the ID of that particular data whenever I click. Now here I'll be writing this, okay, from this particular data, and inside this I'm just going to pass the ID field. Okay, whatever I'm having inside the database, I'm just passing that one. Now if I just write here alert, I'll just come here, I'll refresh this one. Now whenever I click on this, I should be getting alert, then I should be getting this model. Okay, again I am facing the same issue. Okay, I am not having any error inside my code. Okay, it is completely fine, but it's still not working. So for that again I'm just going to do the same thing, okay, with the solution whatever I have done previously. I'm just going to copy this one and here I'm just going to paste it. I'm just going to paste this file. Okay, this happens, I don't know why it is happening, but if you are facing this issue you can also do the same thing. I'm just going to change it to 2. Okay, you can give any file name. I'll just open this one and this one I'm just going to close. Okay, it is not working, so I'm just going to close that one. I'll just open this with code. Now here I'm just going to perform all the actions. Maybe this is happening because the data is stored in the cache and it is not able to process that one. I don't know exactly what it is happening. Okay, but even if you are facing the same issue, you can just change the folder name and you just have to come to script.js. Okay, before also I have told you about this. Now here wherever I am having this one, let me just come down. Okay, this entire exactly the same code, I have just changed the folder name, nothing else. Now here wherever I have given this PHP 1, I am just going to give here 2. Again here also I am just going to give here 2, not here. Let me just come up. Here also I will just give here 2. I will just save this one. I will come to index.php. I will just copy this path. Now here I am just going to paste that path. And from here I will just remove this. I will be writing here localhost. I will enter. Okay, now you can see here I am getting this alert because only for checking purpose I have just done here inside script.js. Whenever my document is getting loaded, I have just passed here alert. Let me just write here 1. Okay, now it is working completely fine. Okay, that it is not working, I have no idea why it is happening. If you are finding any solution for this one, let me also know this. I'll just click on OK. Now entire data is been displayed. Now when I click on this edit button, you can see that particular ID of this data is been displayed, that is 9, and also this alert box is displayed. Now when I click on this OK, after that I will be getting this model. Okay, even you should be getting this output. Once you click on this edit button, first I should be getting the alert message, then I should be getting this model. Okay, so that we will get to know whether it is working or not. Now I'm just going to come to insert and from here I'm just going to copy this entire Ajax code. I'll just copy this one and here I'm just going to paste. Okay, we are going to perform some changes now. Now inside this I have just passed the URL. Okay, I have already changed the folder name PHP advanced to type, it is get, data type is JSON, and data I just want to pass the ID, and inside this ID I just have to pass this UID. Whatever ID I am getting inside alert message, I just want to pass that one, and action I am just going to give here edit users data. Okay, this we are just going to create inside Ajax. Now inside this I am having this before send, and from success I am just going to remove this entire if I don't need that one. Okay, rest everything will be same. Okay, inside this I have just passed, I am just accessing that one, and whenever I click on this I will be getting this ID. Okay, let me just see whether it is working or not. I'll just refresh this. Okay, let me just remove this alert from here. Whenever my document is getting loaded, I don't want this one. I'll refresh this. Okay, now I am having this data. Now when I click on this, I'm getting this 9. Okay, and also I'm getting this model. Okay, we are going to fill this one, don't worry. I'll just close this. Again, when I click on this, you can see that particular data's ID will be displayed here. Okay, this ID I'm just accessing, I'm just passing inside this data. Okay, now once I get this action, I have to perform this action inside ajax.php. Now here I'm just going to come inside ajax.php. Now below this function, okay, we have written get all users. Now below this, I'm just going to write here action to perform editing. Below this, I'm just going to write that one if my action, if it is equal to whatever I have copied from that. Okay, whatever I have copied from here. Okay, you can pass any action and the same action you have to pass here. If it is equal to that one, let me just come here. I'll just come to add users, and from here I'm just going to copy this entire thing, and here I'll be pasting that one. Okay, whether the ID is empty or not, and this ID whatever we have given inside form.php, we have already created two input fields. Let me just come down, and inside this I am having this one. Okay, user ID, you can see here I am having this. I just have to access that one, and here inside this I am just pasting that one, and here also I am just pasting that one. Okay, user ID I have just accessed. If it is not empty, whatever ID I am having inside that input fields, I will be getting that one, or else I am just displaying it as empty. Now below this I am just going to check the condition here. If not empty, okay, once I get my user ID, if it is not empty, suppose here, okay, the condition is true and here I am getting this data, and that data will be stored inside this variable. I'll just paste that one here. If it is not empty, I just have to call this function. Let me just come here top, and from here I am just going to copy this one. I'll just copy this entire thing. Okay, this entire 3 lines I am just going to copy, and here I am just going to paste that one. Okay, I am just calling this getRow function, and here I have created this one. Okay, you can give any variable name here. Let me just write here user. I'll copy this, and here I am just going to paste. Okay, I am just going to get the rows. Okay, I am just calling this getRows function, which is going to display me the data. Now inside this I am just going to convert that into JSON format, and here I am just exiting the code. Okay, this is how we are going to perform this edit function. First we are just checking whether the ID, whenever I click on that, whether it is empty or not. If it is empty, I am just leaving it as blank. If it is not empty, I am just accessing that one. Again I am just checking the condition if my ID is empty or not. If it is not empty, I'll just come inside this one, and here I am just calling this getRow function, from which ID, which data I have to access. Then whatever data I'll be getting in the array format, so I'm just converting into JSON, and here I'm just exiting from here. And now here inside this, let me just refresh this one. Now whenever I click on this, okay, I'm getting this alert message, and also if I just inspect this one inside my console, okay, here you can see here I'm getting this one, oops, something went wrong, which means that we are having some error. Okay, now here inside this I just have to write here get. Okay, using get method we are just accessing, so we just have to write here get. And also from here I just have to get the ID. Okay, from the database I just have to get the ID. So not user ID, I just have to get the ID. So here I am just passing that ID. Let me just refresh this. Now whenever I click on this edit button, okay, you can see whichever data I have clicked, that data is been displayed to me. Okay, the 9 data is been displayed. Let me just close this one. Again when I click on this, okay, the 6th data should be displayed. You can see the 6th data is been displayed. Okay, we are just getting the ID from the database. Sorry for that, I just copied from here. So whatever data I was having, I have just displayed that one. Okay, from here we are just accessing the user ID, but from here, okay, whenever we are accessing, we just have to access the ID. Okay, whatever we are having inside the database, only then we will be able to match the data from the database. Now inside user.php, we have already returned that one. Inside partials, inside user.php, we have already written this query. Here let me just come down for update. Here we have already written whenever my ID is equal to the database ID, only then it is going to update. So here also I should be passing that one. Whenever I am getting the ID from the database, only then I have to access this one. I have to get the rows, and I have to display that particular data. Okay, only then it is going to perform. And also if we just come to network tab, now here inside this you can see here I am having this request. Now when I click on this request, all the entire data related to that field will be displayed to me. Let me just open this. Okay, it's not okay. Here you can see here I am having this one, ID is equal to 6. Inside this preview, all the data related to that one will be displayed. And also inside headers you can see method is equal to get, and status code is 200, which means that I don't have any error. Now inside this everything will be displayed, and response, you can see what response I got. Okay, this entire thing will be displayed. Okay, you should be aware of this network tab. Inside this you will be finding many things. Okay, and you should be knowing as a developer, okay, what all we can find inside this network tab. Entire response has been displayed. Now if I just come to this Suresh, I'll just click on this edit button. Okay, now you can see below this I'm having another request. I'll just click on this, and inside this you can see entire Suresh data will be displayed to me, and inside response also I'm getting this Suresh data. Okay, this is how we are going to perform, and we are going to check the output inside the network tab. Let me just close this network tab. Okay, now whenever I click on this, all the values should be filled by itself. So for that, inside script.js, whenever we are getting the response, okay, I just have to access all the values. So here I'm just checking the condition. If my rows, okay, if I'm successfully getting all the rows, I'll just paste that one here. Now inside this, I'm just going to access all the values. Here I'll be writing user ID, okay, sorry, username, okay, because this is the input field, and from that I am just accessing the value, and inside this I'll just copy this one, and here I'm just going to paste, and from here I just want to access the name field, okay, whatever I'm having. Again in the same way, for this I'm just going to write here email, okay. This I'm writing because inside form.php, whenever we created this input fields, you can see here inside this input fields we have given this name attribute, and also we have passed this ID attribute, okay. So I'm just accessing the name attribute, whatever you have given here. Now next is mobile, and finally for user ID I just have to access. User ID is nothing but whatever I have given here. I'll just copy this one, and here inside this I'm just going to paste that one. Then here name, then here I'll be writing email, okay. This values on left side, that is from the input fields name attribute, and this values whatever I am writing here, that should be matching with the database column name. Now here I'll be writing mobile, and finally here I'll be writing ID, okay. In database I have ID, I don't have user ID. Inside database, inside tables, let me just come to that table. Inside user table I'm having ID, I'm not having user ID, I'm having ID. So I'm just passing here ID, okay. Whatever I'm having inside the database, I'm just passing that one here. I'll just save this one. I'll come to project, I'll refresh this. Now whenever I click on this, okay, I'll be removing this one. You can see all the fields is been displayed to me, okay. In the same way, if I just click on this, you can see all the fields related to that will be displayed to me. Let me just close this. Now here inside this, let me first remove that one, okay. I'll be removing this alert. I'll just comment this alert from here, so that whenever I click, I don't want any alert message should be displayed. Now whenever I click on this, directly the model is getting opened, all the fields related to that one is been displayed to me, okay. Now here what happens, I am not calling, okay, I have still not called this update function. Whatever I have created inside user.php, I have not called it, okay. So now what happens, now whenever I click on this add new user button, and here if I just write here 1 2 submit, now you can see the new data is getting inserted, okay. It is not understanding whether we have to update or whether we have to add. Directly it is inserting the data inside the database, okay. Now the problem is I have just created the same model for adding the users as well as for updating the users. Now how we will get to know whether we have to update or whether we have to add the data, okay. The solution is using the ID numbers. Whenever I click on this, we have already seen inside alert message we were getting one ID number, okay. Using that ID number, now we are going to check the condition. If the ID number is present, then I have to update the data. If the ID number is not present, then I have to add the data, okay. So for that, inside ajax.php, now here we have already done, okay, we have done for adding the function here. Now here I'll be just checking the condition. If my user ID, okay, whatever I have given here, this player ID, I'm just going to copy this, not here. You can see we have already checked this one. I have just passed this. If my player ID, if it is there, if my player ID is present, then I have to update that one. So here I'm just going to call the update function. Now inside user.php, I have just created that one, update. I'll copy this, and here I'm just going to paste, and inside this I just have to pass the two parameters. First is the data, okay, whatever data I'm inserting, first parameter, and in which field I'm just inserting. I'm just inserting in this ID field, okay, whatever ID I'm getting, I'm just inserting in this ID field, okay. Whenever my player ID is present, then I have to update that one, else I just have to add that one. I'll just copy this, and here I'm just going to paste. I'll just refresh once. Now here I am having this data. Now when I click on this edit button, now let me just add one image here. I'll just add this book, submit. Okay, now you can see again the data is getting inserted, which means that, let me just come here. Now here you can see here this ID, whatever I have given here inside form.php, I am having this user ID, okay, this I is in capital letter. So here I am just going to paste that one. I am just going to access that one, and here I have just pasted that. I'll refresh this. Now again I'm just going to edit this one. Now here I'll be adding one image. Let me just check whether it is getting added or whether it is getting updated. I'll just open, submit. Okay, now you can see the image has been updated, which means that now the data is getting updated. You just have to check whenever I click on the button, if ID is present inside the database, then I have to update. If ID is not present inside the database, then I have to add the data. Now again, if I just click on this, and here let me just change it to Ramesh. Inside this I'll be adding here Ramesh, and here let me just change it to 1. Choose file. I'll be selecting this browsers, submit. Now you can see all the data related to that one has been updated. Now here spelling is wrong. Again I can update. I'll just come here. I can just change it to Ramesh. Submit. Now you can see the spelling has been changed. Okay, this is how we are going to perform this edit option. Now let me just revise whatever we have done till now. Now inside script.js, we have just created this one. Okay, on click event. Whenever I click on this edit button, I have to perform all this action. Before that, I just have to get the ID of that particular user. Once I get the ID, now inside this Ajax, I'm just passing this URL. Then type, I have just passed this get data type JSON, and here everything I am just passing inside this data. I'm just accessing the ID whatever I have got from here. Then I'm just passing this action. Now before send, okay, this will wait unless and until my data is fetched from the database. Now inside this, whenever I get this response, I just have to access all the values from the database, and I have to display the data inside the form. Now here if I have some error, this error should be displayed to me. Now here I have just passed this action. Now inside ajax.php, here I am just writing that action. If my action is equal to edit user, then here I am just creating this player ID. Inside this I am just going to access the ID which is present inside the database. If the ID is not empty, then I am just assigning the ID, or else I am just leaving it as empty. Then below that I am just taking the condition. If my ID is not empty, I will just come inside this one. I'll call this getRow function, because I have to display the data. Once after updating, I should display the data as well. So I'm just getting this row function, and from this ID field, which data I have to display, I'm just displaying that data. Then whatever data I'm having, that will be in the array format. I'm just converting into JSON, and here I'm exiting. Okay, now whatever ID you have given here inside form.php, inside this name and attribute, whatever you have given here, you have to use the same letters. Okay, this is case sensitive, so you should take care on that. You should not write like user ID, because I wrote user ID, it was not working. Now I have changed and that is working now. Now here I am just taking the condition. If I am having the player ID, whenever I click on update button, if I am having any ID, only then I have to update. If I am not having any ID, then I have to add the users like this. Okay, I am just adding the user. Okay, this is how we are going to perform. Now if I just click on add new user, you can see here I am having this empty form. Now when I add new user here, let me add here Suresh. Submit. Now you can see the new user has been added. Suresh has been added now. Now when I click on Suresh, and here I'll just write here 1 2 1 1 1, and here I'll be writing 1 2 1 2. Choose file. Okay, file, let it be the same thing. I'll just click on submit. Now you can see the Suresh data has been updated. We can change the image as well. This is how we are going to perform edit function. Now once we are done with this, now we are left with this profiling, we are left with this deleting, and we are left with search. Okay, now we will be working on this delete, then later on we will be working on this viewing profile. Okay, now we have seen how to perform the logic of update function. We have updated the data, and also we have seen whenever we are having user ID, only then we have to update, or else we have to add the data. Okay, now the problem is, now here we will be having one issue. Now whenever I click on this, this model is getting opened, and here the values are displayed. Now if I just close this one, and if I click on add new user, you can see the values, whatever fields I have clicked, that values are still present inside this one. Okay, I don't want this one. Whenever I click on add new user button, I don't want any field should be displayed here. I want empty fields. Okay, because we are adding the data, so we don't need anything. Only when we update the data, only that field should be displayed. Now again, if I just click on this update, okay, I'll just close this. Now when I click on this, you can see the values are present whenever I click on this add new user. I don't want this to happen. Again, when I click on this Ramesh, You can see here values are having. For update we need values. I'll close this, but when I click on this add new user, you can see the values are present. I don't want this to happen. So what we are going to do is, whenever we click on this add new user button, we just have to remove the values. We have to reset the form, and also we are just going to remove the value from here. Okay, whatever value we are having, we will be removing that one, and also we are just going to clean the form whenever we click on this add new user button. Again, when I click on this Suresh edit button, okay, now here I am having values. I can update Suresh values here. I can just click on submit. The value will be updated here. You can see 1, 2, 3. But again, if I just click on add new user, okay, now the values are not present. Without updating, I'll just click on this. Now if I directly close without updating, without clicking on submit button, now if I click on add new user button, you can see the values are there. I don't want this to happen. Okay, this is the kind of issue. This is kind of error we are having inside the code. We have to solve this one. Okay, so here inside index.php, wherever we are having this add new user button, here I am having this one. Okay, inside index.php we have already created. Now here inside this I am just going to create id. Id is equal to, let me just write here, add user button. Okay, I have just created this id. I'll just copy this id. I'll be coming to script.js. Now below this edit function, okay, we have written this doc on click event for editing function. Now here I'll be writing on click for adding user btn. Now here below this I'll just access that id. Inside this hash I'm just going to paste that id, add user button. Whenever I click on this one, let me just write here, whenever I click on this, I just want this function to be executed. And inside this function, first I have to reset the form. Okay, for resetting the form, I'll just come to form.php, and inside this, for this I have just given the id as add form. I'll just copy this id, and here inside this I'm just going to access that id. I'll just paste that id, and now I'm just going to reset the form. For resetting we just have to write like this. After that I just have to clean all the values. I don't want any value should be present inside that one. And also inside form.php we have created this to input field, and for that I have just given this id as user id and name as user id. And also we are just going to remove this user id, because whenever we are having user id the data will be updated, but if we are not having user id the data will be inserted. Now what I am going to do is I am just going to empty this value, which means that whenever I empty this I don't have this value with me, so the data will be inserted. I am just going to copy this one, and here below this I'll just access that one first. I'll just write here $, and inside this I'm just going to access that id, user id dot value. Okay, whatever value I'm having inside that one, I just want to empty that values. Okay, these 3 lines you have to pass, or else whenever you click on add new user button, all the values will be displayed if you have not updated that values. This is how we are going to write the function, and we are going to perform this activity. Now whenever I click on this, edit user, now if I just edit this one, when I click on submit, okay, the data will be updated. Now when I click on this, you can see the form is empty. Now here when I click on this, the data is there. I have not updated anything. I'll just close the form. Now when I click on this add new user button, you can see the form is empty. Okay, all the values whatever I was having, that is been deleted from here. Okay, I don't have any data inside this form. Okay, this is how we are going to remove all the values. We are going to clean the form whenever we click on this add new user button. I don't want any data here, so I'm just writing that one, and the data will be erased. Again when I click on this, let me just click on this, and here I'll be adding 3. I'll just add 3. Submit. Now you can see the data is been updated, but when I click on this, you can see the form is empty here. Okay, once my data is updated, the form will be empty, but without updating, if I just close this form, okay, I don't want to update anything, I'll just close this one. If you would have not cleaned your form, then whenever you click on this add new user button, all the fields would have been displayed, but here I have just cleaned that one. Now when I click on this, you can see the fields are empty. Okay, I don't have any data inside this one. We are just going to perform like this. We are just going to access the id. Whenever I click on this, I'm just going to reset the form, and here I'm just going to reset the value. I don't want any value inside that. Okay, this is how we are going to perform this one, and we will improve our code. Okay, now next we are going to see about delete. Now we have completely done with updating, and also we have seen how to clear the form data. Now we are going to perform delete operation. Okay, now from here inside user.php, I'm just going to copy this comment, and here I'll be pasting that one. Okay, inside this class itself we are just going to do here I have created this user class. Inside this class only we are going to write all the functions. Okay, like I have already told you while we were creating this all the functions, even this update function I have created inside the class. So here also I'm just going to create this function. Now here I'm just going to write here public function. Here I'll just give the function name as delete row or delete user. Okay, something you can give based on your requirement. And inside this I'm just going to pass one parameter, that is nothing but ID. Inside this let me just write here SQL, and here I'll be writing this delete from. Okay, I have to delete this one, so this is the query. I'm just going to copy this and here I'm just going to paste. Okay, delete from table name, and I have to give the condition. So here I'm just going to write where my ID is equal to this particular ID. Okay, now this ID whatever I have written here, that should be matching with the database table name column. Okay, whatever I have inside this one, okay, whatever I am having here, that should be matching with this one, and this is nothing but the value entered. Okay, now whatever value I click on this, that value should be displayed. Let me just copy this. I'll just come to index.php. I'll just copy this one, and here let me just okay, now here you can see here I'm having some images are not displayed because I have deleted from the database because it was creating issue for me. Okay, now here I'm just going to delete that one. I'll just refresh this. Okay, now I have deleted the data because I have already deleted some of the images from my folder because they were having larger in size. So I just deleted that one. Okay, but still it is going to work. Now if I just add one new user, let me just write here Ramesh. Submit. Now here you can see the image is properly displayed. Okay, because I have deleted because those images were larger in size, so I was not able to handle that one and my website was getting slow. So I just deleted that one and I forgot to delete from the database. Okay, now it's completely working. Now here I am having all this output. Now let me just come to user.php, and here I have just created this delete row function. Inside this I have just written this query. Okay, delete from table name where my column ID is equal to whichever ID I click. Now suppose if I just click on this ID, okay, it will be asking me for the confirmation. Okay, I just want to create like this. So whichever ID I click, that ID should be matching with the database and that data should be deleted. Okay, now here below this I just have to prepare the statement now. Now here let me just copy this entire thing and here I'm going to paste. Now here I have just prepared for the statement. Inside this try and catch block, now here I don't need this entire thing. Instead of this, I just want to execute the statement because whenever I click on that I have to execute. I don't want any transaction should be performed in the database. Now here I'm just going to create one variable statement, and inside this I'm just going to execute this one, execute, and here inside this, okay, whatever data I'll be getting, that will be in the array format. So here I'm just going to write here ID, and here I'm just going to write the ID. Okay, whatever parameter, if it is matches with this one, I'm just going to execute the statement. Okay, whatever I have written, I'm just going to execute that one. Now below this I'm just going to write here if my statement, if it is greater than row count, if it is greater than 0, what I am going to do is okay, now here I am just writing if my row count is greater than 0, which means that the data is present inside the database. If it is less than 0, that means the data is not present, that row is not present inside the database. So here I am just checking the condition. If statement, if this row count, let me just write this arrow symbol, if this row count, if it is greater than 0, only then I have to return. Okay, I just have to return true, which means that I should delete that one. So I am just returning true. Else inside this catch the same statement will be having, and here instead of this I am not doing any transaction, so I don't have to roll back anything. Instead of that I just have to return false. I'll just copy this one and here I'm just going to paste, and here I'll be writing false. Okay, this is how we are going to write delete function. Okay, you don't have to get confused with this. Once you practice this one, then you will understand where you have to write and what all the things you have to execute and which you have to prepare and which you have to do the transaction and where you should not do the transaction. Okay, everything you will understand once you practice this one. Without practicing, definitely you are not going to understand. At least 2 times or 3 times you have to practice this one to understand the concepts. Okay, now let me just explain you again. Delete from table name, where my id, this column id is equal to the id whichever I click. Once it is done, I have to prepare for the statement, and inside this try and catch block I'm just returning false. If the data is not present, I just don't want to do anything, I just want to return false. If it is present, inside try catch block I'm just executing that one. Okay, if we execute only, then it is going to perform. And here inside this array I'm just passing this id, and here I am having all these things, and here I am just counting this one. If my row count is greater than 0, which means that my data is present inside the database. If my data is present inside the database, then I can just delete that one. Okay, this is how we are going to perform this delete function. Okay, this is the function for deleting. Now still it is not going to work because we have not written JavaScript and Ajax. Once you are done with this, we'll move on to the JavaScript and Ajax part and perform delete operation. Now we are done with this creating function. Now we are going to perform JavaScript and Ajax. I'll just come to script.js, and we have already done this one, on click event for editing. Below this I am having this one, on click event for adding user button. Okay, whenever we click on this user button, I just have to clear the entire form. So we have already performed this one. Now we are just going to perform on click event for deleting the function. Okay, whenever I click on the delete button, the data should be deleted. Okay, now here I'm just going to write that one. I'll just write here document. Okay, whenever my document, and here I'm just going to write click, and inside this let me just come up, and here I have already given the class for this one. Okay, whenever I click on this delete icon, I have given this class, so here I'm just accessing that one. Now here I'll be writing a dot, okay, this particular user. Now I just have to run the function. Now inside this I'm just going to write here e. In this I just want to prevent this one, so I'm just passing this event object. Okay, I have just done the same thing whatever we have done previously. Now here I'll be writing e dot prevent default. Now below this I'm just going to create one variable. Let me just write here uid, and from top let me just copy. Okay, I don't have to waste your time. I'll just copy this one, and here I'm just going to paste. Okay, again I just have to copy. I'll just come here, I'll copy this one, and here I'm just going to paste. Okay, now which means that whichever id I click, I'm just accessing that id, I'm storing inside this uid variable. Okay, I have done this one. Now here whenever I click on this, I'm getting that confirmation message. Okay, pop-up message. Are you sure you want to delete? Are you sure you want to delete this user? Okay, something like this. Okay, let me just write like this. Okay, it will be asking me for this confirmation whenever I click on the user. Okay, whenever I click on the delete icon, this will be asking me for this confirmation. Okay, now once I'm done with this, now I'm just going to perform the Ajax. Here I'm having this one, and inside this I just have to confirm this. So here I just have to write here confirm, and this I'm just going to closing it here. Okay, this is how we are going to perform. I'll be performing all the Ajax operation now. Let me just come here. I'll just copy this Ajax, and here I'm going to paste. Okay, this is how we are going to perform. First I'm just going to confirm this one. Okay, only if I give okay, I'll be coming inside this one, and whatever I give here, that actions will be performed. Okay, now here everything will be same, URL will be the same thing, and here I'm having the type data type, and data will also be the same thing. Now instead of this, let me just write the action as delete user, and here I'm having this before send. Okay, this is how. Then next I'm just going to come here, I'll just copy this error, I'll copy this one, and here I'm just going to paste. Okay, this is before, and here I'm just going to paste that error. Okay, now let me just close this if statements. Okay, only for that I'm getting this error. Let me just close this one, and also I'll be closing this if. Okay, this is the error, this is the before, and here inside this Ajax I have just performed this one. Okay, this is completely Ajax, and this whatever I have closed, that is for if statement, and this is for my document. Okay, whatever I have closed here, okay, that is for my document. Inside this I have just prevented this one. Okay, whenever I click on this delete button, I don't want any action should be performed, so I am just preventing that one, and then I am just accessing the ID. Okay, whichever icon I click, I am just accessing that ID. I am storing inside this UID variable. Okay, this is how we are going to access that one from the data, and inside this I am just accessing the ID. And here once I access, I am just confirming that whether I want to delete this user or no. When I click on OK, let me just come here. Okay, this is the demo project. When I click on OK, the data will be deleted. When I click on cancel, you can see the data is not deleted. But when I click on OK, the data, this Ramesh data is been deleted, and here I will be getting message user has been deleted successfully. Okay, we are going to perform that one. Okay, this is how we are going to perform, and URL is get JSON. Everything is fine. Before sending, I just want to wait for some time, and then here I will be having this error. Okay, now once we are done with this, now here I am having this delete user. I'll just copy this. Now inside this ajax.php, I'm just going to perform that one. Now here I'll just come to ajax.php, and below this, okay, we are having get all users, we are having performing editing. Now here perform deleting. Below this I'll be writing here if $action, if it is equal to this particular action. Okay, if my action is equal to delete users, then only I want to delete that one. Before that, let me just copy this entire thing, and here I'm just going to paste. Okay, you can give any variable name. I'm just going to give here user ID. Okay, if you keep player ID, then also it is going to work. I just don't want you to get confused, so I'm just writing here separate variable. If you write here, then also you will not have any issues. If you write another variable, then also you will not be having any issues. But you should be careful that what variable you are using and which action you are using that one. Okay, now below this I'm just going to check the condition. If my $user empty, if my $user ID, okay, if it is not empty, only then I have to perform. So here I just have to write here not empty. Okay, if my user ID, whenever I click on this, if it is not empty, only then I'm going to come inside this one, and I have to call that delete user function. Okay, whatever I have created. Now here I'm just going to create one variable is deleted, and inside this I'm just going to create the object for that one. Let me just write proper spelling, and here I'll be creating the object obj, and inside this I'm just going to call that function inside script.js, not inside script.js, sorry, inside user.php. I have created this function. I'm just going to call that function here. Okay, let me just copy again, and here I'm just going to paste that one, and inside this I'm just going to access this one. Okay, this I'm just going to pass as the parameter. Okay, because inside user function, inside this delete function, we have already passed this parameter. You can see we have passed this parameter. So inside this I'm just passing this one. Now whatever ID I am getting here, whatever ID I will be getting here, that will be passed here, and that now this function, if it is called, it is going to come inside user.php, and it is going to delete the data from the database. Okay, now here I am having this one. I have just called that function. Now here I am just going to check if it's deleted. Okay, let me just write here dollar symbol. If it is deleted, if the data is deleted, then here I am just going to display that message user is deleted or not. So let me just create one variable display message, and inside this I am just going to check that one. I'll be writing here delete, and inside this I'm just going to pass here 1. Okay, which means that the data is deleted. Okay. Else, if the data is not deleted, if I cancel that one, I'm just going to copy this, and here I'm going to paste, and instead of this I'm just going to write here 0. Now 1 means the data is deleted, 0 means the data is not deleted, and the data will be there inside my database and also inside my website. Okay, I'm just checking that one here. If I'm getting something from here, I'm just checking that if the data is deleted, only then I have to display this message, or else I should not display any message here. Then whatever data I'll be getting, that will be in the array format, and also I just have to display the message. So here I'm just going to write here echo, and inside this I'm just going to write here JSON encode. Inside this I'm just going to copy this display message. I'll just copy this one, and here I'm just going to paste that one. Okay, because this I have to display the message. I have to display the message, so I have to echo. Okay, in PHP we have to echo, only then it is going to display the message. Now here I'm just going to exit this one. Okay, once it is done, we have to exit. Okay, this is how we are going to perform this action. If my action is equal to delete user and this action I have passed inside script.js, you can see here inside data I have passed and here I have just passed this action. Okay, now here once it is done, I'm just getting the user ID. Okay, if my user ID is not empty, then whichever button I have clicked, I'm just getting that one, or else I'm just assigning the value as empty. Okay, if my user ID, if I'm getting user ID from here, if my user ID is not empty, only then I have to perform this delete, and here I have called this delete function. Okay, now once I get this delete function, once the data is being deleted, here I am just checking that whether I have clicked on cancel or OK. If I would have clicked on OK, then the message should be displayed like this. Now inside success, we will be displaying the message, or else the message should not display it. So I am just giving here 0. And here I am just writing here echo statement, and here I have just written JSON encode and display message. Okay, now inside script.js, now here below this we just have to write success. Now here I'm just going to write success, and inside this I'm just going to call this function. Inside this I'll be writing here user. Okay, now for better understanding, let me just write here response. Okay, res response, and here I'll be writing comma. Okay, so that I will not be having any error. Now inside this success I'm just having this function. Now here I'm having this if result, if response, if it is deleted, okay, if it is equal to 1, only then I have to display the message. So here before that, inside index.php, before this, let me just come here, before, okay, below this h1 I just have to display the message like this. Below this heading I have to display the message. So here I'm just going to write here div, and here I'll just write here display message as my class. Okay, now inside this div container I just have to display that message. I'll save this. Before that, let me just write here hello. I'll save this and I'll just show you the output. I'll come here, I'll refresh this one. Okay, now you can see here I'm having this hello. So in place of this I just want to display that message. Okay, now script.js, now here I am having if result, if it is equal to deleted, okay, if it is equal to deleted, only then I have to display the message. So here I am just going to access that class. I'll just paste that display message class, whatever I have given, and inside this I'm just going to write here HTML, and here I'll be writing user deleted successfully. And also I just have to fade in the message. Okay, I don't want that message should be displayed forever. I don't want that to happen. So here I'm just going to do fade in. Okay, if you are aware of little bit of jQuery, then you will be knowing about this fade in. And I just want to fade in for some delay. Let me just give some delay, and delay I'll just give here 2 seconds, something like that, 2500 or 3000, whatever you want, you can just give it that one. And after that I just have to fade out. Fade in, fade out, and also I have just given some delay. Now once it is done, now rest users, whatever I am having inside the database, that should be displayed, and using this get users function the data will be displayed. I'm just going to copy, and here I'm just going to paste that one. And also let me just write one console.log done. Okay, inside console this message will be displayed. Let me come here, let me just remove this hello from here inside index.php. Now from here I'm just going to remove this hello. I'll save this. Okay, now here I'm just going to come. Now when I click on this delete message, now you can see I'm getting this are you sure you want to delete. If I cancel this one, the data will not be deleted, but if I just click on OK, the data will be deleted, and here I'll be having this user has been deleted successfully. Okay, later we are just going to do the styling for that one. Okay, we will be adding some bootstrap classes and the data will be displayed to me like this. Let me just come here, I'll delete. You can see the data will be displayed like this. We are going to perform like this later on. Okay, but this is how we are just going to delete the data. Now whenever I click on this, you can see the data will be deleted, and here I am having this output. Okay, now because I am having only 3 data inside my database, so the pagination has gone. Now here if I just enter some data, let me just add Ramesh. Submit. Now you can see the data is there. Again I'm just going to add one more data. Submit. I'll just click on submit. Now you can see I got this pagination, and inside the second page I am having this data. Okay, this is how we are going to perform, and whenever I click on this delete message, I will be getting this confirmation whether I should delete this message or not. Okay, once I delete, okay, the data will be deleted from the database as well. Okay, this is how we are going to perform delete function. Just come here, and here if you see, let me just come to script.js. First, inside user.php, I have just created the function. I'll just come here. Okay, I have just created this function delete row, and inside this I have performed all these activities, and inside script.js I have written this on click event. Okay, whenever I click on this delete button, okay, delete user, I just have to delete this one, and inside ajax.php I have just called that action. Okay, whenever I do this action, I should display the message, and also I'm just calling this function. Okay, once you practice this one, you will understand. We are creating function, then we are writing on click events, and then finally we are performing actions. Only these three things we are doing to perform that particular action. Now we are left with viewing the profile. Whenever I click on the user view profile, I have to see that user's data, and also we are left with searching the data. Whenever I search any data, that data should be displayed to me. Okay, this is all about delete function. Now next we are going to perform viewing data of the user. We have seen updating the data, deleting the data. Now we are going to see how to view the data. Okay, whenever I click on this I button, the data should, whatever I am having here, the user data should be displayed for me in the form of model. Okay, now here before that, okay, while I was recording, I just didn't do this one. Whatever variable you have given inside this one, the same variable you have to give here. Okay, only then it will be deleted. Okay, this part I just missed out. I just trimmed this one while editing, but you have to do this. Okay, so again I'm just recording this one, I'm just informing you this. Okay, you just have to write this. Now below this I'm just going to write one comment. I'll be writing here profile view. Now below this, first I'm just going to write the document, and inside this, whenever I click on this profile button, I have to open that. So here I'll be writing click separated by comma and a dot profile. Okay, this I have given already. Inside this one, inside this anchor tag, I have just given this class. You can see here this is the delete, and inside this edit we are having edit, and inside this profile we are having this class. So I have just selected this class, and here I am just accessing that one. Okay, a dot profile, and inside this I am just going to pass the function. Now I'll be passing the function. Okay, for viewing the profile, you don't have to write separate function, you don't have to call the separate action, because this is the same as editing users. Okay, whenever we click on that edit, the model will be opened and the data will be displayed. So using that same action and using the same function, we are going to perform this one. So directly we are writing JavaScript for this. We are not having any separate function for this, and also we are not going to write any separate action for this one. Okay, directly using update, we are just going to access the data and we will be displaying that one. Okay, now here I am having this. Now here I am just going to create one variable UID, and inside this I am just going to access the data. In the same way, however, we have access for deleting and for updating. You can see in the same way I have just accessed that one, and here I am just getting that data. Now let me just come to editing part. Okay, this is the editing part, and from here I am just going to copy till here. I'll just copy this one, and below this I'll be pasting this one. Okay, now here I'm having Ajax. I'm having this URL PHP advanced 2 and ajax.php. Type is get, data type is JSON, and data I'm having this ID I'm just abstracting, and here I am having this one. Action will be the same, edit users, whatever we have done for updating, the same action we are going to perform here. And inside this, before, okay, I just don't want this one. Okay, directly I just want to display the data, so I'm just removing that. Now here I am just going to write here success. Directly I am just going to write here success, and inside this I'll be passing this function now. Okay, I'll be telling you what all I am just going to pass. Now inside this I am just going to pass one parameter, that is user, because whichever ID I click, that particular user I have to display. So I am just passing one parameter, that is nothing but user. Now inside this I am just going to check the condition. Now if my user is present, okay, if I have clicked on that edit user, if the user is present, only then I have to come inside this if loop and I have to perform all the actions. I'll just separate using comma, and I'll just come up, and from here I'm just going to copy this error. I'll copy this one, and below this I'm just going to paste. I'll just remove this. Now below this I just have to close my document, so I'm just going to close this one. Okay, like this you have to close, and that error will go. Okay, this is for error and this is for success. and this whatever I have written, okay, this is for Ajax, okay, Ajax closing, and finally this last one is for my document, okay, this last part is for my document wherever I have closed. So you have to close properly or else you will be getting this error. If my user is present, now here inside this I'm just going to create one variable. Let me just give my variable name as profile, and inside this, using this backticks, okay, this entire data inside profile.php we have already created this model, and here we are having all these buttons, and inside this model body I have just created one div. Okay, now inside this div I have to display all the data. So here in this ID I am just going to display. In place of that, that data will be displayed, and that data will, whenever I click on the button, that data will be shown to me. So here what I am just going to do is I am just going to create one div, and for this div I am just going to give the class, and class, let me just write here row. Okay, these are bootstrap classes, you don't have to worry. Now inside this I am just going to create another div. Okay, instead of writing here, okay, directly I am just going to come here, and below this I will be writing so that I will be getting proper colors. Now here let me just create one div, and for this div I will just give the class name as row, and inside this later on I am just going to copy this and I will be pasting inside script.js. Okay, only to get proper colors I am just writing here. Now inside this I am just going to create another div, and for this div I will just give the column small I will be giving, and let me just write here 6, and also I will be giving for medium screen devices I will just give here 4. Inside this I just want image, and my image source is nothing but inside uploads folder. Inside uploads folder I am having image, and image I will be accessing like this, okay, user.photo. Okay, whatever column name I am having inside the database I am just writing that one, user.photo, and also I am just going to give here alt like something image, and class I am just going to give, class I will be giving here rounded. Okay, you can give anything. Now below this I am just going to create another div, and for this div I am just going to give the class as call sm6, and also I am just going to give call. Okay, before I have given 4 here, now I am just going to give here 8 so that it will be summing up to 12. Now inside this I just want to display the name of the user, so h4, and for this I am just going to give the class as text primary, which will display the text in blue color, and also let me just write here inside this $user, and I just want to display the name, so .name. Okay, these are the column names, whatever I am writing here, these are the column names. This we are not getting in blue color because we are writing inside profile.php, we have not used backtick set. Okay, so I am getting this one. Now below this I am just going to create one paragraph, and inside this I just want to display one icon. So let me just come to form.php, and from here I am just going to copy this email icon. Okay, whatever we have written for email, I am just going to copy this one, and here inside this, inside profile.php I am just going to paste that one, and below this, and after this one, after I, wherever my I is closing, after that I just want to display the user email. Let me just write here user.email. Okay, we are done with this email. Now here I am just going to write one break. Okay, I want one break. Now below this, in the same way I am just going to copy for phone. Let me just come to form.php, and from here I am just going to copy for mobile number. I will copy this one, and below this I am just going to paste, and in the same way I am just going to write for mobile, user.mobile. I'll just close this. Now my paragraph is ending here, my div is ending here, and my div is ending here. Okay, let me just copy this entire thing. I'll cut from here, I'll just save this, I'll come to script.js. Now here I'm just going to remove this, and also I'll be removing this backticks. Now here I'll just write this backticks, I'll close this. Now inside this I'm just going to paste that one. Okay, the entire thing, whatever I have written inside profile.php, I have just copied that and I have just pasted that one here. Now you can see I'm getting this proper colors, user.photo, this user.photo. Okay, whatever column name I'm having inside the database, I'm just pasting that one. Okay, we are having this name, email, and finally we are having this mobile. Now this entire thing I just have to display here. Okay, inside this profile.php, inside this div container, in place of this I have to display the entire thing. So here below this I'm just going to extract that ID now. Okay, whatever ID I have given here, I'll just copy this one, and here I'm just going to paste .html, and inside this I just have to display the entire thing. Okay, this entire thing I just have to display, and this entire thing is stored inside this variable. Okay, profile. I'll just copy this one, and here I'm just going to paste. I'll save this. Okay, now we are not going to perform any action. We are not going to write any function for this. Okay, only this much we have to write, only so much of code we have to write to see the data of the user. Okay, here I have just written this document, and whenever I click on this profile, okay, that icon, I just want this function to be executed, and inside this I'm just getting that ID. Okay, whichever icon I click, I'm just getting that ID. I'm storing inside this UID variable. Now once I get this one, okay, I have just done the same thing like this. Once I get this ID, I'm just performing the Ajax, and inside this I'm just sending this URL, okay, PHP advanced 2, and here I'm having ajax.php, then type is get, data type is JSON, and data I'm sending the same thing, okay, ID is equal to UID and action is equal to edit users data. Okay, this action we have already performed in ajax.php. Whenever we were editing this one, you can see here we have already performed this action and we are having this output here. Now here I have passed the same thing, then I'm having this success, and also inside editing you can see here I have just accessed the same thing, okay, same ID I have accessed, and here I'm just passing that one inside data. Now here I have not written before because I am not passing anything inside the database. From the database I'm just displaying the data, so I have not written before. If you want you can write, then also you will not have any issues. Then inside success I'm just calling this function. If I am getting some response, if my user is present, then I just want to display this entire form model, and this entire form model should be displayed inside this profile.php, inside this div container. Wherever I have given this ID, there it should be displayed. Okay, here I am having this output, then HTML, and this variable I have passed, okay, whatever variable I created, and this entire thing I have stored inside that variable, and here I have just passed this variable. Okay, this is how we are going to perform this one. Now let's check for this output. Okay, now let's see. Let me just come here. Okay, now you can see here I am having this PHP advanced to index.php. Now here I am having this output. Now whenever I click on this view profile, you can see the entire data whatever I am having from the database, that is being displayed to me. Okay, this is how the data will be displayed to me. Now let me just come to profile.php. Inside profile.php, you can see here I am having this ID. Let it load. Okay, here I am having this ID, and in place of this, okay, all the data whatever I am having inside that, it is being displayed. Let me close this. Now again when I click on this, you can see that the data will be displayed, and this will be my output. Again when I click on this, you can see the data will be displayed. Okay, whichever user I click, that data will be displayed. Okay, now whenever I click on this, delete. Okay, you can see user has been deleted successfully. Okay, whenever we are going to update and when we will add the new user, we are going to see, okay, how to give the styling for that one as well. Okay, you can see, we can see the entire data. You just have to access the ID and you have to pass the same action whatever we have done for updating. You don't have to write any function, because inside this ajax.php, while updating itself, while editing the user itself, we have just called this one. Okay, we have called all these things. We have performed all the necessary actions whatever it's to be performed. So you don't have to worry. You don't have to write separate action while editing, because whenever we click on this edit, the same way the user is getting displayed. Okay, the data is getting displayed to us. So in the same way, the same action is being performed. Whenever I click on this, the data will be displayed. Okay, so you don't have to write separate action and separate function for this. Okay, only inside script.js you have to write so much and you will be getting the output. Inside script.js you just have to do the same thing. Okay, whatever we have done, you just have to do the same thing and you are going to get the output. Okay, this is how we are going to perform this. Next we are going to see how to search the data, how to display the data of that particular user. Now we are going to work on searching the data. Whenever I search for some user, that data should be displayed for me. Okay, now here I am having this output. Okay, PHP advanced 2. Now if I just search for Ramesh, okay, it is not going to filter out. Okay, we have to perform some actions. We have to write JavaScript and Ajax for this. Only then we are going to filter out the result and we will be getting that result. Okay, now we are going to perform this one. Okay, first inside user.php, like always we have done, we have created function for deleting the user, for uploading the photo, for updating the user. In the same way we are going to create function for searching the user. I'll just copy this comment here and here I'm just going to paste. Inside user class itself we are going to create this function. Okay, now in the same way I'm just going to create this function, public function, and let me just write here search user. search user, and inside this I'm just going to pass 3 parameters. First is the search text. Okay, what text I'm searching, I'm just going to pass that one. Next will be my starting limit, how many data should be displayed whenever I search. Okay, we have already seen about pagination. Inside first page only 4 data should be displayed. So whenever I'm searching, if the data is more than 4, then I need pagination. So I'm just writing here start is equal to 0, and also I'm just going to write here limit is equal to 4. Okay, totally I want 4 data should be displayed. So 0, 1, 2 and 3. So totally 4 data it will be taken. So I'm just passing 3 parameters inside this search user. Let me just change the spelling, search user. Now inside this, first I'm just going to write here SQL query, and here I'll be writing select. I just want to select all the data, so I'll be writing here select star from this table name. I'm just going to copy this one, and here I'm just going to paste select star from table name, where my column name, okay, this whatever I'm writing here, that should be matching with the database column name. Okay, now inside this database, here I'm having this name, so that should be matching with this one. Whatever you have given here, suppose if you have given username, then you should be writing here username, where my name, and here I'm just going to write here like. We have already seen about this like. Now here I'm just going to write one variable. Now this is going to give me the search. Okay, now this is going to give me the search, whatever I am searching inside the input field, that is going to return me this one, and that is going to filter out search. And here I just want to order this one, order by, I just want to order by ID and in descending order. Okay, by default it will be in ascending order. I am just writing here descending order, and limit I am just going to give this one start, and also I'm just going to separate by comma, and next I'm just going to give here limit. Okay, don't get confused with this SQL query. I know it's little bit confusing, but if you just see this one, okay, let me just explain you again. Select star from table name, which means that I'm selecting all the data. Whenever I search for that user, I'm selecting his mobile number, email, everything I'm selecting. So I'm just writing here select star from table name, where the name, okay, column name, like, okay, whatever search I'm doing, this we are going to create now. Order by ID. Okay, now suppose Ramesh I'm having in 3, 4, 7. Okay, that data will be displayed in descending order to me, and limit I have just given here 0, 4. Okay, this variables I have already declared here as a parameter, and inside start I have given 0, and inside limit I have given 4. I am just passing that values here inside this query. Now once I am done with this, now I have to prepare for the statement. Now let me just come here. I'll just copy the same line. I don't want to type it again, so I'm just going to paste that one here. Okay, statement, this connection I'm just going to prepare, and whatever variable I have passed here, I'm just preparing for that one, and here I have just passed that one. Now once it is done, once prepared statement is done, now I have to execute this one, only then I will be able to search this. So here I'm just going to create one variable statement, and inside this I just want to execute this one. Let me just write here execute. Now whatever data I'll be getting, that will be in the array format. Now here I'm just going to give here search. Okay, this variable whatever I have passed here, I'm just writing the same thing here. Now this whatever I'm passing here, that will be matching with my search. Okay, now here if I just search for something here, now here whatever text I'm writing here, okay, whatever it is going to match here, I'm just going to write, and that will be stored inside this parameter. I'm just going to copy that, and here inside this I'm just going to paste that one. Okay, this is nothing but search text. Let me just write here $. Okay, this entire thing it is going to be matched, and I'm just assigning to this one, and when my query is executed, this entire thing will be checked, and the data will be stored inside this one, and later on it is going to match. Okay, and later on whatever data I'm having here, okay, using this like operator, it is going to filter out, and that is going to give me the result. And here we just have to write here %, which means that the entire text I am searching. Now here I'm just checking the condition here. If my statement and also if my row count, if it is greater than 0, which means that the data is present inside the database. If the data is present inside the database, now here I'm just going to create one variable result, and inside this I just want to fetch all the data, whatever data I am matching, that entire data I have to fetch. So here inside this, first I'm just going to write my statement, and then next I'm just going to fetch all. So here I'll be writing fetch all, and inside this, okay, we have already seen we should write this PDO, and inside this I'm just going to write here fetch ASOC. Okay, because only value I need, I don't need any indexes, so I'm just converting that one. Okay, using this fetch assoc, I'll be getting only associative values, not the index number. Okay, we have already seen about this. I'm just going to fetch all the result, whatever data is getting matched. Now suppose I'm having 5 Ramesh, so 5 Ramesh entire data will be fetched and that will be displayed to me. So that is the reason I'm writing here fetch all. Else if I don't have any data, okay, whatever search I'm doing, if I don't have anything, then I just have to return the empty array, which means that the data is not present. My row count is less than 0, which means that the data is not present, and I'm just going to return the empty result. Okay, now once we are done with this, now entire function is going to return something and it is going to return the result. Okay, in this result I'm fetching all the data, I'm storing that one. You can see I'm fetching all the data, I'm storing inside this variable. Let me just write here results for better understanding. Okay, because we are fetching all the results, so I'm just storing all the data inside this variable. If I am not having any data matched, I'm just going to return this empty array. If I am having any data that is matched with my search, then here I'm just returning the result. Now whenever I call this function search user, it is going to return me the result. Okay, it is going to check all these things. If the result, okay, if this count is less than 0, then it is just going to stop here. If it is greater than 0, then it is going to return me the result. Okay, this is how we are going to write search function. Let me just explain you again. Public function search user. Inside this I'm just having this search text parameter. The search, okay, the text whatever I'm going to search, then I'm having starting limit and the ending limit. Now here I have just written this SQL query, select star from table name, where name, column name, like, okay, whatever search I am searching, okay, now whatever I'll be getting from here, I'm just storing that one, and that is going to filter out and that result will be generated for me. And order by ID and descending order I'm just going to order, and limit is equal to 0, 4, which means that 0, 1, 2 and 3 data will be displayed. Then next I'm just preparing for the statement. Then here I'm just executing that one. I'm having here search, and whatever text I have passed here as a parameter, I'm just passing that one here, and then I'm just executing the statement. Okay, this entire statement whatever I have prepared, I'm just executing that one. Now once it is executed, here I am just checking the condition. If my statement, okay, whatever row count I am having, if it is greater than 0, then I am just fetching all the data and storing inside this result variable. Else if I don't have, if my row count is less than 0, then I am just assigning the empty array for my result variable. Okay, then finally I am just returning this result. Okay, this result, sorry, I just have to call here. This is my if statement. Okay, my if statement has, okay, my if statement is ending here, my else is ending here, and inside this function itself I am calling this one. Okay, not outside the function, inside this function I am just returning the result. This is the code you have to write for searching the function. Next we are going to perform JavaScript and Ajax for this, so that our search function will start working. We have created this search user function. Now we are going to perform JavaScript and Ajax in this. We are going to complete the logic of search user, and whenever I search, that particular data should be displayed for me. Okay, before that, inside index.php we have already written this one, okay, input field, the search box. Now for this I'm just going to give one ID. ID is equal to search input. Okay, you can give any ID, I'm just giving here search input. Whenever I type something inside input field using event, okay, using key up event, I'm going to search the data and I'm going to perform all the necessary actions. Okay, now here I have just given one ID, search input. I'll just come to script.js. Okay, now we have already seen how to write the event function for viewing the data. Now here I'm just going to write one comment, and inside this I'm just going to write here search data or search user. Now below this I'm just going to write the same document again, document dot on, and this time I'm not going to write here click, I'm just going to write here key up, which means that whenever I type something, it is going to take all the events. Okay, if I type one letter, it is going to get that one. Again, if I type another letter, it is going to take the event of that and it is going to return me the output. Now next I'm just going to write here function. Okay, using this function, now we are going to perform all the necessary actions inside this document. Now first, whatever value I have written inside this input field, I have to access that one. Okay, now this entire value whatever I have written, I have to access that. I have to store inside separate variable. So here I'm just going to create one variable. Let me just write here const. I'll just write here const, and inside this I'm just going to write here search text. Search text is equal to, using this, okay, in the same input field, I just want to get the value. So we just have here value method, I'm just writing that one. Okay, whatever value I have entered, I'm just accessing that one from inside that input field. I'm storing inside search text variable. Okay, now here I'm just checking the condition. If my search text let me just write here, if my search text length, if it is greater than 1, which means that result is present, okay, one by one character it is going to search. So if it matches, only then I have to come inside this if loop and I have to perform all the actions. Now here I'll just open this if loop, and inside this I'm just going to perform the Ajax first. Let me just come on top. From here I'm just going to select this entire Ajax, and here I'll be pasting that one. Okay, if my search text length is greater than 1, only then I am just performing this data. Let me just remove this, and instead of this I'm just going to give some other values. Now inside this data, first I'm just going to write here search query. This search query I'm just going to pass inside the action, and inside this whatever value I'm getting from here, I'm just pasting that one here. Okay, the same value whatever I got, I'm just going to perform that one. And action I'm just going to write here action colon action, I'm just going to write here search user. Okay, you can give any variable name here, search user, any action you can give. I'm just writing here search user, and let me just close in double quotes. Now below this I'm just going to write here success, and inside this I'm just going to pass this function. Inside this function I'm just going to pass one parameter here. Okay, let me just write here users. Inside this search function I am just passing one parameter, that is nothing but users. Now below this I'm just going to write the error. If I'm having some error, this error should be displayed for me, so I'm just writing that one. Okay, error, oops, something went wrong. Now in below this, let me just close this one, and also let me just close this if statement. Okay, this if statement I'm just closing here. Okay, this is my if statement, and inside this Ajax document, okay, inside this document I'm having this one. Okay, now once we are done with this, I'm just going to come on top. Now here inside this success I'm just going to create one variable, and let me just write here users list. Users list, and inside this, okay, initially I'm just going to assign it as empty value. Below this, okay, let me just write this variable. Now below this I'm just creating one variable. I have just assigned the empty value. Now if I just search for some result, suppose if I am having 5 data, so that data, okay, that should be executed again and again. For 5 data it should search, and that data should be displayed for me. So we are just going to wrap this inside one loop. So here I'm just going to write here each, for each loop, and inside this I'm just going to pass this one. Okay, first I'm just going to pass this users. Okay, whatever parameter I have passed here, I'm just passing that one. Suppose inside this, if I'm getting some users, I'm just passing this inside for each loop, and next I'm just going to run the function. Okay, now this function will be having two things. First is the index number, and second is the user. Okay, whatever user, okay, you can give any variable name here. Now inside this function, not here, let me just come outside this. Now inside this function I just want to run this again and again. Okay, this users whatever I got here, I just want to run again and again, and I just have to concatenate with this one. Suppose first user, second user, third user, I just have to concatenate with this user, and I just have to call this get user row function. Okay, whichever we have created here, get user row, you can see here get user row. Now this function is going to return me this entire table, so I'm just calling that function here. I'm just calling that function, and inside this I'm just going to pass this user. Okay, this user whatever I am getting here, I'm just calling that one, I'm just pasting that one here. Okay, don't get confused, I'm just going to explain you again. Okay, inside this data I'm just passing this search query and action. Inside this search query I'm just passing this search text. Okay, whatever text value I'm getting here, I'm just storing inside this one, I'm just passing that one, and action I have just written here search user. Now inside this success, when I'm getting some user, whenever I search, first I'm just initializing empty value for this users list, then using this each loop, for each loop I'm just executing this one. Okay, for each users I just want to run this function, and inside this whatever value I'm having, okay, first I'm having empty value plus, okay, now whatever value I get using this get user function, get user row function, that will be displayed. Again that value plus, again this will be executed, again that value plus, this will be executed, and in the same way the data will be displayed for me. Now below this entire thing I just have to display in the table. So here I'm just going to write here access, and inside this table.php, let me just come to table.php, and for this I have given here user table. I'm just going to copy this ID, and here I'm just going to paste that ID. Inside this user table body, I just want to access table body, and inside this one I just want to store the entire data. .html, and inside this whatever value I am having inside this user list, I'm just going to copy this one, and here I'm just going to paste. Okay, in this user list all the table, all the result will be stored. I'm just storing that one inside the user table body. Okay, now once we are done with this, we will be having one issue. Now suppose if I am having 5 users, the data should be displayed in the form of pagination. Inside first page only 4 data should be displayed, and inside second page the next 5th data should be displayed. Below this variable I'm just going to write this if condition, and here I'll be writing here users. Okay, if my users are present, okay, if my users are present, only then I'm just going to perform all this action. This entire thing I'm just going to copy. I'll just cut from here, and here inside this I'm just going to paste. If I'm having users less than 4, then I just want to hide the pagination. So here I'm just going to come here inside index.php. For this pagination I have given the ID as pagination. I'm just going to copy this one, and here I'm just going to paste that one, and this pagination I just have to hide. Okay, I don't want the pagination should be displayed, and I just want to hide that one. If I have more than 4 data, then I want to display the pagination. So here this is my condition where it is ending. Now below this I'm just going to write here else, and inside this first I'm just going to call this get. Okay, this entire get users function I'm just going to call. I'll just paste that one here. First I'm just going to call all the users, and also I just want to display the pagination. Okay, if my result is not matching or something like that, then I just want to show the pagination. Okay, I just want to display the pagination, so I'm just writing here. First I'm calling whatever users I'm having inside the database, then also I'm just also displaying that pagination. Okay, if I'm having more than 4 data, then pagination should be displayed. Okay, this is how we are going to write JavaScript for this. Again I'll just explain you. Okay, whenever I write something, okay, now this, okay, now here let me just remove this. Now F I have written, S I have written, A I have written. Okay, this each event will be captured and that will be stored. Okay, I'm just accessing the entire value. I'm storing inside this search text variable. Okay, using this key up, I'm just going to access each event. I'm just accessing the value. I'm storing inside this search text variable. Now here I'm just checking if my search text length. Okay, now here I am writing SCA. Okay, now this entire text is not getting matched here, so it will not come inside this if loop at all. Directly it will come in else condition, and all the users and also the pagination will be displayed for me. Then inside this, if it is matches, then it is going to come, all the URL it is going to come. Now inside this PHP advanced 2, we are going to perform the Ajax operation. Then next I'm having this type is equal to get, data type is JSON, and inside this data I'm just passing here search query and action. Inside this search text, whatever value I'm getting here, I'm just passing inside this one. Then action I have just written here search user. Now this action I will be going to perform. Now this action I will be performing inside ajax.php. Okay, now once I'm getting the response, I have just written this success function. If I'm getting some result which is less than 4, then I just want to hide the pagination. So here I'm just checking the condition, and here I have just hidden the pagination. Now inside this success, I'm just creating one variable user list, and initially I'm just assigning the empty value. Now using this for each loop, I'm executing again and again. Okay, suppose if I'm having 5 data, then 5 times it is going to execute and it is going to display the result for me. Then where I have to display inside the table, inside table body, I have to display the entire data, like how we have displayed entire data. Okay, like how we have fetched and stored entire data inside the table, I'm just going to do the same thing. Okay, this get user function we have already created when we were fetching the data from the database. Okay, now we have hidden this pagination. Now if I am having some error, this error will be shown to me. Then finally I am having this else, and inside this, okay, if I am not having anything, okay, directly if my text condition, okay, if my search text length is less than that one, then it is going to come inside this else condition. It is going to display all the data whatever I am having inside the database, and based on the condition given, it is going to display the pagination. Okay, this is how we are going to write the event for searching the data. Now finally I have just passed this action is equal to user data. Now inside ajax.php, here I am just going to write one inside ajax.php, I'll be writing one comment. I'll just write here search data. Now below this I'm just going to perform all that action. Now here I'll be writing that if my action, if it is equal to that particular action whatever I have copied, inside this, first let me just write one variable here, query string. And using this get method, first let me just check the condition. Okay, if not empty, if whatever value I am having, if it is not empty, using this get method, I'll be writing this get method, and inside this whatever query I have passed here, okay, whatever I have passed here, I'm just going to copy this one, and inside this I'm just going to paste that one. If it is not empty, only then I'm just going to perform this one. Okay, I'm just going to trim all the empty spaces. If I'm having any empty spaces while searching, I'm just going to trim that one, and I'll just copy the same thing. Okay, if it is not empty, I'm just going to trim all the spaces, and whatever data, whatever text I'm searching, I'm just getting that one. Okay, if it is empty, okay, I'm just going to assign the empty value. I don't want to do anything, so I am just assigning the empty value here. For more specific, let me just write in single quotes. Okay, first I'm just taking the condition. If it is not empty, I'm just going to trim all the things, all the space bars or everything I'm just going to trim. I'm just passing that one. Or if it is empty, then I'm just assigning the empty value. Now below this, I'm just going to create one variable results. And inside this, I'm just going to call the function. Okay, whatever search function we have written, I'm just going to call that here. Let me just come to user.php, and here we have written this search user. I'll copy this one, and here I'm just going to call this function, and inside this I'm just going to copy this string. I'll just copy this variable, and here I'm just going to paste that one. Okay, this is how we are going to call the function, and whatever parameter inside search, let me just come to user.php. Here I have passed this search text, so I'm just passing this search text inside this one. Okay, now whatever data I'm getting from here, I'm just passing that one as a parameter. Once I pass this, once I call this function, now this function will be executed here. Okay, whatever I am having here, okay, the result will be fetched. Okay, it is going to match the entire string, then it is coming to JavaScript. Then again it will come to JavaScript, it is going to perform all these actions, okay, and it is going to generate me the result. Now below this, whatever data I am having, I'm just going to write here JSON encode. Okay, I just want to convert into JSON format, so I'm just writing here results. Then below this, I just have to exit this one. Okay, now we have performed all the actions. We have written JavaScript, we have written Ajax, and also we have written the function. Now let's see the output, whether it is working or not. Now here let me just refresh this, and here I'll be writing Ramesh. Data is getting filtered out, and here I am getting Ramesh. Now here I am having Sita. Here let me just write here Sita. I have written only SEE, so two data is been filtered. Now as soon as I write T here, only Sita data is been filtered. Now if I just write here some other data, it is not going to match me anything. Okay, now here let me just add one new user, Khanam. Submit. Okay, now here I am having one Khanam. Now let me just add one more Ramesh here. Submit. Okay, now here you can see here I am having this pagination. Now here I am just going to search for Ramesh. Okay, you can see the pagination has also gone, and only two data, Ramesh data, has been displayed for me, because while writing this function, you can see inside the script.js we have already written that one. Okay, I should hide the pagination. Okay, if I am having less result, I just have to hide the pagination. If I am not having any result, then I just have to display the entire data. Okay, this is how we are going to perform these actions. First, we have just written inside user.php, we have created this function search user, and inside this ajax.php, here we have just called this function. Inside ajax.php, we have called this function, and inside script.js, we have performed all these actions. Okay, whenever my document, okay, here I am having this document key up, everything I have written here, and this dot value, and here I am just searching for the text. If it is greater than 1, only then I have to perform all this action. And inside this ajax.php, I have written this action. Okay, whatever I want to do, I have just written this one. Okay, this is how even you are going to perform. Once you write this one, you will be able to search the data, and whatever data it is getting matched from the database, that data will be displayed for you. And also inside index.php, I have just given this ID. Okay, for this input field, I have given the ID as search input, and using that ID itself inside JavaScript, inside script.js, I'm just accessing that one. I'm performing all these actions, and inside this action, I'm having search user, and inside ajax.php, I'm just performing that one. Okay, we are done with this search user. Now finally we are just going to see the last part of this one, that is how to display the messages. Whenever my user is updated, how to display that one. Whenever new user is added, how to display that one. Whenever user is deleted, we have already seen that message, but we are just going to add some stylings, and we are going to perform that one. Now we have performed all the CRUD operation. We have seen advanced CRUD, we have seen pagination, we have seen how to search using form, we have seen how to search the data using model, how to insert using model, how to edit, and also how to view the data of the user. We have performed all these actions. Now only thing, the final part we are left is how to display the messages. If I am updating the user, I want to display the message. If I am adding new user, I have to update the message, and also when I am deleting the user, I have to display the message. Deleting, we have already seen how to display. Now we are just going to add some stylings for that, and now we are going to write the code for that one. Now we are going to perform for updating and deleting. Okay, whenever I update, the update message should be displayed. Whenever I add the user, the adding message should be displayed. Okay, now we are going to write that one. Now inside index.php, we have already created this diff container while we were deleting the user. Below this PHP, I have created this diff container, and for this I have given the class as display message. Now inside script.js, now whenever I click on the form, okay, whenever I click on submit, only then the user will be added, and whenever I click on submit, the user will be updated. Okay, based on the condition we have already seen. Whenever I click on this form submit button, only then the user will be added. Now when I click on this edit user submit button, the user will be updated. So I have to come inside form. Okay, now here inside this, wherever we have written form event, let me just come on top. Here we have written this add form event. Now below this, I'm just going to create one variable. Let me just write here message, and inside this, first I'm just going to access the user ID. Okay, inside form.php, let me just open that one. Inside form.php, we have created these two input fields, and inside one input field I have given this ID, user ID. I'm just going to access that one here. Now here I'm just going to paste that ID, user ID dot. Okay, now inside this, if I'm having some value, okay, if I'm having some ID, so I'm just going to check the length here. Okay, if my length of that ID, if it is greater than 0, okay, if the length is greater than 0, which means that the ID is present. Now when ID will be present? When I am updating the user, the ID will be present for me. When I am not updating the user, the ID will not be present for me. So here I am just checking the condition. If my user ID dot value, if its length is greater than 0, then I have to display this message, user has been updated successfully. I have to display this message, or else I just have to display user is been added successfully. Let me just come here. I'll just write this colon. Okay, this is ternary operator. Now here I'm just going to write here new user has been added successfully. I'll save this. Okay, this is the variable I have created message. Inside this I'm just accessing the ID. Now whatever value I'm having, I'm checking the length. If it is greater than 0, which means that the ID is present. I have taken the ID and I am updating the user, so ID will be there with me. So that time I have to display this message, user has been updated successfully. If I am not having, okay, if it is less than 0, which means that my ID is not there, and in the form I am adding the data inside the database. So here I have to write new user has been added successfully. Now once it is done, while clearing the form and also while resetting the form, whenever I click on submit button, here I am accessing all the users. Now below this, I just have to write this one. Okay, the way I have written for deleting, I just have to write here. Now here what I am going to do is, first I am just going to access this one. I'll come to index.php. I'll just copy this class, and here I am just going to paste that class. Now for this one, inside HTML, I just have to display this message. Let me just come on top. Okay, this message, okay, this is been stored inside this variable. I'm going to copy this, and here I'm just going to paste that one. Then I just have to fade in. Okay, I don't want to display it forever, I just want to fade in, and also I'm just going to give some delay. Let me just write here 3000 or 2500, and finally I have to do fade out. Okay, if you are aware of little bit of jQuery, then you will be aware of this one. What is this fade in and fade out? You don't have to worry. If you just know the basics, then you will get to know this one. Okay, this is how we are just going to display the message. Now here I am having all these things. Now inside this, for deleting also we have done the same thing. You can see here inside HTML, directly I have passed this one. Okay, directly I have passed the message, because here I am not checking any condition. Directly I am deleting the user, so inside HTML directly I am passing this message. Then I have done here fade in, delay and fade out. Then finally I am calling all the get users function. Okay, I have called this get users function. Okay, and this is how we are just going to display the message. Okay, whenever I am having ID, user will be updated. When I am adding new user, this new user is been added. Let me just write here colon. I'll just refresh this one. I'll just click on this edit. Let me just add here 1 to submit. Now you can see user has been updated successfully. Now after that particular seconds, that message will be disappearing. Okay, that message will be disappeared. Now I am going to add new user. Let me add here Sia. Submit. Now you can see new user has been added successfully. Okay, this is how I'll be getting the message, and after that particular time the message is going to be disappeared. Okay, if I am having the ID, then the user is updated. If I am not having ID, then the user will be added. And also while deleting this one, let me just delete this Ramesh. Okay, you can see user has been deleted successfully. Now let me just add some stylings for that. Inside index.php, now here I am having this one, this div container. Now for this, I am just going to give some stylings. Now here first I just want to display the message in center, so I'm just giving here text center, and also I'm just going to write here BG dark. Okay, my background color should be dark, and also text light. Okay, whenever my background color is dark, I have to give the text light, and also some margin bottom of 3. I'll save this. Okay, this is the stylings I have just given because I just want to give some stylings there. I have just added some stylings: text center, BG dark, text light, and some margin bottom. Now let me just come here. Now here I am having this output. Now if I just edit this one, let me write here 1 2 1 2 1 1 1 2 or some random number. Submit. Now you can see user has been updated successfully. Okay, the stylings is been applied, and here I am having this message. Now when I delete this user, okay, you can see user has been deleted successfully. Again when I add this new user, now you can see new user has been added successfully. Okay, this is how we are going to display the message, and also we using this fade in and fade out and delay, we are just going to delay the message, fade in and fade out. Okay, using that one we are just going to disappear the message. This is all about displaying the messages. We are done with this project. Now final part, I am just going to revise entire thing whatever we have done, because revision is important. Without revision, without revising anything, we are not going to remember anything. So I am just going to revise entire thing from starting till now whatever we have done, and then finally I am just going to close this project. Now this will be our final step of video. I'm going to revise whatever we have done till now so that we don't forget. Okay, revision is very important. If we don't revise or if we don't practice, we are going to forget each and everything. So revision is important, so I thought of making this revision video as well. Now we are going to revise this entire thing. You just focus on the concept whatever I am telling here, okay, so that you will not get confused what we have to do and where we have to stop and where we have to do the transaction, where we should not do. Everything we are going to understand in this revision part. Okay, first let me just come to my code, and here this is the file structure. First I have just created index.php, then I have just created inside this partials folder, I have created database.php, user.php, then in JS I have created script.js, then finally after creating index.php I have created all these files: form.php, profile.php, table data.php. okay, everything I have just included inside index.php. Inside CSS folder I have created style.css, okay, to give some stylings for the image. Okay, this is the file structure. You can choose any file structure based on your requirement. If you just want to include all the form, all the models, everything inside index.php, then also you can do that one. Okay, you don't have to create separate files and store all the data inside separate files, but at one particular point your index.php will become messy. Okay, you will get confused, so that we are creating separate files, we are storing the data inside that one. This first index.php. Now here inside this I have just written this basic boilerplate, and I have used this bootstrap, and here I have linked this bootstrap CSS link. Then here I have linked font awesome link for the icons, and here I have linked my custom CSS link. Inside this body, first I have just given this heading, and I have applied some bootstrap classes. Okay, you don't have to worry about these classes. If you know basics of bootstrap, then you can go with this, or you can just give your custom stylings. Okay, custom stylings will take a lot of time, so I have just used bootstrap here. Below this I have just created this container, and inside this container I have wrapped this entire thing. Okay, whatever form data, whatever form I am having, the model I am having, the button, the search box, everything I have wrapped inside this div container. Okay, below this div container, the first child is, okay, the display message. Whenever I am adding user or when I am deleting user, for that I have just created this div, and for this I have just given the classes display message. Okay, now we are not going to focus much on this. Now below this I am having this form model, and I have created separate file for that, form.php. Inside this I have just given some classes, and here I have given this ID. Okay, this ID is very important, because whenever we are targeting any element, this ID should be matching with that button, only then it is going to open. Okay, now we are having all these things, and inside this I am having one heading, adding or updating users. Okay, you don't have to worry about this model. If you just go to bootstrap and if you just type for model, you will be getting this entire model. You just have to copy and you have to change based on your requirement. Before my model body I have just created the form. Let me just close this. Before model body, you can see here, before model body I have created the form, and for this form I have given the ID as add form. Okay, because whenever I am adding some events for this one, using this ID I will be accessing that one. And method is equal to post, and end type is equal to multi-type form data. Okay, this you have to give because we are inserting image in the database as well, so we have to use this one. Then inside model body I have just created form groups, and inside this I have just created some input fields. Okay, and also I have just given some icons. If you don't want to give icons, you can just remove, but I have just given for the presentation. Now inside this input field I have just given the type as text, and also I have given this ID and name. Okay, these both are very important, ID and name. Okay, you can give separate values for this, but I have given the same name so that I don't get confused, so I have just given the same name. Then below this I am having email. Okay, in the same way for email also I have given the ID and name, and type I have just given email, and also I have just given here required is equal to required, because without filling any data I will not submit any form. Okay, the validation is completely different, but I have just given the simple validation here. Okay, required is equal to required. Then for mobile also I have done the same thing, and here also I have just added some validation. Maximum length is 10. After 10, okay, 11 numbers I can't add inside that one. And also minimum length is 10. My minimum length and maximum length is 10. Then finally I am having this photo, and for this photo I have just given the ID as this one, user photo, and inside this class I have just passed this one, custom file input. Okay, this is the bootstrap class. Then inside this model footer entire container I have created these two buttons, submit and close. Whenever I click on the model, this submit button and close button will appear. Okay, for this I have just created that one, and below this I have just created this two input hidden fields. Okay, this is for the action. Whenever I am adding users, this input field, okay, using this value I am just going to add the user, and then finally using for updating, for deleting, for viewing the profile, I have just created this input field. Okay, both are hidden. Okay, you can see both the type are hidden, and for this name I have given action, and value I have given add user. And for second input field, name is equal to user ID. ID also I have given the same thing, and value I have just kept empty, because whenever I click on update button, that particular ID will be getting to me, and that will be inserted in place of this. So I have just kept the value as empty. Okay, let me just come to index.php. Now below this I am having this profile.php. Okay, let me just come to profile.php. Now inside this, the same way how I have done for the model, I have done the same thing. Now in place of this, all the user data using JavaScript, we have already displayed that one. Whenever I, okay, let me just close this. Whenever I click on this user, you can see the data will be displayed to me. So here in place of this, the entire thing whatever I have written inside script.js, that will be displayed to me. Even if I remove, then also no problem. Let me just comment this and show you. I'll save this. I'll refresh this one. Now you can see whenever I click on this, you can see I'm getting the output. Okay, in place of that itself, in place of this h4, the entire form data is been displayed. Now finally in footer model I am having this one, okay, close button. Whenever I click on close, the model will be closed. Now below this I have just created one row, and inside this row I have just given the first column as 10, and inside this I have just created this input field. Okay, input field, and I have just given the search icon. And inside the second column I have just created the button, and for this button you can see I have given the target as user model. This user target model is present inside this form.php. You can see I have just given here ID is equal to user model, and here whatever target, whenever I click on the button, that model should be opened. So here I am just giving that one. And ID I have just given user button, add user button, and everything. Okay, whatever we need for model, like type is equal to button, I have given data toggle is equal to model. Okay, whatever you will be getting from the bootstrap, you just have to paste that one here. Then below that I am having this table data.php. Let me just open, and inside this table data I have just created this table, and for this table I have given the classes table, and also ID I have given. Okay, using this ID, entire data whatever I am having inside the database, that will be displayed. Then below that I am having this table head. Inside this table head I am having all these things. Okay, all these things I am having image, name, email, mobile, operations, whatever I have to perform. And inside this table body I have commented this, because this entire thing I am just going to remove, and this whatever data I am having, that will be directly fetched from the database, and that will be displayed to me. I don't have to write here. Okay? Static data I don't have to write, dynamically I have to display the data. So here from here I have just removed the table body. Inside index.php, here I am having this navigation. Okay, this navigation we have performed in script.js. Okay, you don't have to worry about this. Now inside this navigation I have given the ID as pagination, and below that I have just created one input field, name as current page and ID as current page. This I need because if I am inside current page, only 4 data will be displayed and the value is 1. If I am inside second page, that second page number will be accessed to me, and that will be given to me, and the second page data will be displayed. So here I have just created the input field for that, and for this name and ID I have given the same. Then finally I am just closing my diff container, okay, which I created here. Okay, I told you entire thing I have just wrapped inside one container, this entire thing, and here finally I am just closing that one. Okay, this is the diff container I have closed. Then here below this I have just linked this jQuery CDN link, then I have linked popper.js link, and also I have linked this link, okay, bootstrap.js link. Then finally I have linked my custom JavaScript link, okay, that is script.js, that is present inside my JavaScript folder. Okay, this is all about index.php. Now once we are done with this index.php, you just have to come here to the localhost PHP myadmin dashboard. You have to create the database, and inside that I have created the table called user table. Inside this I have just given this ID, name, email, mobile and photo, okay, these all attributes I have given inside that one. Okay, now once we are done with creating the database, once we are done with creating the tables, now we have to connect to the database. Once we are connected to the database, only then we can insert the data, we can delete the data, we can update the data, we can display the data. Only then we can perform all that stuff only if we are connected to the database. Okay, now here inside this partials folder I have created this database.php. Now inside this database.php we have written the code for connecting to the database. I have just created one class database, and inside this I am just creating some variable, and for this variables I have given the access modifier as private, and also I have given the protected for connection because this class I am accessing inside another file, that is I am extending all the properties of this class, then I need this connection variable. The protected access modifier can be accessed from the super class, so I am just giving the connection variable as protected. And rest all I have just given the private class because this should be limited within this class itself. I should not access this variables outside the class. Now I have given the server name, that is nothing but our local host, then DP user, that is root, and password I have given my password. If you have not changed your password, then by default it is going to be empty. And I have given my database name whatever I have created, and I have just created one variable. Now here using this constructor function I have written this try catch block. Inside this I am just creating this variable data source name DSN. Inside that I have just passed here mysql host, and first I am just passing the server name, this dot server name, okay, this you have to write this one. Whenever we are using oops concept we are going to use this. Then I am having this database name, whatever database name I have created, user data, I am just passing that one. And then finally we have to pass this character set, this is nothing but encoding. Then I have created one variable called options. Inside that I am just passing this array and PDO persistent. I am just passing this because I just want to exist this for a very long period of time. So I am just passing this one. I am storing inside the variable called options. Then finally while connecting to that one, I am just writing the syntax of new PDO, and here I am having this first parameter will be this one. Then I will be having username, then I will be having password, this dot password whatever I have created here. Then finally I will be having this options. If you don't give, then also you will be having the output. If you don't give this fourth parameter, then also you will be getting the output without any error. Then inside this catch block I am just passing this PDO exception and one variable, and using this get message method, if I am having some error, if I am having some connection error, that error will be displayed to me. So I am just writing this one. Okay, this is all you have to write inside database.php. If you want, you can just take the screenshot of this. Let me just decrease the size. You can see this is how we are just going to perform. You just have to write only so much for connecting to the database. Once we have seen index.php, we have seen all the files here, index.php, profile, form. Okay, we have seen all the files, table.php, we have performed this one. Then finally inside user.php, inside partials folder itself I have created user.php, and inside this I am just requiring that one, okay, this database.php I am requiring because I am just extending all the properties whatever I have written inside that one. I am just extending that one inside this user class. Then here I have just created one variable table name, and I have given the table name whatever I have created inside localhost, whatever I have created, I am just giving that table name. Inside this user.php I am creating separate functions for adding the user, for updating the user, for deleting the user, for searching the user, okay, for each of the operations, so that it will be easy for me to call. Now here first I have created for adding the function, okay, first I have created the function for adding users, and inside this I have just passed one parameter, that is nothing but data, okay, because while adding users I am passing some data, so I am just passing one parameter, that is nothing but data. Now here after that I have just written this SQL query, insert into table name, and using this implode method whatever data I am inserting I am just separating by comma, and here I am just inserting these fields. Okay, these fields I have just created here. First I am just taking the condition whether I am entering the data or not. Okay, if my data is not empty, only then I am just going to come here. I have created these two variables, fields and placeholder, and for this I have just assigned the empty value. Now below this I am just running this for each loop. For each data I am running and I am inserting the data inside the database. Okay, now here I have just written this as data field, and which will be equal to the value. this field, whatever I have created here, that will be equal to the field, okay, whatever I am having, like name, email, mobile, everything. Then this placeholder, whatever value I am inserting while inserting the data, that will be equal to this one, okay, that is nothing but this field, okay, value. Then here insert we have written, for columns we have given these fields, and for values we have given this placeholder. Then here I am just preparing for the statement, okay, just to prevent SQL injection. Then finally inside this try catch block, first I am just doing some transaction here. Okay, I'm just performing the transactions. Okay, whenever we are sending money, if the transaction is successful, only then we will be notified, okay, that money is debited. Or maybe sometimes it will get debited and later on we will be getting notified. Or sometimes it happens that the person will not receive the payment itself, but it will be cut from your account. Okay, then after a few days you will be receiving that amount. Okay, so transaction is necessary in this as well. If the data is inserted, only then we are going to perform this transaction, or else we are not going to do any transaction. We are just going to do rollback here. We are not going to wait here like how we wait for our money. Okay, directly we are just going to do rollback. We are not going to do any changes. Okay, we are just going to do rollback if we are not inserting any data. Then here I am just executing that one. Once I execute this, I am just getting the last inserted ID. Okay, because after getting this last inserted ID, I can return this one, and that will help me to insert the data inside the database. Okay, now using this last inserted ID method, I am just getting that one. Then here I am just committing the changes whatever I have done. If the data is inserted inside the database, which means that I have done some changes inside that one, so I am committing that one. Yes, I have done that changes. And after that I am just returning that one. Okay, this last inserted ID whatever I got, I am just returning that one. And inside this catch, I am just doing this rollback. If my transaction is not successful, I am just doing rollback. I am not doing any changes inside the database. This is the function for adding the users inside the database. Then here I am having the function for getting the rows. Okay, all the rows whatever is present inside the database after inserting. For getting that rows, I have created this function, and inside this I have just passed two parameters, starting limit and ending limit. Okay, because inside each page I want only 4 data should be displayed. So my starting limit will be 0 and my ending limit will be 4, which means that 0, 1, 2 and 3. Okay, totally 4 data will be displayed. Then inside this I have just written this query, select star from table name, order by ID, and in descending order I am just going to prim it, and in descending order I am going to display, and limit I am just going to give here 0, 4. Okay, whatever I have passed here, I am just giving that one. Then after that, writing the SQL query, I am preparing for the statement. Then I am executing this one. Here I don't have to perform any transaction because I am not inserting any data. I am fetching all the data from the database. So here, if my row count is greater than 0, then I am going to fetch all the data whatever is present inside the database. If my row count is greater than 0, which means that I am having some data inside the database, I am just going to fetch all the data whatever I am having inside the database. I am just going to fetch all the data. I am just going to store inside this variable results. Okay, this PDO fetch I am just writing here because I just want only associative values. I don't want any index value. So I am just writing this one, and using this fetch all method, I am just accessing all the data from the database. I will be displaying inside the website. Then if I am not having, okay, if the condition gets failed, I will come inside this one. I don't want to fetch any data. I don't have anything. So I am just assigning this result as empty array. Okay, now once I am here, okay, once this condition is through, I am fetching all the data. I have got some data. Then inside this function, I am just returning this result, because inside this result variable, I have all the results stored, and I am just returning that one. Now whenever I call this function using the start and ending limit, this result will be given to me, okay, as my output. Then here I am having this function for get row, and inside this get row function I am just passing this field and value. Okay, now this get row is very important because whenever we are updating the user or deleting the user or viewing the profile, one particular user we are using. We are not using all the users. Okay, so we need this function, okay, for particular user, for one user. Then inside this I am just passing this field and value, which means that from which field, like which ID or name or email, from which field, which value I want to access. So I am just passing two parameters here. Inside this, I am just writing this query, select star from table name, where my field is equal to the value. Okay, whatever field I am accessing, the column field is equal to the whichever I click. Okay, suppose if I click for user 17, okay, it should be matching with this one, and only that data will be displayed for me. Once it is done, I am just preparing for the statement. Then I am executing this one, and whatever data I will be getting, that will be in the array format. So here I am just executing that one. Okay, this field will be equal to the value. Okay, whatever value I am getting from the database, I am just getting that one, I am storing here. Then again I am checking the condition. If my row count is greater than 0, which means that the data is present. If my data is present, then I have to fetch only single record. I don't have to fetch all the records. Okay, this is for fetching all the records, so fetch all. But here I am fetching single records, so only fetch, and only associative data. So here I am having this. Then inside this else, if I am not having any data, matching data or something, then I am just writing here. Then I am just returning empty array. Okay, if I am having some result, okay, either empty or either any result, I am just returning that one. Whenever I call this function, this will be returned for me. Then I am having get count. Okay, get count function is also very useful. I have to count how many data is present inside the database. If I write this count, only then I will be able to display the pagination inside my website. So here I am using this count star, which is going to provide me the count as p count. Okay, this is nothing but alias. In place of count, I am just giving the separate name as p count from the table name. Okay, from whichever table I have created, from that particular table name. Then I am just preparing for the statement. Then I am executing the statement. Then I am just fetching that one. Whatever count I got, I am just fetching that one, and only count I am just returning. Okay, you can see only count I am returning. I am not returning all the data. Only count I am returning. Like here I am returning all the data, so I am not passing anything inside the array. But here I am just passing this p count. Okay, whatever I have given here, I am just passing that one, and this is going to give me the count in numbers like 1, 2, 7, 8, like that. Okay, in numbers it is going to give me. Now next I have created the function for uploading the photo. Now in this function, I have uploaded the image as well inside the database. Okay, for image we are having separate procedure, how to insert the data inside the database, how to fetch the image from the database. So for that I have just created separate function, and inside this I have just passed this parameter, that is nothing but file. Okay, which file I am inserting, I am just passing that parameter. Now here I am just checking that if my file is not empty, then I am just going to take this temp name from the image. Okay, these properties will be having inside the image like name, size, type, whatever my image is having, that I am just getting inside that one. I am storing inside separate variables here. Then my image name, suppose if my image name is image1.jpeg. okay, this is my image name, and I am just separating that one. Okay, using this explode method, I am just separating from dot. Okay, whenever I am getting this dot, I am just separating this file name. Okay, whatever file name I got from here, I am just separating that one. Then after that I am just writing this one. Okay, whatever output I got from here, I am just taking the end part of that output, and I am just converting into lowercase here. Okay, that is nothing but whatever I got from here, I am just taking the end part, I am just converting into lowercase. Then I am just giving the new file name while inserting inside the database. Whatever file name I am having with me, I don't want the same file name should be inserted inside the database. So I am just converting that name to another name. So using this MD5, you can do another hashing method as well, but to simplify this one, I have just written MD5. Okay, you are not limited to this much. You can do a lot of hashing here. Okay, you don't have to limit here to MD5. Okay, basically this is not used much now, but you can still use. Okay, for this kind of intermediate level project, you can use this one. Then I am just using this time method, and whatever file name I got from here, I am just passing that one. Then I am just separating with dot. Then I am just passing this extension. Okay, this entire thing will give me the name dot extension. Okay, now this will be the new file name that will be inserted inside the database. Then I am just creating one array, and inside this array I am just passing this one. Okay, here I am having some extensions like JPG, PNG. Okay, GIF if you want you can give, or else you can remove from here. I have just added that one recently. Now I am just checking that one inside this array. Okay, this file extension, whatever I have created, whatever I am getting from here, if it is present inside this array or not. If it is present, only then I will be coming inside this one, and here I am just getting the current directory. Okay, in which directory I am having, and inside that directory I have just created this uploads folder, and inside this uploads folder itself, whatever image I insert inside the database, the images will be stored inside this uploads folder. At beginning my uploads folder will be completely empty. Now when I just open this one, you can see the entire images whatever I inserted inside the database, that will be stored here with different name. Okay, using this destination folder, I am just having this upload folder, and this new file name I am just concatenating here. Then after that I am just moving that upload folder inside this one. Okay, this is my destination path, and this is my file temp path. Okay, I'm just moving this file temp path to my destination folder, and finally I'm just returning this new file name. Okay, whatever new file name I'm getting after doing all this hashing, I'm just returning that one. Okay, this is the function we created for upload photo, and here I'm just passing one parameter. Okay, this all functions we are going to call whenever we are performing Ajax. Using that actions we are going to call this function. Then I'm having function to update data. Here I have just created the function for update, and here I'm having data and the ID. Okay, for updating we need only one data, only one particular ID user I need. So I'm just passing here ID here. Then here I'm just checking the condition. If my data is not empty, I'm just creating one variable. I'm initializing the value as empty. Then I'm creating separate variable where x is equal to 1, and here I'm just counting how many fields I'm having, like ID, name, email, phone. Okay, totally 4 fields I'm having. I'm just counting that one, and I'm just passing that data here. Okay, whatever data I'm getting from here, I'm just passing that one here. Then using this for each loop, I'm just having this one field which will be equal to the value whatever I'm having inside the database. Then I'm just concatenating with this one. Okay, this initial value I'm having, I'm just concatenating with this field values. Okay, whatever I'm having, like name I'm having, phone I'm having, email I'm having, I'm just concatenating each values I'm storing inside these fields. Okay, now here I'm having this condition. If my x is less than fields count, okay, then I'm just going to concatenate with this comma, because whenever we were inserting the data, we just separated by comma. Okay, we were just separating with comma. Okay, we have done the same thing here. Let me just come down. Now here I'm just going to add that one. Okay, the last comma I'm just adding, then again I'm just incrementing x. Okay, this is how we are going to check the condition. If my x is less than field count, I'm just separating each value by comma. This I'm going to do because here I am just inserting the data. Okay, this is my first field, this is my second field, this is my third field, this is my fourth field. Now I don't have anything to add. Okay, after inserting the image, I don't have anything to add. Directly I have to click on submit. Now if I don't add anything, okay, now my field count, okay, you can see I don't have anything. Now I don't have to add anything. If I directly click on submit, that is not going to update any data. So we are just performing this action for that one. Then here I have just written this query, update table name, set call, okay, whatever fields I'm having, where my ID is equal to ID, whatever ID I'm having inside the database, if it matches with the ID whatever I'm clicking, that should be matched and that data should be fetched for me. And here I'm just preparing for the statement, and also here we are doing this transaction because I'm doing some changes in the database. I'm changing the data, so I have to do the transaction. Once transaction is done, inside this data I'm just passing this ID. Okay, this ID whatever I have written here, that should be matching with this column name. I'm just initializing with this parameter. Okay, whatever I have clicked and what data I'm getting here, I'm just passing that parameter here. Then finally I'm executing this statement. I'm committing the changes. Yes, I have done the changes, so I have to commit that one. Then if I am having some error inside this catch block, that error will be displayed. Okay, this is all about update. Then we are having delete function. Okay, for deleting the row also we have created separate function. And inside this I'm just passing this ID because I just have to delete the ID. I don't want any data, so I'm just passing only one parameter here. Now here I'm having delete from table name where ID is equal to ID. Then I'm just preparing for the statement. Inside this try catch block I'm just executing that one. I'm just executing the ID, whichever ID I get from the database, and whichever ID it is getting matched here, I'm just getting that ID. Okay, if my row count is greater than 0, which means that the data is present inside the database, so I'm just fetching that one, I'm deleting that data. If it is less than 0, or I don't want to delete that one. And also here, if I'm having some error, I'm just returning false here. Then finally I have created another function for searching the user. For viewing the profile, I have not created any function because the updating and the viewing profile is almost same. Now inside this, first I'm passing this search text, then I'm having this start, and then I'm having this limit. Okay, we are having this 3 parameters inside this search user function. Inside this, I'm having this query, select star from table name, where name like search. Okay, this search, whatever I'm searching from the database, whatever I'm searching inside the input field, that search I'm putting here. And order by ID, and in descending order I just want to display, and I have just given the limit as 0, 4 because here I have passed 0, 4, so only 4 data will be displayed, 0, 1, 2 and 3. Then here I am just connecting that one. I'm just preparing for the statement. Then I'm just executing that one. Whatever search I'm getting, I'm just executing this search text. Whatever I'm searching here, this parameter I'm just passing, and whenever we are using this like, I'm just passing this percentage here. After that, I'm just checking the condition. If my row count is greater than 0, which means that the data is present inside the database, then whatever data is getting matched, I have to fetch all the data. So I'm writing here fetch all. If I'm not having anything, I'm just returning empty array, and then finally I'm just returning result. Okay, whether I'm having data or not, I have to return this result. If I'm having this result, then I'll be getting this empty result here. If I'm having this result, then I'll be having this result. Okay, whatever data I got from here, that will be stored inside this variable and that will be returned to me. Okay, this is what we have created the functions. Now let me just come on top, and here you can see, you can just take the screenshot of this first part. Then you can just take the screenshot of this adding function. Okay, this is the function for adding users. We are having this one. Then finally we are having for get rows. Okay, we are having get rows function. Then get row function, get count function, upload, update. This entire thing is update. Okay, you can take screenshots for your reference. Okay, this also you just have to include this. Then delete function. Then finally we are having this search function, and here I am just closing that one. Okay, this is all about user.php. I'm just doing fast revision because we have already seen this entire thing in depth, so I don't want to waste your time. Now once we are done with this, let me just come here. Now here inside JS folder I have created this script.js. Now inside this, let me just come on top. Okay, now first I have just loaded this document. Okay, whenever my document is getting ready, okay, after this I am just performing this add. Okay, I am just accessing this one. Whenever I click on submit button, I am just accessing the ID of my form, and here I am just writing this function, and inside this I have just passed this event object, and I am just preventing the default submission of the form. Then here, okay, this let us discuss later. Then I'm just performing this Ajax, and inside this I'm just passing this URL is nothing but my PHP Advanced 2. When I started my video, I just gave my folder name as PHP Advanced, but while doing this one, I got some loading errors. Okay, I got some loading errors, and I already told you, whenever you get something and if you're not having any error inside the code, if your code is not getting loaded, then just change the folder name and come to URL, change the folder name here. Okay, then it is going to work and you will not be having any error inside your code. Okay, your code will run completely fine. Then I have to go inside this ajax.php, and this file I have to create here. Okay, inside this I have already created this file. After that I have just passed the type as post. Using post method I am going to submit the data. Then I am having data type as JSON, and data I have just passed as new form data. And which form data? This form data. Whichever form I click, let me just come here. This form I am clicking, so this data I just want that one. Then process data and content type I have given because I am using images as well. Then before said I just want to wait for some time. Okay, if it is taking time to load, I just want to wait for some time, and this will be displayed inside console. Then finally I am having success, and inside this I am just passing this function, and here I am having this response. I am just printing that response in console, so to check whether I am getting the result or not. Then finally if I am getting response, I am just hiding the model. Okay, once I click on submit button, I want to hide the model as well as I want to clean the form. Okay, whenever next time when I click on this, I don't want the form value should be displayed. Okay, then get users function, let me just discuss later. Then I am having this error. Okay, if I am having some error inside this one, or if I am not getting any response from here, then this error will be displayed for me. Then after that, get users function. Okay, this function I have created on top. You can see get users function. Now this function is created here because whenever I click on this, okay, this action is going to be performed. Okay, so I have written this one here because I am going to fetch all the data from the database and I have to display that data. So here I am using this Ajax, I am going to perform this action, and inside ajax.php I have written this one. And here get users, first I am just getting the current page number. Okay, whatever page number I am having, because inside first page only 4 data should be displayed, inside second page 4 data should be displayed. So I am just accessing the current page, I am storing inside this page number. Then inside Ajax I am just passing the same URL. Type I am using get. Okay, I am getting the page number, so I am just writing here type is equal to get, data type as JSON, and data I am just passing here page and action. Okay, inside page I am just passing this page number, and inside action I have just passed here get all users, and inside ajax.php using this get all users I am just going to perform the action. And before send I have done the same thing, waiting. Then I am having this success. Inside this success I just want to fetch all the rows from the database, so here I am just passing here rows. You can use any parameters here, and also I am just displaying that rows. Then here whenever I am accessing rows.players, okay, whatever I have passed here, I'll be getting that one. And here I am just creating one variable users list, and initially I am just assigning it as empty value. Then using this for each loop, unless and until I have data inside the database, I have to fetch all the data from the database. So I am just wrapping inside for each loop, and it will run again and again unless and until my data is over. Then here I am just passing two parameters, index and users. Okay, index we are not going to use, but still you have to pass. Then rows.players, I am just accessing that one, and for this I am just going to run this function. And here I am just assigning this one user get row. Okay, here I am just calling this user get row function, and that function we have created on top. Okay, in the table format my data should be displayed, and I am just going to explain you how to display this one. Okay, this user list, initially I am just assigning empty value. Here I am just going to concatenate that one. Then inside user table body I am just pasting that one. Okay, whatever body I am having inside table.php user table. Okay, inside this table body I am just assigning this one. Okay, here I am just going to assign. All the data will be stored there. Then here I am just going to count the number of rows present inside that one, because we have already got the count. Okay, using get count function. Then here whatever count I am getting, I am just converting that value. Suppose if I just get here 9, okay, total number of users are 9. 9 divided by 4, I will be getting in decimal numbers. So I am just converting that into integer, and I am just getting the upper value. Okay, now 9 datas are there. So inside first page 4 data, inside second page 4 data, and inside third page also I need 1 data. So I am just taking the upper value. Now here I will be getting 2 point something. I am just taking the upper value, that is 3. Okay, then that will be stored here, and here I am just getting the current page number, and using this pagination you can see inside this get users function I have just called two more functions, get user row function for displaying all the single rows, and pagination function for displaying the pagination. And inside this pagination here I am having total pages and current pages, and here finally if I am having some error, that error will be displayed. Now we have to come to get user row function. Inside this function first I am initializing empty value for this variable. Then here I am just checking if I am having some user inside the database. I am just creating this one, whatever variable I have created. For that I am just assigning this entire table. Okay, this entire table, whatever I have inside the table body, I copied from there, and here I have just pasted that one. Okay, then here I am having this uploads folder. Inside that I am having this user.photo. Then I am having name, email, mobile. Okay, this everything I have just fetched from the database, and I am just accessing that one here. Now for each icons, okay, for each delete, profile and everything, I am just giving here data ID. I am just accessing the user data ID, okay, from the database, because ID is unique for every user. So I am just accessing the ID, I am storing inside each icon. And finally I am just returning the user row. Okay, this user row whatever I got from here, I am just returning that one inside get user row. After that, okay, single row I am going to fetch from here. Then whenever I am calling inside get users function, again and again it is going to execute, it is going to display the data. Then here I am having this pagination, and here I have just created this pagination function. Inside that I have passed two parameters, total pages and current pages, how many total pages are there and in which page I am having. Then I have just created one variable, I have initialized the value as empty for that. Then here I am just checking the condition. If my total number of pages, if it is greater than 1, only then I have to perform all these things. If it is less than 1, I don't have to perform, I don't have to display the pagination itself. I am just converting the page number into int. Suppose if I am having any decimal numbers, I am just converting that into integer. Then whatever page list I am having, inside this first I am just passing this UL, unordered list. Then here I am just creating for previous class one variable, and inside this I am just checking if my current page, if it is 1, then I am just going to disable the previous button. Then again I am just going to concatenate with this page list with the previous button, and inside this I am just passing this one. Okay, if it is equal to 1, then I am just passing this class that will be disabled. If I am inside second page, if I click on first, if I just click on previous button, I should be redirected to first page. So here I am just giving current page -1, that is 2 minus 1 will be 1, so that is first page. Then here inside for loop I am just wrapping this entire thing. Okay, p is equal to 1, if my p is less than or equal to total pages, p plus plus, which means that if my current page, okay, whichever page I am having here, that should be running again and again. If I am having 3 pages, dynamically that button should be displayed. Each and every time I don't have to write the code, dynamically it has to get displayed. So I am just wrapping that inside for each loop. Then I am just going to concatenate with this one, and whatever current value I am having for p, I have just displayed that one. And also data page I am just giving here p. Here I am just creating one variable active class, and here I am just checking if my current page is equal to this p, whatever value I am having here and here, whatever value I'm having here, if I'm inside second page, if it is matches, I'm just giving the class as active. So that blue color I'll be getting. Then finally I'm having for the next, okay, in the same way, if my current pages, if it is equal to total number of pages, okay, here if it is equal to 1, then only I have to display. Here if it is equal to total number of pages, then only I have to disable this one. Okay, in the same way I just have to pass like this, and finally I have just closed the UL list, and inside this pagination.html, let me just come to index.php. And for this nav, I have just given the class as pagination. Okay, inside this table body, this entire thing I just have to paste. So here .html page list. Okay, this page list is having all the data, so I am just passing that one. And this function I have called inside get users. Okay, you can see inside get users I have already called. Now once it is done, we have already seen. Okay, now here whenever I click on the button, this action should be performed. So here I have written this on click, and I'm just accessing the pagination. Okay, for UL I have given the class as pagination. You can see here, let me just come here. Okay, for UL I have given the class as pagination. I'm just accessing that one. Inside this I'm having li, inside that I'm having anchor tag. Inside each anchor tag I have given the icons. After that function, I'm just preventing this default submission, and finally I'm just getting the page number, in which page number I'm having. Then using this current page, I'm just getting the current value of the page. Okay, and here I'm just passing this one, whatever page number I got, I'm just passing inside the value. Then I'm just calling this get users function, because whenever I click on second button, the second data should be displayed. When I click on third button, the third data should be displayed. So each time I have to call this one. Then after that I have to remove this active class. Okay, whenever I'm in second page, I have to be active in second page. If I am inside third page, I have to be inside third page, and from rest pages I have to remove that active. Okay, from siblings I'm just going to remove all this active class, and whichever class I'm having, okay, in whichever page I'm having, for that parent I'm just adding this active class. Okay, this is how you are going to perform. Okay, for better understanding, you can just see the previous part, so that you will get a more clear idea. This is just only for the revision part. Then here I have just written this on click for editing user. Okay, the same way I'm just accessing the ID of that form data, and inside URL I have just passed the same thing using this get method JSON type, and here inside data I have passed this ID, and whatever ID I got from here I'm just passing that one. Action I have just given here edit users data. Then before send I have just done the same thing, and inside this success I have just passed one parameter rows, and here I am just, okay, whatever values I am having, whenever I click on the update edit button, whatever values I am having here, that should be displayed for me. Okay, this entire value should be displayed for me. So for that I am just accessing all the rows. Okay, all the values I am just accessing, I am storing inside that input fields. Then if I am having some error, I am just displaying that one here. Then whenever I click on edit button, okay, whenever I click on edit button without editing, if I just click on submit, and after that if I click on add new user button, the values will still be present. I have to clean the form, and also I should empty the value, only then I will not be getting any form. Okay, now this add new user button inside index.php, whenever I click on this add new user button, let me just come here. For this I have just given this ID, okay, add new user button. I am just resetting the form, and also I am just emptying the value. Then we are having this deleting the user function, the same event. Whenever I click on this delete, I'm just preventing this default. I'm getting the ID. I'm confirming that whether I should delete or not. Then inside this Ajax, I'm just doing the same thing, all the same things. And action I have just given here, delete user. Then before send, then success I have just given here. If my response, if it is deleted, if it is equal to 1, only then I have to display this message. Okay, that user has been deleted successfully or not. Then finally I'm having this error message. Then for profile viewing, okay, whenever I click on that view profile button, I'm having this one. The same thing I have done, I just access the ID. Then action I have given this edit users data, the same action whatever I have given for editing this one. Okay, for editing users, whatever I have given, the same action I have given here. Then here inside success, if I am having any user, then I'm just going to display this model. Okay, this entire model, and this entire data I'm just getting from the database. I'm displaying that inside the model. Okay, then inside this profile, inside profile.php, we have already given this ID, and inside that HTML I'm just getting this one. Okay, I'm just pasting this profile. Then if I am having some error, I'm just displaying that error here. Then this is the searching the data, same thing, key up. Just now we have revised this one. Whenever I click on any characters, character by character, it is going to give me the event. Then here I am having this one, I'm just getting the value whatever I am having inside the input field. I am just checking the length. If my length is greater than 0, which means that the data is getting matched. If it is not present, okay, I am just printing all the data, and also I am just showing the pagination. Then here I am having this one JSON and search query. I have just passed this one. Then here again I am checking if the user is present, initializing the value as empty. Then using this for each loop, for each match I am just going to run this one, and all the data related to that match, the data will be displayed. Then finally inside this users table body I have to display, and I just have to hide the pagination. Suppose if I am having only 2 data, I don't want to display the pagination, so I am just hiding that one here. Okay, then finally I am having this else. Then at the end finally I am calling this get users function, because whenever I load the document I want to call all the data whatever I am having inside the database, so I am just calling this get users functions at the end. Okay, let me just come on top. Now let me just come step by step, and you can just take the screenshot of that. Okay, this is the first part. Okay, inside this document ready, first I am just creating this form. First you can just let me just decrease the size. Okay, you can just take the screenshot of this first part. Then this is the second part. Then inside this get users function, this is the third part. Okay, this is the third part, and okay, this is same continuation of the same function. Then I am having this get users function. Then here I am having this function, okay, the pagination function. Then after that I am having this one on submit we have done. Then we are having this pagination click event. Then we are having this editing part. Let me just come down. This is the first part, and this is the second part of the editing. Then we are having this cleaning the form, then deleting the user. Let me just come up. This is the deleting the user, this entire thing. Then we are having this viewing the profile. You can just take this, and later on this is the second part of that. Second part. And we are having for searching the user, this one, this is for searching the data. And also here this is the last part. Now finally I have given, okay, for all the events I have just given here, I have just given some actions here, like editing the user, like searching the user. I have given all these actions. Now all these actions we are just going to perform inside ajax.php. I have just created this file ajax.php, and here first I am just getting this request. I am storing inside this variable action. Then here I am just taking the condition if my action is not empty, if I am not performing any action. Okay, if I am not performing any action, then I don't have to do anything. If I am performing any action, I am just checking if my action is empty or not. If it is not empty, I am just accessing that users variable, okay, this user.php, because inside this I have created all the functions, okay, all the functions whatever I need now to get that one. I am just requiring that one, and here I am just creating the object for that one. Okay, inside this class, inside this user.php, I have created the class user, and for that I am just creating the object here. Now first is my adding the user. Action is equal to add user. I am just checking that if it is empty or not. If it is not empty, I am just accessing all the input values. Okay, all the input values I am accessing, I am storing inside this variables. After that I am just taking the player ID, if I am having player ID or not. If my player ID is not empty, I will be getting the player ID, user ID, or else I am just assigning the value as empty. And this is for image upload. If my image is not empty, I am just going to call this upload photo, which we have created inside user.php, and I am just going to do all these things. Okay, I am inserting all this data inside the database. Now this side whatever I have given here, that should be matching with the database column name, and this side whatever I have given here, that should be matching with this variables whatever I have created here. Then else, okay, if I am not having image, then I can just display, then I am just inserting name, email and mobile. Then here I am just taking the condition if I am having player ID, that means I am updating the data. If I am not having any ID at the start, that means I am inserting the data. So I am just calling this update function here, I am calling this add function here. Then here if my player ID is not empty, I am just going to get this row function. Okay, I am calling this get row function. I am displaying the data here, and whatever data I am getting, I am converting into JSON format. I am just exiting that one. Okay, this is for add user function. Then we are having get users action, and inside this first I'm just getting the page number. Okay, if I'm not having any page number, I'm just assigning the page number whatever currently I'm having. If my page number is not empty, I'm just taking this one. If it is empty, initially I'm just giving the value as 1. Then my limit is 4, and here I'm just getting the start value, and here I'm just calling this get rows function. If it is not empty, whatever users I got from here, I'm just storing that users inside this variable. Okay, if I'm not having anything, then I'm just initializing with this empty array. Then total page, I'm just going to get the total number of count, and inside this array I'm just passing this total, and also I'm passing this users list. Then finally whatever data I got, I'm just converting into JSON format. I'm just exiting from here. Then for editing users, I have done the same thing. I'm just getting the ID. I'm checking whether it is empty or not. Then I'm calling this get row function, and for editing I need only one row, so get row function, and using this I'm just getting this one. Okay, this ID and also this player ID. Whatever ID I got from here, I'm just accessing that one. I will be getting that user, and I will be updating that data. Then I'm having for deleting. Okay, I have done the same thing here as well. Okay, I'm just calling this delete row function. If it is deleted, I'm just passing here. Okay, if it is 1, then I'm deleting. If it is 0, I'm not deleting. I have just cancelled that one. Then I'm just passing this message, and I'm just converting into JSON format, and here I'm just exiting that one. Then finally I'm having search. I have done the same thing, and here I'm just passing this search query, because inside script.js, whenever we perform this whenever we perform this search, here I have passed this search query, so I'm just passing that one here, search query, and I'm just trimming all the white spaces, and if it is not there, I'm just giving the empty value. Then here I'm just calling this search user function, whatever we have created inside user.php, and inside that I'm just passing this query. Okay, whatever result I got from here, I'm just passing that one, and that will be passed as a parameter inside my function, and the result I'm just converting into JSON format. I'm just exiting from here. Then inside script.js, for displaying the message, let me just come here. For displaying the message, here I have just created this message variable. I'm just accessing the user ID. If my value is length, okay, if the value of length, if it is greater than 0, which means I'm updating the user, which means I'm having the ID, so I'm updating the user. If it is less than 0, I'm adding the user. Okay, you just have to display that one. And inside success, this display message.html, inside this HTML, I'm just passing this message variable, and I have to fade in and fade out, and for this delay, I just want to display the message. Okay, you can give here 2500. Okay, you can give any time. I have just changed now. You can just give any time here. Okay, this is all about revision part. I know I have gone little speed, because I really don't want to waste your time. If you have already seen the previous part, this is only for the revision part, for your better understanding, so that you will be having little bit of clear idea on this. Okay, now this is the final part. We are done with this project. We are done with this PHP advanced CRUD. Okay, we will be making more advanced projects using PHP. I hope you all enjoyed this video. Thank you so much for listening. Have a great day.